Recycled World by Julia Huney, copyright 2019, all rights reserved, digitally narrated by Play HT. Dedicated to Douglas, Maxwell, and Bridget, who inspired this story. Chapter 1. The quiet slap of giant, untied Zeds hitting the sidewalk echoed weirdly through the smog. I froze. I knew those footsteps, they struck terror into the heart of every 15-year-old in the neighborhood. Juan Milanchek. And anywhere the whip-like Juan went, his hulking brother Tran followed right behind. I glanced over my shoulder, but the thick smog hid the bullies. Squinting down the street, I listened to the footsteps, trying to judge how much time I had before they could see me. Were they 2 blocks away? 3? I gulped, weighing my options. Should I continue toward the old stoplight, hoping I could get around the corner before they saw me, or cut behind the abandoned school district building? Normally I wouldn't have left the road, but the certainties of poison ivy and nettles took a backseat to the probable damage the Milanchek brothers would inflict. Not wanting to end up face down in the mud, or worse, I sprinted up the block and darted around the empty, crumbling school building. I raced across the remains of the pitted parking lot, dodging the biggest potholes as I ran. Arms pumping, I pelted across the street without looking either way. I cut around the old Zilius house and dashed up a tree-lined driveway, ducking under the heavy branches that hung low over the weeds sprouting through the gravel. A shout behind me put my legs into overdrive. I risked a peek over my shoulder and wished I hadn't. Juan strode into view, his long legs covering the ground with terrifying speed. Tran lumbered along behind like a lame gorilla, eyes narrowed in concentration. I stumbled over a fallen fence. Don't look. Just run. I ran. Over my pounding heart, I could hear the soft slap of Juan's sneakers on the broken asphalt of the road, the thump of Tran's combat boots closing in behind me. Desperate, I scrambled around a decrepit garage and through a narrow gap in an evil-looking hedge. My heart raced, and my chest heaved as I stared around the overgrown backyard. Huge blackberry bushes filled the space, their vicious thorns digging into the trees guarding the edges of the yard. The deserted house loomed to my right, broken glass jutting from empty windows, paint peeling from sagging siding. An ancient roof dangled above the rickety porch and a firmly boarded-up doorway. In fact, the boards across the door were the only part of the house not crumbling. My chokin air filter picked that second to ping. Your ExoCorp personal air cleaner has reached capacity. Please change the filter at your earliest convenience. Filters can be ordered. I slapped the button and the cheery voice stopped mid-sentence. Panic set in. The pack filter should last 30 minutes after the ping, but suddenly I couldn't get enough air. Come out and play little PP. Juan's voice rasped above the clatter of his heavy feet on the broken fence. I hated it when he called me that. My name is Peter. I wanted to scream, but fear beat out pride. The rustle of bodies forcing their way through the hedge made my stomach clench even tighter. In a panic, I dove through a small hole in the lattice under the porch, praying the Milancheks hadn't seen me. I wormed up against the crumbling cement foundation and curled into a ball, shaking. Where'd the little fart go? Tran whined. His high-pitched voice always sounded like a spoiled little girl with a cold. Juan grunted in response. The sneakers came into view, slapping softly in the dirt near the porch. They stopped, about 4 feet from my head, facing the yard. I held my breath. Slowly, the feet turned, until Juan faced the house. And me. Darkness started to cloud my vision and my heartbeat throbbed in my head. Is he in there? The girly frog voice asked. Scruffy black boots stomped up next to the dusty Zeds. Where else could he be? Juan rasped. He must have went in through a window. That door ain't moving. The porch shuddered as Juan sprang onto it. Dust rained down on me. Through the tiny spaces between the porch floorboards, I could see Juan's feet as he walked right over my head. Tran tromped on the first step, then leapt back when the whole structure groaned. This is stupid, Tran said. I'm hungry. We can get him another time. Go around the front and make sure he don't come out, Juan ordered. This will only take a few minutes. Then we can go home and have a snack. The boots didn't move. Juan growled. The boots lumbered away toward the side yard. "Come on out and play, little PP," Juan sang. The porch groaned again as his weight shifted, and more dust filtered down into my face. I squinted against the dirt. Juan swung a leg up over a window sill. Broken glass crunched, and Juan swore softly. "See what you've done, PP. You've made me cut my finger. Now you'll really have to pay." More glass crunched, and the porch sighed as Juan pulled his other leg into the building. I huddled against the gritty concrete, holding my breath. My stomach churned. "Keep moving," I thought at him. "Don't you see something moving in the house? Maybe that's the kid you're looking for." Jedi mind tricks had never worked for me before, but that didn't keep me from trying. I've been hiding from the Milanchek twins most of my life. Their reign of terror began in kindergarten, when Juan, the mastermind, started putting glue in the littler kid's hair. With the hulking Tran to provide muscle, he soon graduated to swirlies, wedgies, and lunch money shakedowns. In the early years, I could sometimes hide long enough for another target to wander into their sights. But as the school population shrank, so did the pool of Milanchek targets. Today I was on my own. Taking a shallow breath, I carefully twisted around until I could see the hole in the lattice. With Juan inside, I should be able to sneak out through the hedge, but then what? Tran would see me if I ran down the driveway, and the undergrowth was too thick for me to escape into the next yard. I needed a distraction, something to draw them both into the deserted house. I started to squirm toward the hole when something slithered against my ankle. I froze. Rattlesnakes live under porches, don't they? Shouldn't I hear the rattle by now? I closed my eyes, praying hard, waiting for the fangs to sink into my leg. But they didn't. After a minute, I opened one eye and peered toward my feet. A long, thick something lay draped over my ankle, not moving. My eyes followed the curve from my leg, across the dust to where it hung down from the porch. Relief surged through my body, just a rotting garden hose. Suddenly, the Milancheks seemed a little less frightening. I wriggled through the hole and crept up onto the creaky porch, staying low. Crouching beside the window Juan had used, I put my face against the peeling siding and peeked through the corner. Eyes focused inside of the house, I dragged off my backpack and rifled through it. Without looking, I could identify the items: notebook, data organizer, lunchbox, pencil box. I yanked out the cracked plastic box filled with pencil stubs and eraser chunks. It should make enough noise if I threw it. Shrugging the bag back on, I turned, ready to run. I tried to take a deep breath, but my pack hissed. I'd forgotten the chokin filter ping. Panic crept up my spine, but I crammed it back down. One thing at a time. First escape the Milancheks, then worry about the air filter. A deep, percussive boom rolled through the yard. The rotting porch shook. I surged to my feet, dust falling around me as the beams above my head shifted and groaned. Dropping the pencil box, I ran. A shout rang out from the house: "Earthquake!" Something crashed in the front yard. I scrambled through the hedge and stumbled into the side yard, the ground rolling beneath my feet. Sucking air through my dirty pack, I skidded to a stop, peeking around the corner of the building. No Tran. I bolted into the shadows under the trees by the driveway, running as fast as the bucking tree roots would allow. Behind me, more shouts and the sound of shattering glass echoed out of the crumbling house. I ducked under the last branch and skittered around the corner onto the rolling, broken sidewalk. In 10 more seconds, I was out of sight. Chapter 2. The earthquake ended before I got halfway to the housing block. I increased speed, but I barely made it home. Running up that steep hill would strain a clean pack, but my clogged air filter left me gasping. I slammed the outer door closed behind me, and yanked off the pack, sucking in a lungful of bottled oxygen from the emergency dispenser in the entry. Leaning against the wall, I took deep breaths from the mask, waiting until the circulator filled the entry with clean air. While I waited, my heart rate slowly dropped back into the normal range for a frightened 15-year-old. I yanked the dead filter from the pack and flung it into the recycling bin. When the inner door popped open, I stepped inside, shuffled past the eternally broken elevator and trudged up the stairs. We lived in Farmington, Utah, not far from Salt Lake City. Our school operated in the old buildings down on the lake level, but the residents had all been relocated to the housing blocks up on the bench above the old town. The big ugly buildings dwarfed the empty single-family houses on the hillside, but they had sealed windows with industrial air cleaners and distribution centers for food and necessities built into the basements. Buildings like this housed the few people still left on Earth. I'm not sure why school wasn't held in the housing block. I guess the school board figured the exercise was good for us. My mom, my brother, and I had an apartment on the 4th floor, and like everyone else still there, we lived on the side facing the Great Salt Lake. The view was spectacular when you could see it. Smog hid the lake from view most days. Upstairs, I slapped my hand on the door sensor and waited for the door to grind open. It stuck halfway, as usual, so I slid through the gap and flicked the close switch. The lights dimmed, and the door seemed to sigh before sliding shut. I shrugged my backpack off and dumped it on the bench. My shoes went underneath, and I tromped into the kitchen for a snack. Mom stood in front of the fridge, holding the door open and staring inside. She always yelled at me for doing that, so I had to make a smart remark. "Don't let all the cold out," I said. She jumped. Closing the door, she turned slowly. "How was school today?" she asked. Her eyes looked red and puffy. "Were you crying, Mom?" I asked. "Don't be silly," she sniffed. I pulled my pack off before I reached the front door and sucked in some smog. "I'll be fine in a few minutes. Did you sign out at school?" I smiled. "Yeah, I told them we're going upstairs tomorrow, and I was outta there." She gave me one of those weird mom looks. "I got my records transferred and brought home all my stuff. Did you feel the earthquake?" My smile stretched into a grin, realizing the dying planet had saved me from Tran and Juan. And I was definitely safe. I'd almost forgotten during my epic chase through the neighborhood, but today was my last day on Earth. Literally. Tomorrow morning, Mom, my brother Jacob, and I would take the shuttle upstairs to the orbiting embarkation station. We'd spend a few days going through processing, then we'd climb into deep sleep capsules and be loaded on the consortium spaceship Magellan for our 10-year journey to Saliride, our new home planet. "Why are you so dirty?" Mom asked, her eyes narrowing. "Were those Milanchek boys bullying you again?" "I can." "Don't, Mom." I clapped a hand on her shoulder, the grin stretching wider. "They'll never bother me again." The lights dimmed again, and the door slid partway open. My little brother darted through the door and careened off a wall and into our bedroom, squealing. A tired-looking woman shoved the door fully open and trudged through, dropping Jacob's backpack on the bench. Mom stepped out of the kitchen to meet her. "How was he today, Carla?" my mom asked, shaking the woman's hand. "It's been a weird one," Carla said. "Up and down. Maybe on some level he understands you're going. It's hard to tell with him." Mom nodded and they both watched Jacob as he bounced out of the bedroom and across the living room. "Jacob." Mom grabbed Jacob as he danced past and steered him toward Carla. "We're leaving tomorrow. Tell Carla goodbye." Jacob stared past Carla's arm and said, "Tell Carla goodbye." Carla grabbed Jacob in a fierce bear hug. Jacob froze, then squeezed her back for just a second. Carla stepped back, wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, and nodded at Mom. Then she stomped out the door without another look. Jacob bounced toward the kitchen. 1, 2, 3, it's time to get some choco-re," he sang in his high, squeaky voice. Dropping to a lower tone, he mimicked a commercial voiceover. "New choco-re, full of flavor and fun. 100% of your daily allowance of vitamins and minerals, and a free surprise in every box." Jacob loved commercials. Mostly that's how he talked to us, by repeating a commercial about what he wanted. It got boring real fast, especially since all of the commercials were old. All of the big companies had already moved off planet. We only got new stuff when one of the giant Exodus ships returned to pick up the next batch of citizens. The CSS Magellan had come back about 2 years before, and we got a bunch of new videos and commercials. A lot of the commercials were for stuff we'd never see, because they didn't make it on Earth, and by the time we got out to Saliride, they'd have a bunch of newer stuff. The weird thing was, The new stuff we got was actually 10 years old. It took that long for the ships to get between planets. But Jacob didn't care, he got a whole bunch of new commercials to mimic. We went into the kitchen and Mom poured a bowl of Cocoa Crunch for Jacob. When Jacob first started singing the Choco-Ree commercial, Mom got a box of Cocoa Crunch and pasted a Choco-Ree picture on the front. He didn't suspect a thing. Jacob had autism. It made him do a lot of odd things, like repeating phrases and demanding name-brand items he'd seen on commercials. Mom tried not letting him watch the new videos, but he saw them somewhere. So, she came up with this idea to create fakes using pictures from the internet. It was genius. After dinner, I checked my ship bag. I had packed it ages before but had to keep taking things out to wear or use. Now I needed to make sure I had everything. We could only take 10 kilograms, about 22 pounds, and every item counted. I didn't want to take any clothes, because on the ship we'd be in cold sleep the whole way. But Mom insisted I include a couple changes of underwear and some clean shirts and socks. That left very little weight for my video games and baseball mitt. I'd never played baseball. High pollution levels made outdoor sports impossible. When I was 5 years old, my dad shipped out on the CSS Leif Erikson. He left the baseball mitt and a note that said, "I'll teach you to catch when we're together again." When I was little, that was a comfort. Last year, when they assigned us to the Magellan, I realized we'd never see him again. He went to Armstrong, and we were going to Sally Ride. That mitt was the only thing I had to remind me of him. I shoved it into the bag and lugged it to the bathroom scale. 10.2 kilogram. I took out 3 pairs of socks and put in Metal Motor Mayhem and Mario Kart 27. Mom would never know. That night, I lay on the top bunk and listened to Jacob's deep breathing. Every time my eyes got tired, I thought again about the trip upstairs. I had done tons of research on this subject. I knew everything about the journey. The shuttle upstairs subjected the passengers to 6.8 times normal gravity on liftoff. Once we arrived upstairs, we might have to wait up to 3 days before getting our sleep capsules. That's why Mom insisted on the clean underwear. I'd just wear the same socks for 2 or 3 days. It wouldn't kill me, and in space, no one can smell your feet. Eventually I must have drifted off, because I woke to the sound of an angry voice. The clock showed 11:09 p.m. I lay there for a while, hearing the voice rise and fall. It had to be Mom, there was no one else here. I listened hard but couldn't understand what she said. The voice faded. I rolled over and closed my eyes. 11:14. She sounded really upset, but if I got out of bed, she'd be angrier. 11:17. Was that crying? Maybe I should check on her. I slid down the ladder. On the bottom bunk, Jacob snorted and rolled onto his stomach. I snuck across the room and out into the hall, easing the door shut behind me. Light shone in the living room. I crept down the dark hall and crouched behind the desk in the living room to listen. Mom paced across the room, her steps fast and jerky. She looked furious, the phone clenched in her fingers. Stalking through the pool of light thrown by the desk lamp, she hurled a crumpled piece of paper across the room, then turned back toward the windows. Their father? She snorted at the phone as she paced. He left 10 years ago. Said he couldn't handle being the father of a special needs child. The truth is, he couldn't handle being a father at all. Was she talking about my dad? A huge weight crushed into my chest. I sat back with a thump, not caring if she heard me. She'd always told me Dad was a hero. That he'd taken that berth on the Leif Erikson because no one else could do it. Now she said he abandoned us? Chapter 3. Impossible not to think, of course. My brain started spinning. What if Dad had stayed? Would he hate us? Or would he be the amazing father I'd always dreamed he'd be? What if he'd taken me with him? Mom's voice broke through my depressed thoughts. Took the Leif Erikson to Armstrong. He made all sorts of promises to Peter about when we all meet again, but we had a berth assigned on Magellan to Sally Ride and he knew it. We'll never see him again. What? He knew when he left that we were going to Sally Ride? Heat surged through me, then cold, and a sick feeling settled in my stomach. Buzzing in my ears made it hard to hear, hard to think. Which was perfect. I took all the anger and shoved it down. Mom paced across the room again, kicking savagely at the crumpled paper she'd thrown a few minutes before. It bounced off the wall and tumbled to a stop by the desk. She turned and stalked back to the windows. Unable to reel in my curiosity, I stretched out an arm and snagged the paper. Darting glances at Mom's back, I smoothed the wad out and read.
ExoCorp Bureau of Colonization. Washington, D.C. Dear Citizen 8574-6423-485, p. It has come to our attention that your citizenship is provisional. In the final stages of the colonization effort, priority is being given to full citizens, with provisional and non-citizens being awarded berths on an as-available basis. In order to serve you better, space-available requests are being handled by the Provisional Citizen Division of this Bureau. They will contact you as soon as your allocation is amended to the manifests. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Rogers Price, Deputy Assistant Director of Embarkation.
Provisional citizenship? We never talked about that in civics class. I read the letter again. Obviously, someone was being removed from the embarkation lists, but what did space available mean? Surely there was space available for everyone, since the Exodus was supposed to evacuate the entire planet? So maybe it meant we were being shunted to an even later ship? And what about this, provisional citizenship? In school, we learned that the government had imposed laws prohibiting unauthorized reproduction to keep the population small. If people had lots of kids, there wouldn't be enough room on the CSS ships to evacuate everyone. This letter must mean my parents hadn't gotten permission for one of us. Everyone could have one kid. It must mean Jacob wasn't legal. Did that mean we weren't going upstairs tomorrow? My stomach churned. Jacob ruined everything. First he made Dad leave, now he'd gotten us kicked off the Magellan. I surged to my feet with a growl. Mom swung around, still clutching the phone. I've got to go, she muttered and clicked off the phone. She peered at me across the dark room. What are you doing up, Peter? She asked. I ignored her question, waving the paper at her. What is this? She looked at me blankly for a moment, then her eyes flicked to the paper. She walked over and held out her hand. I slapped the page into it. Why does Jacob have to ruin everything? I shouted. I can't have friends over because he doesn't like strangers. I can't have my favorite foods because he doesn't like the colors. And I just heard you say it's his fault Dad left. And now he's making it so we can't go upstairs. I screamed in frustration. Why did you even have him? I wish he was never born. I stumbled toward my room, but Mom yanked me back by one arm. Just 1 minute, young man, she said. Her voice stung like a nettle, soft but painful. I tried to pull away, but she squeezed my arm tight. She put her face right up to mine, our noses almost touching. You will never say that again, she whispered. Your brother did not drive your father away, and he's not the reason we've been removed from the embarkation list. Maybe you've had to give some things up for him, but don't you think it's harder to be him than to be you? Her iron grip relaxed, and she pushed me toward the sofa. I sat. Perching on the coffee table, she reached for my hands. I shoved them behind my back. She sighed and put a hand on my knee. I turned my head away. Peter, look at me, she said. Reluctantly, I met her eyes. That letter is about you, not Jacob. What? When we decided to have a child, your dad applied for the license, she said. It's always granted for the first kid, but you still have to apply. He said he applied, but it never came through. He claimed it must have gotten lost in the mail, she said bitterly. Later, I found out you have to apply in person. I guess he never got around to doing it and lied when never mind. We had to hire a lawyer and go through all kinds of court filings and procedures, and you were granted citizenship when you were a couple months old. This is the first I've heard of it being provisional, but that's definitely your ID number, not Jacob's. And I got the waiver for Jacob, so I know he's been legal from the start. I've tried hard to never say a negative word about your father, she continued slowly. I've tried to let him be the hero you needed, since I knew we'd never see him again. But the truth is he left because of Jacob. I interrupted, the blood pounding in my head. I heard what you said on the phone. Jacob ruins everything. Mom paused, staring at me, obviously judging how much to tell me. Honey, Jacob doesn't ruin everything. Your father left because he didn't want to be a dad, period. Even when it was easy. He applied for that job on the Ericsson before Jacob was born. And they did need him. Jacob's developmental delays were just a crappy excuse. As if leaving your family because they aren't perfect is ever okay. She muttered the last sentence under her breath, but I heard it. She fidgeted with a loose piece of trim on the coffee table, twisting the worn wood on its tiny nail. It broke off in her hand. After staring at it for a second, she placed the scrap in the blue bowl, adjusting it several times. Finally, she put her hands in her lap and looked up. Your father was a very smart man, but he never liked kids. Heck, he didn't particularly like people. He's probably been a much better father in absentia than he would have been in person. I glared at her for a minute, then looked away. She looked awful. Her hair stuck out all over, as if she'd been dragging her fingers through it, and tears filled her red, puffy eyes. So, what's up with this letter? I finally asked. Are we staying here for the next ship or what? Her head shook slowly. I don't think we're going on any ship. What do you mean? My voice cracked. They're supposed to evacuate everyone. Mr. Bradley said the next 2 ships would empty the planet. Mom sighed, scrubbing her hands through her short, dark hair again. Now it stood on end. I don't know. I made a lot of calls today and couldn't find anyone who could give me more information. I'm worried. I glanced at her, surprised. She didn't normally share her worries with me. Usually she pretended she could handle everything, even when I knew she couldn't. That night, she talked to me as if I were an adult. That was my friend, Dominic Cersei, on the phone, she said. He doesn't think any more ships will come. He wants us to pack up and head down to the dome. What's the dome? I asked, curiosity overcoming anger. It's a research facility down in Arizona, she said. It's a completely self-contained environment. They have farms and production facilities and living areas, and it's all enclosed in a huge, sealed building. Living in the dome is kind of like living on Earth 100 years ago. A bunch of scientists plan to stay there after the Exodus. They're supposed to monitor the Earth and see how it changes after the human population departs. Dom has invited me to join the team. Luckily, he can justify adding another biometeorologist to the team. So, we'll never leave. My churning stomach turned to stone. But we'll be together, and we'll have everything we need. And I'll update our location stats with Exocorp, so if we do get a space on the Magellan, they can find us. She smiled, a little sadly, and ruffled my hair. Now go to bed. We're still leaving tomorrow. Chapter 4. The next morning, we packed some more bags. The dome didn't have the same baggage limits as the Exodus, so I put the extra socks back in my bag. I also added a second handheld game and the rest of my game chips. I made sure all Jacob's videos and games went into his bag too. If I had to live the rest of my life in a dome with Jacob, I wanted him as happy as possible. Jacob could make everyone's life miserable when he was upset. I left the baseball mitt on the floor. The power cut out twice while I packed. Power outages and brownouts happened all the time, so it didn't worry me. Another earthquake rolled through, but those were getting to be common, too. Then an enormous bang, like an explosion, shook the whole building. The room went dark again. I ran into the living room. Mom stood at the window, peering toward the lake. At night, you could see the flames from shuttle launches at the old airport. On the rare low smog days, you could see the vague outline of Antelope Island, and the lights of the desalinization plants down near Salt Lake City. That morning, a reddish glow burned through the thick haze. That doesn't look right, Mom said slowly. I stared hard at the light. It looked kind of flickery, like a fire. Have you checked the news? Mom grabbed her phone and swiped the screen. That's odd, she said. She jabbed at it couple times and checked the settings. It's on, but there's no signal. I went to the TV and flicked the button. Then I slapped my forehead. No power equals no TV. I opened the laptop and tried to go online. Internet connections all had internal backup batteries because people got freaked out if they couldn't reach the internet, even in a power outage. The internet is down, I said. I felt a little bubble of panic in my stomach. Let's get our stuff packed up, Mom said. I heard the quaver in her voice but tried to ignore it. We spent the next hour dragging our gear down to the garage. Mom had a car down there, although we almost never used it. Where would we go? Exocorp shipped everything we needed to the housing block, and Mom did her job remotely. Only school required us to leave the building. But that old car would probably save our lives. Now, we loaded every bit of food we could find into boxes and carted them down to the garage. Mom grabbed 2 crates of pack filters and stuck them in the trunk. Each time we went back upstairs, we checked the phone and internet. Nothing. At the top of the stairs, I stopped to catch my breath. Some of those boxes weighed a ton. As I rested, A door swung open and Mrs. Regali popped her head out. "What's going on there, Jacob?" She always mixed up our names. "Just coming up from the garage, Mrs. Regali," I said. "What's up with you? Have you heard anything about the power?" she asked. Her eyes darted up and down the hall, barely making contact with mine. I shook my head. She pulled her head back in and closed the door. I eyed the door as I walked past. Mrs. Regali usually talked for hours once she got started. I went back into the apartment. Mom handed me another box, which I almost dropped when I heard the scream. She shoved me back from the door and darted out herself. I glanced at Jacob, happily playing with his handheld, and set the box down to stick my head out into the hall. Half a dozen people stood around Mrs. Regali's door. Mom listened to the old man from upstairs, interrupting his confused gabble with whispered questions. A girl from down the hall sat against the wall, crying. Mrs. Regali kept repeating, "What does it mean?" After a minute, Mom saw me and came back down the hall. "Get your brother ready," she said under her breath. She tossed a jacket at me and disappeared into her room. "Time to pause the game, Jacob," I said, shaking Jacob's jacket out. Jacob ignored me, as usual. "Time to pause the game," I said again. I touched Jacob's shoulder and repeated the words again. Jacob finally paused his game and struggled into his jacket. He pulled the zipper all the way up to his chin and turned the game back on. I shrugged into my own jacket. Mom came back into the living room carrying her purse and a small suitcase. She handed them to me and picked up the box I had almost dropped earlier. "Let's go." Something about the way she said it scared me. Her voice sounded normal, but the look on her face and her tense stillness sent a chill down my spine. I didn't dare to ask what was wrong. We walked down the hall past the crying girl. The old man and Mrs. Regali had disappeared. The others ignored us completely, huddling together and whispering. Downstairs, we crammed the box and suitcase in the packed trunk. Jacob got into the back seat, squeezed between some bags of food and a box of filters. I helped him fasten his seatbelt and got into the front seat. As Mom pressed the starter, a young man burst out of the stairwell and ran toward the car. "Where are you going?" he cried. "Take us with you." Mom stepped on the accelerator and left him behind. Chapter 5. "There wasn't room for him anyway," she said, tears rolling down her face. "He has a wife and a baby, and there isn't room for even one more person in this car." "What's going on?" I asked. "What were all those people whispering about? Why did that man want to come with us?" Mom clicked the auto drive button and put in a south heading. She tapped the buttons on the screen, then sat back and dropped her hands into her lap. "Mr. Shemaisky has some high-tech communications gear. He's been listening to the government channels. Yesterday, there was talk about eruptions at Yellowstone. That's what caused that swarm of earthquakes. But they didn't mention it on the news last night. They're hiding it." There were also a lot of coded discussions. And on his ham radio, there were reports of multiple unscheduled shuttle launches, all over the country. I heard several leave from SLC last night. I heard one, right after we went back to bed. We'd learned to ignore the rumbling, but with the earthquakes over the last day, the launch had startled me. This morning, Mr. S said the government channels are dead, no traffic at all. He also intercepted some discussions between the Magellan and the space station. The station has been evacuated. He thinks Magellan was the last ship, and everyone else has been left behind. "They left without us?" I cried. "There are still tons of people here. Look there." I pointed out the window. As if to prove my point, a man stepped out of an alley at that moment. We whizzed by. "That's one of the reasons we're leaving," she said. "There are too many people here, and too many of them know what's happened. Mr. Shemaisky thinks someone has taken control of the power grid. That's why we lost power and internet. People are scared, and some of them are grabbing everything they can get." "And what about Mrs. Regali, and the girl in the hall, and my teachers and the other kids? Everyone at school couldn't have gone upstairs since yesterday." I thought briefly of the Milanchek brothers. If anyone deserved to stay here, it was them. Mom just shook her head, tears streaking down her face. A bright flash caught my eye as we passed the end of the Great Salt Lake. "Wow," I cried, pointing. A red glow filled the left side windows. Fire raged, lighting up the smoggy sky. "What is that?" Mom stared out the window. "That's the airport. Probably the shuttle launch pad. They might have exhausted the fire suppression system during those launches last night. Or maybe someone has bombed it." People do destructive things when they're scared. The car got warmer as we got closer to the fire, and the auto-avoid system kicked on. Mom punched a few buttons on the screen. The seatbelt cut into my underarm as the car jerked around a corner. We wove through side streets onto the old highway, farther east. Once we settled down to a steady speed again, I looked back at Mom. They just don't care, do they? I asked. Those bozos in the government and Exocorp got themselves and their friends out on the last ship, and they left us behind to die. They didn't even bother putting out their own fires. What do they care? They're never coming back. The churning in my stomach returned, worse than before. How many of us did they leave behind? And how soon before everything ran out? The government and big businesses provided food, water, power and clean air, everything. If they stopped providing, how long would people survive? We drove south for hours. I napped, off and on. After my late-night argument with Mom, I hadn't slept well, and the motion of the car made me drowsy. Jacob played his endless video games. Mom tried her cell phone every few hours. A couple times she actually got someone's voicemail. Each time, she recorded our location and destination, but I suspected no one would ever collect those messages. We stopped at a rest site for lunch around noon. Thanks to low-light solar panels on the roof, the air-sealed garage and charging station still worked. After a quick picnic in the lounge, Mom loaded us back up and we headed off again. Shortly after lunch, we left the highway and headed up into the mountains. Not big snow-capped mountains like near home, but small rugged mountains. As we climbed, the air slowly cleared. I tapped the buttons on the navigation screen and ran an environment scan. The air contaminant screen showed high levels of gases. We still couldn't breathe the stuff, but it was beautifully clear. The two-lane road stretched out through empty fields of scrubby brush, huge areas with no buildings in sight, and no people. After we left the highway, we didn't see another person for hours. The road wound up into the mountains for a while, then it flattened out again. Our road ended at a T-junction with another road and the car came to an obedient stop. I looked at the stop sign, and the barren road stretching for miles in either direction. Good thing we stopped, I laughed, and after a moment, Mom joined in. Once we got started, we couldn't stop. We laughed so long my face hurt. Jacob snored in the backseat. Half an hour later, the car's anti-collision system brought us to a stop. A pile of trash blocked the road. A huge, old-style truck lay overturned across the left side of the road, shoved up against a red rock cliff. A broken bed frame leaned against an ancient tractor with large rocks and chunks of wood jammed between. More broken furniture and old hunks of equipment filled the space between the road and the barbed wire fence stretching off to the right. Two metal poles crossed a narrow gap in the junk wall. In front of that gap, a man sat in a rocking chair with a large gun across his lap. As the car slowed, he got up and walked toward us. His greasy hair stuck out from under a dirty baseball cap. A gray jacket covered his ragged t-shirt, and his jeans sagged low on his hips. The gun hung off a strap over his shoulder, but he kept one hand near the trigger as he stepped to Mom's side of the car. He pulled a wire from his pack and pressed the suction cup on the end against the window. "Afternoon, ma'am," his voice crackled from the car's speakers. He touched his hat, like a cowboy in an old video. "What's your business in Kanab?" Mom blinked at him. "Where?" she said. "You're in Kanab, Utah, ma'am. What are your intentions?" The man's hand tightened on the gun, and it swung toward us just a little. Mom grabbed a crumpled map laying by my feet and flattened it with shaking fingers. "We're just passing through," she said, her voice sounding higher than usual. "We're headed for, Winslow, Arizona." She pointed at the map and held it up to the window. The gun guy didn't even glance at the map. He stared at Mom, then eyed me and finally Jacob, who sat rubbing his eyes in the backseat. "We're a bit low on power, though," Mom continued, dropping the map back onto the floor. "Is there a charging station here?" "There's no power. But the lights are on in that building," I said, pointing. The man's eyes narrowed inside the pack. "There's no power for sale." Jacob chose that exact second to scream. Chapter 6. "What the?" gun guy yelped. Mom twisted around in her seat. She grabbed Jacob's chin in one hand, but he yanked away. "Jacob, what's wrong?" Mom spoke slowly. Jacob flailed around, smacking me on the shoulder. Gun guy stared at us, his weapon swinging back and forth between the front and back windows. We ignored him. Mom squirmed around until she was kneeling in her seat and put both hands on Jacob's shoulders. Heavy pressure sometimes stopped his fits. It took a couple minutes, but finally Jacob slumped into his seat. Rubbing my shoulder, I dug through the bag of food at my feet. "Are you okay now?" Mom asked. Jacob ignored her, of course, but grabbed the cookies I handed him. I looked around Mom at Gun Guy, who stared through the window, his mouth open. He has autism, I said. Gun Guy jerked his head, clearly not understanding or caring. Move on, he said, jerking his gun. Please, Mom said. She wriggled back into her seat. We just need to recharge enough to get to Winslow. I've got some money, a few supplies. The man put his face close to the window and twisted sideways to look at the dashboard. You have enough power to get away from Kanab, he said. Roger will escort you through town. Don't stop and don't come back. He yanked the suction cup off the window and stepped back to the barricade, waving an arm above his head. Buzzing like an angry mosquito, a small motorcycle zipped out of a garage and stopped on the other side of the barricade, black smoke belching from a pipe on the bottom. The man riding it looked us over, his eyes squinted to peer through the car windows. He turned to the guy with the gun, but we couldn't hear their conversation. Gun Guy moved the metal poles to open the gap through the junk. Roger swung his raised hand over his head to get our attention, then crooked his fingers, urging us through the gap. Mom took her foot off the brake pedal and the little car moved forward. Once we cleared the gap, Roger waited until we pulled up beside him, then he pointed down the road. Here in Kanab, the housing blocks lined the highway on this end of town, squeezed in between the red cliffs and the road. As in every town in the United States, the people had all been moved into the ugly concrete apartment blocks built by Exocorp 50 years ago. Putting everyone together made it easier to distribute food and necessities as well as ration power and water. The housing blocks gave way to the older part of the city, deserted stores, houses and service stations. We zigged and zagged through town, following Roger's gestures. At the other end of town, we passed through another barricade of junk. Roger waved at the guy manning this checkpoint and dropped behind us as we cleared the gap. Why wouldn't they let us charge the car, Mom? I asked, as the car accelerated down the narrow highway. Mom stared out the window, watching the cliffs slide by. People get scared, she finally said. They want to make sure they have enough for themselves, so they won't share with us. I'd guess they have some kind of power generator but want to make sure they have enough juice for the town and don't want to waste it on outsiders. She glanced in the rear view mirror. I twisted around and saw Roger still following us. He wants to make sure we're really leaving, Mom said. The road ran straight out in front of us now, weird red buttes guarding our left side. On the right, scrubby bushes and dirt reached for miles. Mom glared at the dashboard. I hope we have enough power to get to the next town, she worried. Look at the map, Peter. How much farther? What makes you think they'll sell us any power? I grumbled. I dragged the map up off the floor and smoothed it out. Then I rolled my eyes and shoved it between the seats. Tapping the navigation screen, I got the answer I needed. It's 73.8 miles to Page, Arizona, I announced. We should just make that, she muttered. Hand me a cookie, would you? No barricades greeted us at Page. Instead, the road ended. Chapter 7. But first, we ran out of power. As we rolled down Highway 89, the yellow flashing light on the dash suddenly blinked red. Mom groaned and scrabbled for the map crammed between the seats. What are you looking for? I asked. I want to see how close we are to town. We need to charge the car. A tap brought the navigation panel to life. I slid a finger across the screen, zooming out from our location. It looks like we're only about a kilometer from this river. I pointed at the map. What's that curvy thing? Mom squinted at the screen. She reached up and tapped it a couple times, magnifying the view. Oh, she cried. That's the Glen Canyon Dam. They'll definitely have power. It's hydroelectric. We aren't quite going to make it, though. Mom carefully guided the car off the road, parking in front of a block of standard housing. The tall walls loomed over us, none of the windows showing lights. No cars sat in the parking lot out front. If anyone still lived here, they weren't throwing out the welcome mat. It doesn't look like they've got power, I said, gesturing to the building. Slumping in the seat, she knuckled her eyes. She sighed and reached for her purse. Hand me a couple of those pack filters, will you? And a couple protein bars. I unbuckled my seatbelt and twisted around onto my knees. Jacob sat crammed between a stack of boxes and couple bags of food. I opened the flap on the top box, and Jacob slapped it shut. I opened it again. He squealed with laughter and jammed the flap closed again. Jacob, I have to open this box, I said, pushing the cardboard away. He shoved against my hand, trying to close the box. I growled at him, but he just laughed. I snatched a stack of filters out of the box and yanked my hand away. The flap smacked closed and Jacob giggled. More. I ignored him and squirmed back around, handing the filters to Mom. Put a few in your pockets, she said, and Jacob's, too. Jacob and I played the box slamming game a couple more times, and eventually I got half a dozen filters into my jacket. Stretching across Jacob, I pulled a handful of protein bars out of the bag and handed them out to my mother and brother. Jacob grabbed one and stripped the wrapper off. He shoved a huge bite into his mouth, ignoring me as I tucked a few into his pockets. You two stay here, Mom said. Stay in the car. I'm going to walk down to the dam and see if I can trade some food and filters for power. She pulled her pack mask on and poked the air pressure button. The battery whined, and the red light glowed as air pressure built up in the car. The higher pressure in the car would keep the toxic outdoor air out of the car when she opened the door. When the air compressor stopped, Mom jumped from the car and slammed the door shut. Stay there, she pointed through the window. I couldn't understand her muffled words, but I knew what she said. Turning, she headed down the road. I fiddled with the controls and leaned the seat back. Mom had been gone for 35 minutes, but it felt like hours. Jacob flipped the box flap back and forth, giggling every time the cardboard slapped against the box. He'd been doing it constantly since he discovered this new game. I closed my eyes, trying to ignore him. Then the sounds changed. I opened one eye and twisted my head around. Jacob squirmed in his seat for a minute, then went back to the box. Great. Jacob, I asked, do you need to use the bathroom? Jacob ignored me. He played with the box some more, stopping every few minutes to squirm. I sighed, peering out the windows. Where would I find the nearest bathroom? I handed Jacob his pack. One of the nice things about him was once you got him into a routine, he stuck to it. If you handed him a pack, he put it on. With my own pack in one hand, I pressed the air circulation button and waited for the light to turn green. It took a long time to bring the pressure up, probably because the battery was dying. As the yellow light flashed faster, I slid the mask over my face. When it hit green, I swung the door open and jumped out. As quickly as possible, I slammed my door and yanked Jacob's open. I grabbed him by the arm and dragged him out of the car. He fought with me, not wanting to leave his newfound toy. Jacob, I hollered through the pack, we have to use the bathroom. Then you can play with the box all you want. Jacob leaned back, holding me against the side of the car. The rush of pressurized air slowed as the car emptied. Fantastic. Now we'd have to use the battery to pump clean air into the car when we got back. So much for saving energy. I yanked harder and landed on my butt. Jacob popped out of the car, stumbling as he landed, then started the potty dance again. I jumped up and slammed the door. Looking around, I pointed across the parking lot. There's a tree. Why don't you just pee on that? Jacob shook his head. Come on, Jacob. It's easy. I grabbed his arm and dragged him toward the trees. Maybe if I did it first, he'd catch on. He pulled back, leaning toward the housing block. There, he pulled toward the door. No, Jacob, we don't know anyone here, I said. No one's going to let us use their bathroom. He pulled harder, jerking my arm in time to his dancing. I pulled back, but just succeeded in hurting my shoulder. Fine. Maybe they had a bathroom in the lobby. I tried the door, and it opened with a hiss. They had power. We could push the car closer to the building and use our extension cord to juice up. But bathroom break, first. We stepped in, and I hit the circulate button, clearing the outdoor air from the small vestibule. When the button glowed green, the inner door popped open, and we went inside. A red exit sign glowed over our heads, providing the only light in the lobby. But all housing blocks looked pretty much the same. This one had the elevators on the back wall and a door marked Manager on the left. To the right, I spotted a door with a little blue picture of a man and a woman. Jacob saw it, too, and dropped my hand, running toward the door. I heard the lock click, and the little sign above the doorknob flipped to occupied. My brother always took forever in the bathroom. I didn't complain very often, it was way better than when he still wore diapers, which wasn't that long ago. I stood outside, leaning against the wall. Finally, I heard the toilet flush, and the water ran. When he was 6, he saw an ad about how you have to wash your hands for 20 seconds to get rid of all the germs. They said to sing the alphabet song to time yourself. After that, he sang it every time he washed his hands. Every time. Jacob believed everything he saw on a screen. X, Y, Z. Next time won't you sing with me? His high-pitched voice warbled through the door. The lock clicked, the little sign snicking to available. Jacob came out, pulling his sleeves down. My turn, I said. I grabbed him by the shoulders and swiveled him back against the wall. You stay here. Wait here for me. Got it? Jacob gazed at my chest, humming a little tune. I grabbed his chin and lifted until his eyes met mine for a second. Stay right here, okay? Stay right here, okay, Jacob echoed. Good enough. I went in and closed the door. Just as I finished my business, I heard voices. Smog. I zipped as fast as I could, skipping the hand washing. So sue me. I opened the door and gasped. 2 big guys loomed over Jacob where he crouched next to the bathroom door. Their heads jerked to me when the door squealed. I shrank back, they didn't look friendly. Who are you? The big guy with the stripes tattooed on his cheeks fixed his squinty eyes on me. Where'd you come from? The bigger guy in the gray hoodie said at the same time. He stepped forward and Jacob inched toward me, scooting along the wall. Up north, I said, waving my arm in what was probably the completely wrong direction. Salt Lake City. How'd you get here? Tattoo dude leaned in, his bad breath blowing into my face. We drove? I said, my voice cracking on the last word so it sounded like a question. Hoodie guy's eyes lit up. Where's the car? It's out front, I said, but the battery is dead. Jacob pushed behind me, trying to stay away from hoodie guy. Your breath smells weird, he said. I groaned inside my head. Jacob hardly ever talked, but when he did, it usually got me in trouble. Tattoo dude roared with laughter. Hoodie guy pushed closer to us, forcing us back into the bathroom. Well, ain't that just too bad, he said, shoving Jacob across the tiny room. Still snickering, tattoo dude punched hoodie guy in the arm. Get the keys, he said. I cowered back against the sink, fear turning my stomach sour. Why did this always happen to me? I couldn't give him the car keys, my mom would kill me. And how would we get to the dome if we didn't have a car? I shoved my hands into my pockets. It's unlocked, I said. My mom has the keys. Please don't hit me. I ducked my head as hoodie guy pushed me back against the sink. We're going to go see if there's anything useful in your car, tattoo dude said. He leaned in over hoodie guy's shoulder. Then we're coming back to deal with you. The 2 goons laughed and jostled their way out of the bathroom. They slammed the door shut. Don't go nowhere, one of them hollered through the door. We'll be watching. They laughed again, and we heard the pop of the airlock opening. I gulped, then slid over to the door and pressed my ear against it. At first, I couldn't hear anything except my heart pounding at triple time. I counted to 20. Well, I started, but Jacob lunged past me and wrestled with the doorknob. It turned, but the door wouldn't open. Jacob shook the knob harder, making a horrible squealing noise. I pushed him aside and twisted the lock. We couldn't get out, but now they couldn't get in, either. I sank down onto the dusty floor. I'm done, Jacob hollered. Out. Sit down, Jacob. I sighed and yanked on his pants leg. Just sit down. We aren't going anywhere soon. I held out another protein bar. Jacob glanced at me, back at the door and down at the bar. He grabbed the bar, ripped off the wrapper and sank down beside me, chewing contentedly. Chapter 8. Luckily, Jacob had his game in his pocket. He sat there, playing Super Possum 9, while I worried. Mom was going to kill us when she got back. Who knew what those goons were doing to our car? I tried the door again. Still stuck tight. I slid down the door onto my butt. Peter, are you in here? I jerked awake when I heard Mom's frantic voice through the door. We're in the bathroom, I called. Jumping to my feet, I twisted the lock open and rattled the doorknob. We can't get out. A scraping, rattling noise came through the door. The knob turned under my hand. Wait, I called, stopping the door with my foot. Jacob, get up. I shook my brother's shoulder to get his attention and pulled him up, away from the door. It swung open and Mom burst through. I was terrified, she cried. Why did you leave the car? She hugged us and cried and hugged us again. You were gone so long, I said, and Jacob needed to go. And then those goons came, I trailed off. What did they do to the car? Mom wiped the tears off her cheeks. I don't know. I was too worried. I think they took some stuff. Maybe we should go look. Sighing, she put her pack on, and led the way out to the car. Some of our clothes and our duffel bags lay scattered across the parking lot. Anger boiled in my stomach and spurted up into my chest as I ran to my bag, snatching it up from the dirt. I pawed through it, yanking the remaining underwear out. Relief flowed through me when I found the games in the bottom where I'd stashed them inside a sock. When I retrieved my scattered clothing, I found the baseball mitt behind a dead bush. I thought I left that at home? I grabbed a pile of Jacob's shirts off the curb and dragged the whole mess over to the car. Or what was left of the car. They took pretty much everything. The box of pack filters, the bags of food, the navigation screen, the dead battery, even the tires. I stared at Mom. What are we going to do? She just shook her head. A ball of ice settled into my belly. Without the battery and tires, we couldn't go anywhere. If they'd left the tires and battery, we could have found a way to charge it, but now we were stuck. I made a deal to trade those filters for a charge, Mom said quietly. I could barely hear her through her pack. She shook her head slowly again. Now there's nothing to trade, and nothing to charge. Tears slid down her face behind the mask. I didn't want to leave the car, Mom, I wailed. Jacob had to use the bathroom. It's his fault they stole our stuff. He ruins everything. Jacob began wailing, too, not even knowing what he was crying about. Let's go back inside the building, Mom said. No, Jacob yelled. Mom put an arm around him and urged him toward the front door. Jacob dug in his heels and refused to budge. I grabbed his arm and pulled. He shook me off, screaming at the top of his lungs. Stop, Mom said. He's too scared to go in there. Let's just get in the car and try to figure something out. We climbed in the car. Mom pressed the air clear button, but nothing happened, of course. Mom's eyes widened, and her breathing sped up as if our situation had suddenly sunk in. My heart pounded in my ears, fear making me cold despite the warm early evening temperatures. Mom was supposed to make this all okay. If she couldn't fix this, we'd all die. I dropped my head into my hands. Okay, she said, her voice quavering. Okay, let's just see what we've got here. I've got 2 pack filters in my pocket and a cookie. She dug through her purse. And here are a couple protein bars and another filter. What have you got? I reached into my sweatshirt pocket. I've got 3 protein bars and 6 filters, and Jacob has a whole bunch of bars. Unless he's eaten them. I rummaged under my seat and pulled out a small green bag and a couple bottles. Plus these 2 bottles of water and this package of crackers. Mom's lips twitched in almost a smile. It looks like those goons didn't take everything. Let's see what else they left behind. We climbed back out of the car and sifted through everything. Tucked in a corner of the trunk, I found a box of chocolate. Behind the spare tire, a corner of green paper stuck out. I wiggled it free and found a wad of $50 bills. Mom, I yelled. I found money. I whooped and danced around the car. She just shook her head. My emergency money. It probably isn't worth anything anymore. People have figured out the government is gone and there's nothing to back it up. You can keep it. I'd never had anywhere near that much money in my pocket before. Even though it wasn't worth anything, it still made me feel stronger and more powerful. I crawled right into the trunk, so I could reach the very back. Here's a blanket and a tool chest. And 3 more water bottles. Mom put the blanket and water into her duffel but refused the tools. Too heavy to carry. We distributed our loot between the 3 duffel bags. Jacob climbed out of the car, holding his game out. A red light indicated a low battery. Sorry, honey, Mom said. You'll have to wait until we find somewhere to charge it. Put this backpack on. She tucked the game into his bag. I helped strap it onto his back and slung my own over my shoulder. Where are we going? Chapter 9. Not knowing what else to do, we walked toward the dam. A road curved off to the left, and we followed it toward the visitor center and dam. The highway continued, over a deep gorge. I knew from my school paper that the gorge was hundreds of feet down, and the river at the bottom carved the Grand Canyon. Except the bridge didn't look anything like the pictures I'd downloaded for school. In the photos, the road stretched across a huge arch that spanned the gorge. Now, the road ended like a twisted metal hand reaching out into the air. On the far side, through the light smog, I could make out a matching malformed arm. Pretty creepy. What happened to the bridge? I asked. They blew it up this morning, as soon as they realized their bosses had left them behind, Mom answered. I talked to a guy over at the dam. Without the bridge, they control traffic over the gorge and can protect their town. You'd have to go hundreds of miles to get around. She turned away from the highway and led us across the parking lot. Across the pavement, armed men stood guard before a long, curved building. They rested their guns on a wall made of sandbags stacked atop an old, square fountain. As we approached, they stiffened, eyes narrowing on us. Then one of the men said something to the others and raised a hand to wave. My mom waved back. That's Andre. I talked to him before. We walked up to the sand wall and stopped. Jacob dropped down onto the edge of the fountain, making one of his exaggerated sighs. Where's your vehicle? Andre asked. I thought you were going to roll it down here. Someone attacked my children and stripped my car, Mom said, her voice quavering. Andre made some sympathetic noises as Mom explained. A couple of the gun-toting men moved closer, listening. One of them grinned, and my stomach dropped. Hoodie guy. I moved closer to Mom and grabbed her coat sleeve. There are some, desperate people around here, Andre said, giving Mom a sad smile. I'm sorry they took your things. Can you help us? Mom asked. We still need to get to Winslow. Is there a car we can borrow? I don't have any food or filters to trade anymore. Hoodie guy stepped up beside Andre. That's too bad, he said with an evil grin. We can't just give you a car, though. We have to take care of our own. I twitched Mom's sleeve again. He's the one, I whispered into her ear. He took our stuff and locked us in the bathroom. Mom stiffened and looked at Hoodie guy. He grinned and winked. My son says that man is the one who took our stuff, Mom said, pointing at Hoodie guy. I resisted the urge to duck behind Mom, but my whole body started shaking. Andre froze. His eyes darted toward Hoodie guy, then back to Mom. Your son must be mistaken, he said, shaking his head. Martinelli has been here all day, haven't you, Marty? Hoodie guy's smile widened, and he licked his lips. Yeah, all day. I gotta get back to work now, sweetheart. He made some kissy noises at Mom and sauntered away. Please, Mom pleaded. My son doesn't lie. That man took our things and now we have nothing to trade. We just need to get to Winslow. Could someone take us there? I'm sure my friends will give you something to make it worth your while. Andre shook his head. No one wants to drive down there. I'm sorry. I can't help you. What are we supposed to do? Mom said, grabbing Andre's arm. If we can't get to Winslow, we'll have to stay here. Andre stiffened. You can't stay here. We've taken a census. No one new is allowed into town. If you turn us away, we'll die. Mom stared hard at Andre. Look, you seem like a great family, Andre said, looking away. But the dam manager and the town mayor made the rules. No one new comes into town. Jacob jumped up and grabbed Mom's jacket. Inside, he said, pulling toward the building. Pack off. A man stepped in front of Jacob and pushed him back with his weapon. Jacob screamed. He began flinging his arms around, like he always did when he was confused. The guy tackled Jacob, pinning him to the ground. Jacob screamed again, heaving and squirming under the heavy man. No, Mom yelled. She grabbed the man's shoulder, trying to pull him off Jacob. Tears poured down her face. Please, he can't help it. You're scaring him. Get off. Hold still, the man yelled. He sat on Jacob's stomach, his knees pinning Jacob's arms to the ground. He bounced a little, and Jacob made a woof noise. Jacob stopped screaming but kept kicking. Hoodie Guy pelted over and tried to grab Jacob's legs. Jacob yanked his leg away and caught Hoodie Guy in the face. Blood spurted from his nose. Hoodie jumped back with a yelp and pulled out his gun, pointing it at Jacob. No, Mom screamed again, leaping in front of the gun. He doesn't understand. He's autistic. He won't stop fighting until you get off him. Hoodie stared at Mom, breathing hard, red soaking into his dirty sweatshirt. He raised the gun, pointing it at Mom's chest. I stood there like an idiot, staring from one to the other. Their yelling and Jacob's screaming sounded muffled by the blood pounding in my ears. I had been scared before, but now I was terrified. This crazy man could shoot my mother. Jacob and I would never survive without her. Andre stepped forward and pushed the gun aside. Get back to your post, he barked at the Hoodie Guy. Hoodie stared at Andre for a moment, then glared at Mom. His nostrils flared as he took a deep breath. Suddenly, he shook his head like a wet dog. With a grunt at Andre, he holstered his gun and turned away. After a couple steps he swung around. He peered at each of us until he met my eyes, then raised his hand and pointed at me, his hand shaped like a gun. He grinned through the blood and mouthed, "Bang," at me, then strolled away, rubbing his chin. I collapsed onto the fountain, my head in my hands. My thoughts spun. What would we do now? Why did Jacob always have to cause trouble? He'd almost gotten us killed. In fact, I had no doubt that if we stayed anywhere near here, Hoodie Guy would kill us. When I looked up, Mom crouched next to Jacob, her arms wrapped tightly around him. Sometimes a bear hug would calm him down. Andre watched as she held the struggling boy tight to her chest. The guy who had pinned him to the ground stood nearby, glaring. Jacob's jerky movements slowed and he slumped against Mom. After a few moments, she got up and led him to the fountain, sitting him down next to me. "Keep your brother here," Mom whispered. "I need to talk to Andre. Do you still have that money?" I nodded, fishing it out of my pocket. She shoved it into hers, then gave me a stern look. "Keep him calm." She leaned down to kiss my cheek, then stepped over to the armed man. Taking his arm, she led him out of earshot. Jacob sat next to me, rocking back and forth. He stared at nothing and twisted his fingers in a complex, repeating pattern. I didn't try to touch him. When he was like this, anything could set him off. It was better to just let him alone. I racked my brains, trying to come up with a plan. We still had almost 200 to get to the dome and no car. How could we possibly do it? If we could walk 20 clicks per day, it would take us 15 days to get there. Based on the food and air filters we had in our pockets, we'd survive about 2 of those. And the 2 bottles of water would last only a few hours in the heat of Arizona. Even here in the mountains, the smog-magnified sun beat down. On the desert near the dome it must be unbearable. "You can't stay here, ma'am." Andre's raised voice startled me out of my thoughts. He glanced back toward Hoodie Guy and the other goons. Turning his body slightly to hide his hands, he pulled something out of a pocket and handed it to my mother. "Take your crazy kid and go back to where you came from." Mom looked at his face and down at the card in her hands. Andre's eyelid dropped ever so slightly, and he whispered something I couldn't hear. "Get lost," he barked. Mom turned away, a tiny smile hovering around her lips. Chapter 10. We trudged back up to the housing block. Our poor, stripped car still sat in the parking lot, propped up on its axles. As we neared it, Mom's drooping shoulders squared, and she swiped a hand across her eyes. The pack mask got in the way, of course, but I could see she was trying to wipe away the tears that had been falling since we left the dam. "Those monsters won't beat us," she muttered. "They don't get to decide who lives and who dies." She turned to me and spoke louder. "Peter, grab the bags. We're going shopping." I snagged the zippered pouch of shopping bags out of the toolbox in the trunk and followed Mom into the building. The scene down by the dam seemed to have forced the bathroom episode out of Jacob's memory. He willingly trailed along behind, ripping his pack off as soon as the door lock cycled. We located the stairs and climbed up to the top floor. When we came out of the stairwell, she marched right up to a door marked 401 and slapped the card Andre had given her against the access panel. The door hummed and popped open. "What are you doing, Mom?" I asked. "They took our food. They took our trade items. They took our transportation," she said through gritted teeth. "Thanks to Andre, we're taking some of that back. An eye for an eye." We peered into the dim apartment. From the door we could see a small foyer and a slice of the living room. Dusk light filtered through the sheer curtains behind a couch. A couple blank squares on the wall showed where pictures used to hang. Mom wiped a finger across the table near the front door, leaving a clean streak through a thick layer of dust. This one has been empty for months or even years. Not much chance of food being left. She closed the door and marched to the next door. She smiled. This one has a welcome mat, she said. Peter, check the rest of the doors on this hallway and see which ones look like they might have been occupied recently. Andre told me they evacuated this block today, she explained as she opened the next door. This morning, the dam manager tried to call his supervisor in Washington, D.C., and got a recorded message. It said everyone who was going to get off the planet had left, and from here on out it was every man for himself. The dam manager and the town mayor decided to bring everyone into town and blow up the bridge. There's one down here with a nameplate on it, I called back to her. And something, maybe rice? On the floor. Number 407. Mom smiled as the door beside her slid open. Great, she said. For now, come back here. Inside, this apartment looked lived in. A vase of flowers sat on the table by the door, a couple inches of water still inside. Next to it, a small ceramic bowl held a few keys. A couple of prints hung on the wall, and two fringed pillows lay tumbled on the couch. There was even a toy on the floor by the open coat closet. Mom took Jacob by the hand and pushed him down on the couch. She rummaged in his duffel bag and pulled out his play-free handheld and the charging cord. Handing him the game, she plugged the charger into the outlet behind an end table. Jacob hummed as he turned on a game. Lock the front door, Peter, Mom said. Deadbolt and chain. We don't want to be surprised in here. Then go see if there's any food in the kitchen. If you find anything, make us some dinner. I'm going to check the bedrooms. Mom, are we going to steal stuff from these people? I asked. Mom stood by Jacob, gripping his shoulder. Jacob shrugged until she removed her hand. The people of this town abandoned this stuff, Peter. And maybe they're going to come back, or maybe they sent those two thugs over here to retrieve their stuff. But when those goons attacked my children and the leadership of the town refused us justice, they abdicated their responsibilities. They decided to initiate martial law, and they declared war on strangers. As far as I'm concerned, anything we find is a spoil of war and fair game. We're going to need everything we can find to survive. She nodded sharply and disappeared into the next room. I wandered into the kitchen. Some empty food boxes lay on the floor and a dusting of flour covered the counter. Dirty dishes filled the sink, but they didn't smell bad, probably from breakfast this morning. I opened the fridge and peered inside. A milk carton with an inch or two in the bottom, half a stick of butter, a dish with a small scoop of rice, 2 limp carrots in the drawer. In the freezer, I hit pay dirt. I pulled out an ice cream carton, chocolate. I rummaged in the cupboards and found some bowls and spoons. I scooped a huge chunk of ice cream in a bowl and carried it out to Jacob. He squealed, tossed his game onto the couch and grabbed the bowl. After the first bite, he balanced the bowl on his knee and picked the game up again. I shrugged and went back to the kitchen. Between bites from my own bowl, one dug through the rest of the fridge. Frozen peas, yuck. A bag of mystery meat and some chicken nuggets. I read the nugget box. Finding a cookie sheet in a lower cupboard, I followed the directions. Dinner in 20 minutes, I called. Excellent. Mom came back into the living room with a bag which she set down next to the door. You keep looking in here. I'm going down to the garage. I don't expect to find any cars down there, but you never know. Lock the door behind me and don't let anyone in. I'll give the secret knock when I come back. She grabbed the keys from the bowl, then knocked on the table by the door, 4 fast and 2 slow. The knocks came just as the timer buzzed. I froze in the middle of the room. Door or dinner? Mom knocked again. I crossed my fingers and ran to the door. Look what I've got, she sang. Not now, the timer is ringing. She locked the door, then helped me put the food on the plates. We all sat down to eat. I had decided to eat the stuff that would spoil and save anything that wouldn't. We had chicken nuggets, the wimpy carrots, the rice reheated in the microwave, and some salad I found in a bag in the bottom of the fridge. Plus, another huge bowl of ice cream for dessert. That was an excellent feast. Mom sat back in her chair. Now look what I found. She jumped up and disappeared into the living room. A moment later she returned, pulling a child's metal wagon. The wheels squeaked a little, and the worn paint had seen better days. I looked at her and at the wagon again. Wow, I said. Are we going to ride that to the dome? Mom's smile faded, and I felt like crap. Sorry, I muttered. But really, what would we use a wagon for? She pulled the wagon into the kitchen. We aren't staying here, and we need a way to carry our loot. Load it up, she said. An open jar of peanut butter, 2 sleeves of saltine crackers, and half a bag of flour didn't really require a wagon, but I piled it in. Mom added her shopping bag, which contained 2 pack filters and a few toiletries. She added a couple plastic cups and bowls, and a handful of silverware. Put your bags on top, and let's go, she said. We should be able to check a few more apartments tonight. We worked our way through the rest of the top floor. In 407 we found 2 rolls of toilet paper and some soap, but no food. The fridge in 409 yielded 5 eggs and a carton of yogurt which we took along for breakfast. The rest of the 4th floor held only dust and abandoned furniture. Mom and I carried the wagon down the stairs to the next floor, with Jacob trailing behind. We checked a half-dozen more doors, all leading to empty rooms. We spent the night in 305. Once Jacob spotted the meter-long poster of his favorite video game hero, he couldn't be budged. As Mom and I ransacked the rest of the place, he happily danced back and forth in front of the poster, singing the game's theme song. After adding a small pan and a whole case of bottled water to our wagon, we settled in for the night. Mom found old sheets tucked in a back corner of the linen closet and we made up the bunk beds in the 2nd bedroom. Jacob was thrilled to sleep in the room with the Super Possum 9 poster. I climbed onto the bottom bunk and pulled the fitted sheet over the top corner. Something clinked against the wall, but I couldn't see what it was. After I got the sheet on, I used a flashlight I'd found in 407 to look under the bed. In the corner, I could see the glint of a small, shiny square. I shimmied under the bed and reached out. I felt the edge of it and my heart jumped. It felt like a game card. I took a deep breath and forced my hand closer to the wall. Scuffing the carpet, I managed to flip the card away from the wall. I squirmed a little closer to the end of the bed and got my fingers around it. Ha! My hand clamped around the card. I wriggled backward. Halfway out, my head yanked hard enough to bring tears to my eyes. I reached up to see what had happened and smacked my head with the flashlight. Choking back a cry, I carefully set the flashlight down and touched my head. My hair had gotten caught in a spring on the bottom of the bed. I pulled, but it wouldn't come free. As I lay there trying to get loose, Jacob came in from brushing his teeth and dropped down on the bed, slamming my chin into the floor. Howling in frustration, I yanked hard and got my hair free. Mom raced in as I emerged from the dusty space, rubbing my head. What was all that screaming about? I got stuck under the bed, I said, wiping my eyes. And then Jacob sat on my head. Choke it, my flashlight is still under there. Mom reached under the bunk and snagged the flashlight. Why were you under there anyway? I opened my hand and gazed at my prize. There in my palm I held the play-free Xana's 3 game card. I had dreamed about getting this game for ages, since they first arrived on the CSS Marco Polo 4 years ago. It cost a fortune, and I had never been able to save up enough money. And now here it was free, the spoils of war. After Jacob settled down in bed, I wandered out to the living room. Mom lay on the couch with a pillow and blanket, staring at the ceiling. She jumped when I sat on the armchair next to her, her hand dropping over the side of the couch. I looked down and saw a gun on the floor. Where'd you get that? I cried with alarm. Mom picked up the weapon and slid it under her pillow. I found it under a mattress on the 4th floor. Never touch it, it's loaded. I held up a hand as if taking an oath. I promise. You better keep it hidden from Jacob, though. He'd think it was a toy. I took a deep breath. What are we going to do, Mom? I don't know, yet, she replied slowly. Her eyes hardened. For now, we're going to collect as much food and tradable stuff as we can find in this building. Then we'll figure out how to get to the dome. She gave me a hug. Go to bed. I'll see you in the morning. The next morning, we ate yogurt and fried eggs. Jacob refused both but found a box of cereal in the back of a kitchen cupboard, which he ate with the inch of milk from the first apartment. We stacked our belongings on the wagon, leaving the dirty dishes in the sink. They kicked us out to die. I'm not washing the dishes, Mom said, her eyes hard. When we got to the door, Mom made an "oh" of surprise. She picked up a picture laying on the floor in the hall. Look, this is Andre, she said, pointing to the family in the photograph. Next to Andre, a woman and two small boys smiled for the camera. Mom set the photo down on a small table by the wall and went back into the kitchen. I heard water running and dishes clinking. After a few minutes she came back out, a piece of paper and a marker in her hand. Thanks, she scrawled on the paper, tucking it into the picture frame. Then we moved on to the next place. Chapter 11. It took the rest of the day to get through the building. We found enough good stuff to fill our wagon twice. We claimed an apartment on the second floor as our base, one of the really dusty ones in the back where we hoped to go unnoticed if the goons returned. I taught Jacob the secret knock and how to deadbolt the door so he could keep our stash safe. A couple hours later, Mom and I came back with the wagon full of canned goods and a couple of overlooked air filters. I rapped on the door. No response. I tried again, louder. I called Jacob's name a couple times. I knew this wasn't a good idea, I said sourly. Let me try, Mom said. She slapped the card on the access panel and it slid open. Oh, smog, I muttered as Mom ran into the apartment, the wagon forgotten. I dragged it in and closed the door. Jacob, where are you? She called, running from room to room. I followed her, looking inside closets and under beds. No sign of the little twerp. We ran back out into the hall. You go upstairs, she told me. Start on the top floor and check every door to see if he got one open. I'm going down, I'll work my way up. We raced toward the stairs at the end of the hall. A ding from the elevator brought us up short. I spun around, but Mom dragged me into the stairwell. She pushed me behind her and peeked around the edge of the door frame. I crouched down and peered around her legs, heart racing. Jacob strolled out of the elevator and turned toward us. If he spotted Mom as she lunged out of the stairwell, he gave no indication. She raced down the hall and grabbed him in a bear hug. Jacob submitted for a few seconds, then struggled free. Jacob, I told you to stay there, she said, pointing at the apartment we'd appropriated. Stay there, Jacob repeated. Where did you go? I yelled at him. You were supposed to stay here. Mom put a hand on my shoulder. Don't, she said. You know he won't answer. He probably doesn't really know where he went or why, anyway. She steered us both back into the apartment. While Jacob played yet another video game, Mom and I went through our loot. In addition to the stuff we'd collected the day before, we had another 9-pack filters, 14 cans of assorted vegetables, 3 more eggs, 2 almost empty cartons of milk, a wilted head of lettuce, 3 rolls of toilet paper, 2 potatoes and half a roasted chicken. Good thing the fridges were still running. I also found a well-used set of The Lord of the Rings, which I'd always wanted to read, and a big, glossy book called How Things Work which I thought might be useful. Mom let me take both. We had chicken and mashed potatoes for dinner. This time, we washed the dishes, using a tiny bottle of dish soap from 209. Then we sat on the couch and wondered how long we'd survive. 2 days later, I was so stir-crazy that I took the wagon out again and revisited all the apartments. This time I came back with just a few things that we'd missed the first time around: toothpaste, duct tape, a set of screwdrivers. No more video games, though. I'm going back down to the dam, Mom said that afternoon. Why? I cried. Won't they shoot you? She shook her head. I don't think so. For one thing, they won't want to waste ammunition on me. They'll save it for more dangerous visitors. I want to talk to Andre again. Maybe I can convince him to help us. Besides, she said with a grim smile, I have this now. She tucked the pistol inside her jacket. Please don't go, Mom. I locked my fingers around her wrist. That guy in the hoodie will hurt you. I have to do something, Peter. If I don't, we'll just starve here. We need to get to the... A sharp jangle cut her off. We stared at each other blankly. Was that a phone? I asked as it shrilled again. Mom dove across the room, yanking her bag off the couch. She pawed through it and came up with her phone, whipped it open and shouted into it. Nothing. She sighed, looked at the display and shook her head. Nothing. That's when the door slammed open. Chapter 12. Tattoo dude lounged in the doorway, smirking. Hoodie guy shoved past him into the room. In the hallway, I could see half a dozen men. Mom grabbed me by the back of my shirt and whirled me toward the bedroom door. "Look after your brother," she hissed. I ducked into the bedroom, pulling the door most of the way shut. Jacob sat on the bed, playing an animated clip over and over. He didn't even look up when I slid into the room. My ears burned, and my hands shook with fear. How could he be so oblivious? I wanted to slap him, but I knew it wouldn't do any good. In fact, leaving him glued to his video was probably the safest thing. I turned around and peeked through the space between the door and jamb. In the living room, Mom faced the crowd of men, standing between me and them. Hoodie Guy stepped forward. Mom yanked the gun out of her jacket and pointed it at Hoodie Guy. "This is loaded with enough bullets for all of you," she said, "and I won't hesitate to use it." She braced the hand holding the gun on her other hand, like a policewoman on a vid. Hoodie Guy laughed and reached out to grab her arm. Bang! Hoodie Guy yelped and fell to the ground, clutching his upper leg. Blood oozed out of a hole in his thigh, dripping on the floor. "That witch shot me," he yelled. Mom took another step back and swung the gun at Tattoo Dude's chest. "Are you next?" she asked, her voice shaky but her hands steady. "I'll aim higher, this time." Tattoo Dude, still in the doorway, put his hands out. "Relax, sweetheart," he said, his voice sounding shaky. "Don't shoot anyone else. We just want to talk." Mom's chin came up. "Well, you can talk from there. In fact, grab your buddy here and drag him into the hallway. I don't want anyone in this apartment while we talk." She kept the gun pointed at him, while two smaller men dragged whimpering Hoodie Guy out into the hall. My heart pounded so hard I couldn't hear what she said next. I slid down the floor and put my head between my knees. After a few deep breaths, I lifted my head and looked at Jacob. He lounged on the bed, still focused on his game. Unbelievable. I peeked out into the living room again. Mom leaned her butt against the arm of the sofa, her legs stiff, feet firmly planted. Moaning filtered in from the hall, and voices arguing over first aid. "Can sit here all day," Mom was saying. "In fact, here we've got food, water, air. Why would we want to leave?" Tattoo Dude shifted in the doorway, keeping his eyes on the gun. "Look, lady," he said, "I got no argument with you. But the mayor says you ain't allowed into town, and the damn boss says I gotta get you out of this building. Why don't I just start shooting now?" Her voice ratcheted up a couple of octaves, and she pulled back the hammer on the gun. "If you throw us out, you're killing us just as surely as if you shoot us. I have no reason to make it easy for you." Tattoo cringed back, flinging his arms up. "You can't shoot me. I'm unarmed." "Stop," she yelled, waving the gun. "Move away from the door. You don't get a chance to get a weapon." Tattoo froze. Loud voices erupted from the hallway. He glanced over his shoulder for a second but snapped his eyes back toward Mom. She waved him away from the door and pointed her free hand at a chair. The thug sank into the chair, his eyes wide. "Peter," Mom called out, "get the duct tape from the kitchen. And don't walk between me and that, man." Legs quivering, I climbed to my feet and stepped out into the living room. Mom waved a hand behind her, telling me to go over the back of the sofa to stay out of the line of fire. "What are you going to do with the tape?" I asked. My voice came out in a dry whisper. "They've taken away all our options," she said. "We need a hostage." I gulped and skittered into the kitchen. I found the duct tape on the counter and crept back into the living room. Tattoo now sat in a dining room chair in the middle of the room. Mom stood behind him, with the gun pointed at his head. "Tape his arms and legs to the chair," Mom said in a hard voice. "If you make a move, thug, I'll splatter your brains all over your lap. Don't even think about touching my son." Shaking like a leaf, I peeled about 2 feet of tape off of the roll, but my trembling fingers could barely rip through the stuff. I wrapped the first piece around his left wrist 3 times, smoothing the sticky stuff onto itself. I stepped back to pull off another piece, fumbling a little. The roll bounced onto the floor and rolled away. I glanced at Mom and ran after it. The tape circled a couple times and stopped near the door. As I picked it up, more arguing burst in from the hall. I grabbed the tape and risked a peek into the hallway. Hoodie Guy sat propped against the wall, moaning and rocking over his injured leg. His 3 gangland friends stood beyond him, facing off with 2 newcomers. I recognized Andre, but the taller man didn't look familiar. As I stood there, Andre suddenly spotted me and pointed, yanking his companion's arm. The other man nodded decisively and pushed past the 3 thugs. "Mom," I shouted as I jumped back into the room. "There's someone come." "Get away from the door," Mom screamed. She reached over and yanked my arm, pulling me behind her. Backing away from Tattoo Guy, she pushed me into the sofa. She swung the gun back and forth between the thug in the chair and the door. The stranger stepped into the doorway. He wore a yellow jacket with a black logo on the chest and creased gray pants. Mom gripped the gun, her knuckles whitening on the grip. Who are you? What do you want? She demanded. Ginny, he said. He flung his hands up. Don't shoot. It's me, Dominic Cersei from the Roth Institute. Don't you recognize me? I've come to help you. He thrust a hand through his long, dark hair, pushing it away from angular face. Mom's gun wavered, then drooped in her hand. I yelped and twisted out of her way as she dropped to the couch. She wrapped her left arm around me and pulled me to her. I can't believe you're here, she said shakily. Thank heavens. I don't know what I would have. Her voice trailed off and tears rolled down her cheeks. She pressed her face against my hair. Cersei turned to Andre. Perhaps you should release your associate. He waved a hand at Tattoo Dude. I'll get the family packed up and out of here directly. What? I started. The man, Cersei, held up a hand, cutting me off. He looked at my mother. Ginny, get your things together. We're leaving. Now. Mom lifted her head, wiped her eyes on the back of her sleeve. Where's Jacob? She demanded. He's in the bedroom, I said, pointing. He never realized anything was happening. Sometimes Jacob's autism works in our favor. Andre pushed Tattoo toward the door, whispering quickly as they walked. When they reached the hall, he raised his voice. Paul, take the guys back to the dam. Get Marty to the infirmary. I'll take care of things here. He turned back toward Mr. Cersei. You have 20 minutes. I'd appreciate anything you can leave here. He stepped out into the hallway and shut the door. You heard the man, Mr. Cersei said. Let's get packed up. Bring your own stuff but leave anything you found here. We've got everything you'll need at the dome. We were ready in 10 minutes. It only took that long because we had to get Jacob to turn off his game. I stuffed his games and clothes into his backpack and chivied it onto him. Then I packed my own stuff. When we came out of the bedroom, Mom picked up her bag. She pulled the gun out of it and looked at Mr. Cersei. I won't need this, will I? She asked. I hope I never need one again. He shook his head. You wouldn't be allowed to bring it into the dome, and we'll have security on our way there. She looked up at him curiously, but he shook his head. Just give it to Andre. Without him, I wouldn't have found you. He pulled the door open and nodded at Andre. Mom opened the gun and dumped the bullets out into her hand. She shoved them into her coat pocket and handed Andre the gun. Thank you for helping us, she said softly, hugging him. Andre looked surprised, then smiled and hugged her back. Come on, boys, she said. I nudged Jacob ahead of me, then stopped beside Andre. I looked up at him for a minute. I think you saved our lives. I reached into my pocket and pulled out Xana's 3. I held it clenched in my hand, the hard edges biting into my palm. I'd played this game a lot over the last 2 days but had many more levels to go. It would keep me busy for months. But I knew what I had to do. Slowly, I opened my fingers and held my hand out to Andre. I found this in your apartment. Someone in your family is probably missing it. The security Dominic Cersei had mentioned was a semi-trailer full of food. He'd left the trailer about 20 clicks out of town, hidden in a long abandoned barn. We climbed into the tractor part of the truck, and half a dozen pickup trucks followed us across the dam and out of town. After driving about 15 minutes, Cersei stopped the tractor at the end of a long driveway. This the place? A tinny voice piped through the radio. Cersei poked a button and leaned forward. It is. One of the pickups pulled across in front of us, and another behind, boxing us in. We'll just wait here while the boys check it out, the voice said. The other 4 pickup trucks turned down the driveway and parked in front of the barn. Doors opened and closed, and a posse of men swarmed into the barn. I looked at the truck parked across our bow. The man inside glared back at me. Can you push him out of the way? Mom asked. Cersei nodded. I could, but I don't think I'll need to. They really don't want to hurt anyone. They won't get their second delivery of food if they do, so they'll let us go. Besides, he nodded at the truck across the road. I doubt that guy is going to trust his friends to give him his fair share of the loot. Even at that distance, we heard the shouts from inside the barn. A minute later, the truck in front of us pulled down the driveway, and we drove away. Chapter 13. I'd fallen asleep not long after we left those vultures buzzing around the barn. They were so excited by the ransom, they didn't even notice when we left. Or so I thought. What if some of them follow us? Mom had asked. Cersei shrugged. They can't get into the dome. The designers knew outsiders would try to get in, so they built it to withstand anything short of a nuclear bomb. It was supposed to be encouraging, but somehow wasn't. Is someone going to try to bomb us? I asked in alarm. Mom made soothing noises, but Cersei's answer was blunt. No, they'll want what's inside the dome. Bombing it would destroy everything. There's nothing to worry about. Mom opened her mouth, but the man glared at her, and she closed it again. Go to sleep, Peter, she finally said. It's a long drive. I tried to stay awake. I wanted to make sure we weren't followed, no matter what Cersei said. But before long, my eyes started drifting shut. I fell into a confused dream involving murderous dam workers, giant speeding semi-trucks, and bright-colored video game characters shooting lemons at me as I ran toward a sparkling dome. There it is. Cersei's voice shook the jelly-like ground, and the dream dissolved. I blinked my dry eyes, feeling even more tired than when we left. Peering out the window through the thick smog, I couldn't make out anything even remotely dome-shaped. The sky had darkened, and a strange blue flickering lit the air ahead of us. What is that? I asked. The dome, honey, Mom answered. That blue flickering is part of the energy production system. It actually sucks electricity out of the smog. That's not how it works, Cersei said seriously. He started into a long-winded explanation of potential energy and unstable heavy metal elements, but I tuned him out. I stared at the blue flicker, seeing the vague outline of a rough, low, blocky structure in front of a cliff. That's not much of a dome, I said after a while, interrupting Cersei's lecture. He glared at me. It's not a dome, he said. It's the dome. I could hear the capital letter in his voice. It's named after the biodome experiments of the late 20th century. They experimented with artificial, self-contained survival systems, hoping to use them to colonize Mars. But new discoveries in interstellar transportation made Mars an unnecessary pit stop on the way to the stars, and the new planets discovered had adequate atmospheres, making the biodomes obsolete. He launched into a new lecture. Clearly, this guy loved to hear his own voice. We incorporated the concepts of the biodomes but didn't allow our design to be limited by the portability and atmospheric requirements of the originals. However, we retained the name as an homage to our inspiration. Seriously, who uses that word in real life? Homage? The flickering, blocky structure seemed to grow more solid and massive as we approached. Soon, a rocky cliff stretched across the horizon, blocking our view of the surrounding desert and disappearing into the smoggy night. The road descended between concrete walls, dead-ending against a vast, featureless wall that towered several stories above us. Cersei stopped the truck a few feet from the wall, but left the engine running. He tapped on the touch screen of the truck dashboard, and leaned back in his seat, rolling his shoulders. I didn't have a set return time, so they might not have anyone on duty right now, he said. Where's Jacob? I asked, my heart pounding when I realized he wasn't in the cab. Guilt washed over me. Why didn't I keep track of him? Relax, Mom replied, pointing behind her head. He's asleep. I squirmed around in my seat and saw a bunk bed up behind our heads. I hadn't even noticed it when we got in the truck. Jacob lay still, a blanket draped over his body, a strap around his waist keeping him from rolling out. A flush of relief spread through me. A voice blared out. Yo, Dom, where you been? You got him? Cersei tapped the screen and a dark-skinned face smiled out at us. Wrinkles framed his warm brown eyes, and a sprinkling of gray flecked his short, crinkly hair. Negotiations took longer than expected, Cersei said coldly. Good to see you too, buddy, the man replied with a twitch to his lips. Show me the goods. Cersei poked at the touchscreen, adjusting the camera. This is Dr. Virginia Lee and her son Peter Russell, he said. Her younger son, Jacob Russell, is sleeping in the bunk. He gestured at the screen. This is a colleague, Evan Thomas. Good to meet you, Thomas exclaimed. I assume you haven't brought back any terrorists or crazies. Assume nothing, Cersei growled. Do your job and scan the truck. You'll see 4 lifeforms. This kind of carelessness is going to get us killed. I will report your failure to follow protocol to the director. The smile slid off Thomas's face, and he looked down. Scanning, he muttered. Live humans aboard. If you want me to follow protocol, you'll have to wake up the kid in the bunk, so I can confirm his identity. Does he have to be awake? Mom asked. He sleeps like the dead and doesn't respond well if he wakes up in an unfamiliar place. Can I just hold him, so you can see his face? She unbuckled her seatbelt and scrambled around so she was kneeling on the seat. She reached out, unfastened Jacob's belt, and carefully pulled him out of the bunk. As she turned, his leg smacked me in the head, and I bit back a yelp. She shifted around until she was seated again, with my brother in her lap. The man on the screen stared stonily ahead. Dr. Cersei? Cersei leaned forward and pinched Jacob's upper arm. Jacob jerked his arm away and rolled toward Mom's chest, subsiding with a snort. Hey, I cried. Leave my brother alone. The grim man behind the wheel ignored me, glaring at the touchscreen. Is that sufficient to prove he is the fourth human being in this vehicle? You're the one who insisted on going by the book, Thomas snapped back. I'd have taken your word for it. You clearly aren't under duress. I'll be filing my own report with the director. He looked down at his console again, poking at something out of view. Then a grinding noise filtered into the truck. Welcome to the dome, he said, and the screen went blank. A crack formed in the blank wall in front of us, as two massive rectangular pieces of it retracted in and to either side. It opened quickly, revealing a dark tunnel just large enough for our truck. The ceiling looked so low, I instinctively ducked as we drove inside. The doors started closing again as soon as we had pulled through them. The truck's headlights cut through the dark, reflecting off blank walls. We pulled forward slowly, stopping again at another blank wall about 30 yards inside the tunnel. A vacuum cleaner noise started up, and the truck rattled. Air circulation, said Cersei. They're sucking out the polluted air and replacing it with clean. I looked away and rolled my eyes. Did this guy think I was born yesterday? I had been going in and out of airlocks all my life. Finally, a small door opened near the top of the wall. What appeared to be the muzzle of a gun poked through, followed by the head of the man from the screen, his graying hair now covered with a helmet. He stared down at us. Lights. Thomas's voice echoed through the speakers in the truck. Cersei cut the headlights and pitch black pressed into our eyes for a few seconds. Then impossibly bright searchlights stabbed through the truck windows. Eyes watering, I squinted through the glass. As I watched, half a dozen helmeted and armored people, faceless shadows against the glare, swarmed around the truck, prodding, scanning and peeking. We could hear clunking and banging, then a loud bong as someone slapped the side of the truck. The people shuffled away, and the dark slammed back down. Cersei restarted the truck and flipped on the lights. The wall in front of us ground open like the first one, and we drove into a huge parking area. Cersei wove the truck around a couple of the thick columns holding up the low ceiling and parked in front of a loading dock. We sat in silence, exhausted. Finally, Mom nudged me with her knee. Open the door, honey. We're home. Chapter 14. I popped open the truck door and climbed down to the cement floor. The man who had greeted us, Mr. Thomas, strode up, smiling at me before he reached up to help Mom. She handed down our bags, which Thomas deposited on the floor beside me. When he reached up again for Jacob, Mom froze for an instant before handing him down. She scrambled down from the truck, almost tripping over the luggage, and took Jacob back. He's starting to wake up, she said, and he doesn't like strangers. I snorted. That was an understatement. He would totally freak if he woke up with an unknown man holding him. Jacob's head rolled on Mom's shoulder and his eyelids fluttered. Wake up, sweetie, Mom sang softly. You're too heavy for Mommy to carry. She leaned her back against the semi-truck and slid down until she could perch on the running board. She glanced up at Thomas, then over to Cersei, who had come around the front of the cab. This will take a few minutes. Do you want to take Peter inside? We will wait. Cersei said it like a king delivering a new law to the peasants. This guy was really getting on my nerves. Thomas raised a questioning eyebrow at me. How about I give this one a quick tour of the act while we wait? He grabbed two of the bags and jerked his head toward the door. Come on. Cersei glared, but said nothing. I looked at Mom. She nodded, so I picked up my own bag and followed Thomas across the cold cement floor. When he reached the metal door, he pulled out an access card and opened a small panel on the wall. On the touch screen behind the panel, he tapped in a code, placed his palm flat against the panel until it flashed, and then stooped down to let the device scan his eye. A few seconds later, the heavy door popped open with a hiss. He grabbed the handle and swung it wide. Although it was almost a foot thick, it slid open silently. "Come on in." Thomas led the way through the door, gesturing down a concrete stairway. He stopped to pull the door shut behind us, rattling the handle, and double-tapped a red lock button. "With Dr. Protocol out there, I gotta make sure I follow the checklist," he said with a wink. We clattered down the stairs, our shoes clanging on the dimpled metal treads. Bleak yellow lights reflected off the cold gray walls, making me think of a dungeon. The stairs doubled back twice before we reached a large, barren landing with two more featureless metal doors. I looked over the railing, down the dim well that seemed to go on forever. So far, the dome looked more like a prison than a new home. A weight settled around my shoulders. "Don't worry," Thomas said, seeming to read my mind. He set the bags down and nodded for me to do the same. "It's nicer on the inside." He worked the controls beside the door on the left, and it popped open. This door was thick and silent, too, and he pulled it wide for me to enter. Inside, the dark room glowed with tiny red and green lights, power indicators on monitors, computers, intercoms, enough to light the rest of the room. Two padded office chairs sat in the middle of the room. Thomas dropped into one and rolled it up to the desk. He touched a control, and the massive screens glowed to life. "This is the AC," Thomas said. "The Access Control Center, the ACC. We can monitor the exterior of the whole dome from here." He flicked his fingers on the controls, and the screens flashed from one view to another as he spoke. "Here's the primary entry and the cargo airlock, where you came in. Here's the personnel airlock." The screen showed a long, narrow room with another of those thick metal doors. "It's right next to the primary entry. We can let in a few people without cycling the primary. Then these are the external cameras." He flipped between views of the barren land outside. It all looked the same to me. "Can you see where Mom and my brother are?" I asked. The screen flickered through a couple shots and stopped on a view of the truck. Mom was still sitting on the running board, with Jacob on her lap, but now he was rubbing his eyes and looking around. Cersei stood a few feet away, arms crossed, eyes narrowed, face stiff. Thomas wrinkled his nose as he gazed at the screen. After a moment, he turned his warm brown eyes to me. "You seem like a good kid," he said. He stared at me another long minute, then nodded as if he'd made a decision. "Don't cross Dom," he said, flicking a finger at the screen. "He doesn't like kids much, and he's really good at holding grudges." "Okay," I replied, not sure what else to say. "He's super smart," Thomas continued, focusing on the screen again. "The director likes him, and he's good at what he does. But he can make your life miserable if he decides to do it, so don't give him a reason." He nodded to himself again. "Looks like they're moving. Let's go meet them." I followed Thomas out of the room to the landing where our bags waited. Some clicking and thumping noises echoed down the stairwell, followed by Jacob's high-pitched squeal, amplified to a deafening volume by the hard walls. The sound spiraled up in pitch and volume, cutting off suddenly with a laugh. Their footsteps reverberated down the well, punctuated by non-verbal shrieks as Jacob amused himself with the echoes. Thomas blinked at me. "That was loud," he said, dryly. I grinned, without humor. "That was nothing," I replied, raising my voice so he could hear me over the noise. As Cersei came around the last turn in the stairs, Thomas nudged me with his elbow and picked up the bags he'd abandoned earlier. I grabbed my bag and followed him across the landing to the second door. Again, he fidgeted with the controls and the door popped ajar with a hiss. We stepped into a lobby that looked identical to the one in our housing block back in Utah. Bland, beige carpeting, a mirror on the far wall, and an elevator on either side. Thomas pressed the call button on the left side, and we waited in silence for the car to arrive. With a ding, the doors opened, and we all crowded in. Cersei pressed a button labeled "Park," and the elevator lurched. To my surprise, it started down. Buttons lighted and went out as we passed the floors, 5, 4, 3, 2. Then we stopped on Park. The doors started to slide open. Bright light spilled through the narrow gap, making the door glow silver. Thomas grinned. Welcome to the dome. Chapter 15. Jacob shrieked. My eyes scrunched tight, watering from the bright light. Warm air wafted over us as we stepped blindly forward. The door whumped closed behind us. Fans whirred, and the warm air blew past my face and arms, bringing a green and flowery smell. I wiped the tears from my eyes and squinted. Glass doors in front of us slid apart, and we stepped onto a white tile floor. Bright sunlight streamed from above, brighter than anything I'd ever experienced outside. It flashed brilliantly on the glass doors as they slid closed behind us. To the left and right, a lightly textured white wall stretched out, in a gentle curve, broken at regular intervals by colorful doors and windows with full flower boxes. Eyes watering, I stumbled across the narrow expanse of tiled floor and grasped a metal railing, guarding the edge of the tile. 2 steps down, a blur of green stretched out. I blinked harder and wiped my eyes again. Beside me, Mom made a soft, wondering sound, and Jacob buried his face deeper into her stomach. She brushed his hair gently and whispered to him. As my eyes adjusted to sunlight, I leaned on the railing, staring at a bubbling stream, a small pond, trees, and grass. Plants grew in orderly profusion, and just beyond the stream, there was a small, colorful playground. The scent of flowers wafted over me, almost impossibly sweet. Birds sang, real birds. One suddenly swooped by, almost close enough to touch. I stared in amazement, trying to follow the tiny creature's flight path. It fluttered away, swooping and spiraling, coming to rest in a large tree. Look, Mom, birds! I cried. She joined me at the rail, Jacob's head now tucked inside her jacket. He hated bright light. The biologists here have cloned most of those birds, Mom said, wonder in her voice. They have DNA samples of nearly all animals from the modern era. Some people call the biology labs a microscopic Noah's Ark. She chuckled. We stood there for a long time, just staring at the beautiful space. Ducks floated and dove in a small pond, and 2 huge swans sailed nearby. People wandered across the grass or sat on benches, chatting. A couple little kids played on the slide, a woman watching nearby. Fish splashed in the stream. Farther down the balcony, a door opened. A man came out, raised a hand toward us, and headed down the steps leading to the garden below. This is the park, Cersei said, unnecessarily. He waved his hand up and down the balcony. The living quarters are along here. You've been assigned an apartment up on the 3rd level. Come on. Ignoring the elevator behind us, Cersei led the way across the tiled deck and up 2 flights of stairs. The levels above looked the same as the one below, but with a balcony overlooking the park. Several of the doors had plants growing in pots near them. As we waited for Cersei to unlock a bright blue door, a colorful creature, the size of my hand, fluttered slowly up over my head. Surely that wasn't a butterfly? It settled briefly on a potted plant, then fluttered away again. Near the plant, along the wall, comfortable wooden chairs and tables sat soaking up the warm light. I looked up. There was no sun. The light seemed to be radiating from a vast, blue expanse of ceiling? Sky? I see you've noticed our sun, or lack of sun, a deep voice said. We use a grid of tiny lamps with a moving focal point to mimic the sun. The pollution in our atmosphere has dimmed our sun considerably. The light here is engineered to replicate what our planet is supposed to look like. A round man in a suit smiled at me from the top step. He must have followed us up. Waving his hand at the park, he continued. The outer surface of the dome is made up of electrical collectors. These panels collect energy from the charged particles in the atmosphere and what little sunlight gets through the cloud cover. That power allows us to run the broad spectrum lighting in the ceiling that mimics what sunlight should look like on Mother Earth. As the day progresses, you'll see that the brightest part of the sky moves, matching the movement of the sun. We couldn't produce a single, low-power source bright enough to light the entire space, so our sun must be spread out over the entire ceiling. You'll notice the shadows here are a little strange, but you'll get used to it. Clapping me on the shoulder as he moved past, he headed toward Mom. You must be Dr. Lee. He had thick white hair, receding at the temples, a neatly trimmed mustache and beard, and twinkling green eyes. His short legs covered distance rapidly, his belly jiggling slightly as he moved. He looked like Santa on a business trip. The short man shook Mom's hand. "I'm Marin Roth." He turned back to shake my hand, too, and surprisingly, he caught Jacob's attention long enough to get a quick grip from him as well. Jacob tucked his head back in Mom's jacket but peeked out to watch Roth. "Dr. Roth is the director of the Dome," Cersei said. "He is our fearless leader and visionary." Roth grinned and winked at me. "I don't know about visionary, but I'm pretty savvy when it comes to human nature. Welcome to the Dome. We're delighted you could join us. I'll leave Dr. Cersei to show you around." He turned to Dom and his jolly voice dropped to a low mutter. "Come to my office when you're done here." Cersei bowed slightly to the older man and watched him chug away down the stairs. Then he turned and led the way along the balcony. As we walked, Cersei pointed to the name plates on the doors, mentioning names Mom seemed to recognize. Finally, we stopped in front of a blue door marked, Lee Russell. I looked back along the curved balcony. We must have walked almost halfway around the circle. The size of the facility boggled my mind. "This is your apartment." Cersei opened the door. 2 bedrooms, 1 bath, standard layout. "If you had more kids, we'd give you a bigger place." He said it as if having more children was common. I'd never met a family with more than 2. Government regulations were strict. Inside, the apartment was tiny. The bright living area contained a kitchen, dining table and living area, including a video screen and computer station. 2 tiny bedrooms shared a bathroom, with laundry facilities in the hall. I grimaced at the door between the bedrooms. Jacob and I always shared a room, but my mom had her own bathroom back in Farmington. Curtains on the back wall caught my attention. Curious, I walked across and twitched it open. Through this window, I could see down into the park. But that was impossible. The bedroom was on the wrong side of the apartment. "It's a hollow window," Mom said in wonder. "It's also an emergency exit," Cersei said. "In the event of an emergency, there's a stairway back there that leads up to the entrance." He opened a small panel and reached inside. "See this handle? Pull it down, and the window pops open." He pulled on the red handle. The window went blank, and the panel hinged away from the wall. While Jacob wandered aimlessly around the room, Mom and I peered into the dark, narrow space. An open metal catwalk ran just below the window, spanning the space between the building and a roughly plastered wall. The 6-foot-wide walkway stretched away into the distance in both directions. I leaned out into the space, activating dim lights. Below us, another catwalk stretched along the wall. "How deep does it go?" I asked. Mom pulled me away from the window and Dom swung it shut. The real-time view of the park returned. "There's 2 floors of living quarters below this, and storage below that. The stairway is that direction, but it's for emergencies only," he warned sternly, pointing off to the right. "There are alarms on the panel that will alert the whole facility if it's opened." I gave him a thumbs up. "Got it. Don't open the window." He glared. I had hoped once we were safe inside the dome, he would have chilled, but apparently his only setting was uptight. I hoped this wasn't standard for everyone here. This place wasn't that big. Dom moved toward the door. "I'll leave you here to settle in. There are copies of the Dome Handbook on the table. It contains maps of the Dome and the rules and regulations for all residents. It's also posted on the net, which you can access with your comm devices." He stepped into the living room and pointed at the dining room table. "The duty roster is posted online as well. I believe you start work in the environmental lab tomorrow. Mrs. Waterton has offered to look after the boys while you're at work." He made one of his awkwardly formal bows and left. Mom picked up her bag and moved into the first bedroom. "Let's get unpacked." "Oh, yeah, let's hurry up and put our 3 changes of underwear into our shiny new dresser," I grumbled. "Peter Russell, I will not tolerate that tone of voice." Mom snapped. "What's gotten into you?" "What's gotten into me?" I cried. Anger burned in my chest. "We're stuck on this chokin' planet, and we almost got killed. I'm supposed to be exploring a new world, and instead I'm stuck in a bubble. Sharing a bathroom with my mom. We'll never get out of here. Who wants to live crammed inside an underground bunker with a fake sun for the rest of their lives? I have every right to be mad. My eyes began to sting. Mom took a deep breath and set down her bag. She turned and perched on the edge of the tiny desk crammed into the corner by the window. For a moment she sat silent, absently fidgeting with her necklace. I don't know what to tell you, Peter, she finally said in a tight, quiet voice. Sometimes things don't turn out the way you want them. I wanted to go on the Magellan too, but they left without us. The only other option was to stay out there, where we'll run out of food and clean air and eventually die from starvation or asphyxiation. Is that what you'd prefer? She didn't wait for an answer but went on. If I'd had a choice, I would have taken you boys to Gagarin when your father took that job, but the Ericsson was already full. Sometimes you just have to make the best of what you've got. She sighed again and got to her feet, her shoulders drooping. She twitched the curtains, staring into the hollow window for a moment. Suddenly she shook her head and straightened up. We've actually got a pretty sweet deal here, Peter, she said. We've got food, clean air, a nice home. We'll make new friends, and the dome is big enough to provide plenty of variety and space. Maybe someday you'll be able to get back outside and explore this planet, even if you can't see a new one. In the meantime, things could be a lot worse. Now pull yourself together and let's check out our new home. Chapter 16. The next day, I woke as the hollow window brightened. It glowed a little red, then the light got paler and brighter, like the kind of sunrises I'd seen on old videos. Nothing like the smog-blocked dawn I'd watched through the double-paned windows of the deserted housing block by the dam yesterday morning. Was it only yesterday? Those few days hiding from the goons at the dam already felt old and flimsy, like memories from years ago. Maybe this dome wouldn't be so bad after all. I got dressed, thankful for the left-behind socks I'd found in a drawer at the dam, and headed to the kitchen. Someone had filled the fridge for us, milk, eggs, meat, all of it in glass jars or reusable packaging. There's oatmeal on the stove, Mom said. I have a little cereal here that we brought with us, but I'm going to give that to Jacob, okay? She shook the brightly colored box. Getting Jacob ready for the day could take forever. Some days, Mom would have to repeat her instructions over and over, until they sunk into his brain. It was like he just couldn't make sense of them unless it was something he wanted to do. Then, it would just click. While she talked him through getting dressed, I ate. The doorbell rang just as Jacob and Mom finally straggled into the kitchen. I'll get it. I put my bowl in the sink and opened the door. Good morning. Cersei stood on the welcome mat, wearing a white lab coat. Is Dr. Lee ready? I'm here to show her the labs. Mom, your ride is here, I called over my shoulder. This guy made me kind of itchy, but I'd been raised to be polite. Would you like to come in? He shook his head, indicating the small metal table and chairs positioned by the door. I'll wait here. K. I started to shut the door but realized there was no reason. The dome was safe and clean, we could leave it wide and let the airflow in. I took a deep breath of the fresh, green-smelling breeze. They must have air handlers blowing a little harder, outside. I'm coming, Mom called. She handed Jacob his spoon. Eat that, and don't make a mess. Make a mess, Jacob repeated. Don't, Mom and I said together with a laugh. It was our little joke. When Jacob repeated a phrase, sometimes it meant he understood, and sometimes it was just repeating. Usually, we could tell which was which, but we still tended to correct him. A plump, white-haired woman strode up to the door and waved. You must be Peter. I'm Mrs. Waterton. You can call me Mrs. W. I live just down the way. She pointed down the balcony away from the airlock doors. Number 324, if you ever need to find me. May I come in? I shrugged. Sure, why not? Peter, Mom said in a chiding tone. Mrs. Waterton is here to look after Jacob. She can also help you figure out, she waved a hand in a vague circle, where everything is. I want you to start your school evaluation this morning, but you can go explore after lunch. Evaluation? I narrowed my eyes. That sounds like test in adult speak. Mrs. W lifted her hands. It is a test, But the purpose is to place you in your courses, not to grade you. The learning is all online for now, and you can move at your own pace, but it's better if you get placed into the right class at the start. I'm on the duty roster immediately, so I'll be working all day. Mom glanced out the door at Cersei. I'll try to come home for lunch, or at least call you. She waved her phone at me. For sure, I'll see you tonight. Be good. I love you. At least she whispered the last part. I love you, too, Mom. She closed the door behind her, but I opened it back up. We don't have to do that anymore. I called to her, retreating back. She turned and flashed me a thumbs up. So, Jacob, what will we do today? Mrs. W said as she ran some water into the sink. E-learning? Sports? Puzzles? I wish we had your ed records. Oh, we have those, I said. At least, I got mine on a flash drive. I'm sure Mom must have Jacob's too. I opened a drawer in the desk under the big screen and pulled out a couple of data sticks. Great. I'll look at them as soon as I do these dishes. She reached for the cereal box, but Jacob grabbed it. If that's empty, he'll want to keep it, I say. He'll put it on a shelf in our room. Mrs. W shrugged. Okay, if that's what he's used to. But we don't have packaged cereal, so that's probably the last one he'll get. I guess he'll have to learn to like oatmeal. I made a face. That was not going to go well. She laughed. He'll get hungry eventually. I'm not so sure about that. He went 4 days without eating the last time we couldn't get cereal. Then what happened? She dried her hands and rolled down her sleeves. I shrugged. We got more. She nodded but turned to Jacob. Why don't you go brush your teeth? He ignored her. Go brush your teeth, Jacob, she repeated and showed her phone to him. Jacob looked at the phone, then flashed a glance up at Mrs. W's face. He looked at her again, then spun around and headed to the bedroom. A few seconds later, we heard water running. How did you do that? I asked. She showed me her phone. A gif of a cartoon boy brushing his teeth cycled over and over on the small screen. I've used these pretty successfully with kids before. Thought it was worth a shot. That's cool. Do you have a library of those kinds of GIFs? I imagined being able to control all Jacob's behavior with GIFs and memes. They aren't magic, she said, but you can find them in the Dome library under the Picto GIF folder. It's just an animated form of an older system that special ed teachers have used for decades. She changed the subject. Why don't you log into the school system and get that evaluation out of the way? She picked up a remote and pointed to a couple buttons before handing it to me. Power, change the source to net, then grab the mouse and keyboard. Your login credentials should have been sent to your phone. Let me know if you need help. You're pretty comfortable with all this technology, I said. She laughed. You mean for an old lady? Yeah, I get by. I used to teach 4th grade. When all my students left, I transitioned to online education. Had to learn how it all worked. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and pushed the power button. These looked like the standard smartphones everyone carried out in the real world. But when I'd played with it last night, I'd realized pretty quickly it lacked one thing: access to the outside world. The Dome Net had an extensive library of ebooks, videos and even a social media platform called DeChat. But I couldn't message any of my friends back home. Of course, my closest friends had moved upstairs months ago. A weight dropped onto my chest, making it hard to breathe. Up until this week, I'd known they were just a few weeks ahead of me, and I'd see them again when we arrived on Sally Ride. Now it hit me, they were gone, and I was stuck. I'd never see them again. Unless the bozos in charge sent another ship. I blinked back the tears that threatened. I flung myself down on the tiny couch and pulled the cordless keyboard off the coffee table. Time to distract myself with some school work, or as I like to call it, useless trivia. Lunch. Mrs. W stepped in front of the large screen on the wall, blocking my view of the final score sheet for math placement. Trigonometry. Not bad, but it's time for a break. You've been sitting in that same spot for hours. Pausing the music on my phone, I pulled the audio buds out of my ears and stuck them in my pocket. I felt a little stiff, but at least I'd gotten the math and science done. After lunch, You should go explore. You can go anywhere in the dome if the door is open, Mrs. W said, setting a plate of sandwiches on the table. If a door is closed, you aren't meant to go in. Of course, you can knock, and maybe someone will show you around, but don't pester anyone, all right? I rolled my eyes and her lips twitched. She was okay, for a teacher. If you get lost, just ask someone, they all remember being new here. I grabbed a sandwich off the plate and took a bite. Wow, this is really good. Mrs. W smiled. That's because it's real food, not that synthesized junk you're used to eating outside. She handed Jacob a sandwich. My brother looked at the food on his plate. Crispy chips. We don't have crispy chips, Mrs. W said. We have PB&J and apple slices. Crispy chips. Jacob pushed the plate away. Nope. Mrs. W opened all the cupboards in the kitchen, showing him the contents. No crispy chips. Sandwich and apples. She pointed at the plate. I wolfed down a second sandwich and scooted my chair back slowly. Mrs. W glanced at me and jerked her head toward the door. See you at 5. Then she looked at Jacob again. Jacob stared her down. I escaped. Light and birdsong filled the atrium. Turning right, I walked along the railing, peering down at the grassy park. I took the first stairway down, the unfamiliar smell of something fresh and green unexpectedly cheerful. It certainly wasn't a new planet, but maybe living in the dome wouldn't be so bad after all. I walked across the springy turf of the park, ducking under the monkey bars. The 4 levels of housing completely encircled the space. A small playground, with swings, a slide and even tether ball took up about a quarter of the park. Trees grew tall, providing shade from the fake sun. Flowers bloomed, and the birds and butterflies fluttered everywhere. After a few minutes, it was almost annoying. I brushed away one of the brightly colored bugs. We'd come down to the park last night, and I wanted to see something new. Crossing a small bridge, I followed a paved path that paralleled the bubbling stream. After winding through a small grove of trees, the path and stream disappeared into a tunnel. When I stopped at the opening, lights flickered on. The path continued along the side, with the stream in a canal to the right. Metal grating covered the water, I supposed so no one would fall in. No doors here, so I headed inside, staying on the path. About 40 or 50 feet later, the tunnel opened into a vast field. I stopped. We were underground. I knew that we'd descended several flights of stairs and an elevator on the way in. But this field seemed to stretch away for miles, like the scrubby plains we'd driven through in Utah. But here, there was no scrubby brush. These were farming fields. I'd seen enough videos in history class of the vast corporate farms that used to cover the plains of North America. I wasn't sure what the crops were, but these were definitely food crops. Tall grass-like plants, short bushes, leafy vines, all laid out in straight lines and neat rectangles. Across the way, rain suddenly turned on, like a faucet. Bright rainbows appeared. I supposed the water must be from sprinklers, but it appeared to come directly from the sky. Maybe there were sprinklers interspersed with the lights up there. I squinted up but couldn't see past the bright, noonday sun. To the left of the tunnel, the path continued past an open door with several people working at computer stations. Not wanting to disturb them, I slipped past and continued down the path. Who are you? I spun around. An elderly man with gray hair that may once have been red peered out the door, smiling encouragingly. He straightened his narrow shoulders and ran a hand through the thick curls. Wait, you must be Dr. Lee's son. The boss mentioned you might stop by. I'm Dr. O'Doul. They didn't tell me your name, boy. I'm Peter, I said, awkwardly shaking his hand. Is this some kind of farm? Right the first time, my dear boy. Dr. O'Doul beamed. His scrawny body barely filled his aged overalls and plaid shirt. I was just looking for a reason to take a break from that desk. Let me show you around. Dr. O'Doul bounded away, leading me farther away from the tunnel. He moved incredibly fast considering his wizened appearance. In a few moments we reached a large door. Dr. O'Doul slid a card through the access reader and the door rolled up, revealing a large garage tightly packed with equipment. Come on. Time's a wasting. He sang cheerily as he jumped into the driver's seat of a small four-wheeled cart. He slapped a hand on the padded bench, so I scrambled in next to him. Dr. O'Doul punched a button on the dashboard, then stepped on a pedal. He guided the small, silent cart out of the garage and back down the path. When we reached the tunnel to the stream, he turned the cart the other direction and we sped along the path between the fields. Those are soy, he waved at the plants to the left, and this is wheat. We're trying to develop higher-yielding crops. Since we control the weather, and we can keep the larger pests away, it's mostly a matter of tweaking growing cycles. He nattered on about crop rotation, planting, thinning, fertilizer. I let the technical jargon float by and enjoyed the ride. Hey, watch out, I said, pointing straight ahead. O'Doul glanced up the path and laughed. Don't worry, we won't crash. But that guy is moving pretty fast. I did a double take. Oh, that's us. He laughed again. Yup. Mirrored surface on the walls. It helps disperse the light, and it makes the space feel less closed in. When we first built the place, we found people getting a little claustrophobic. You helped build this place? I asked. What was that like? Amazing. Lots of brilliant people. Some not so brilliant, but hardworking. It was an incredible project. You'll learn about it in school. We spent the next hour zipping along between fields of corn, wheat, soy, rice and other grains. Dr. O'Doul pointed them all out, interrupting his running commentary on all things farm-related, pausing only to shout a greeting to the occasional white-coated worker. Finally, we stopped at a smaller field divided into plots of different plants. This is my favorite, said Dr. O'Doul, jumping down from the cart. He bustled up to the plot, happily pointing out rutabagas, potatoes, and broccoli. I climbed out of the cart, wondering if I could ditch him without hurting his feelings. I'd learned more about plants in the last hour than I'd ever wanted to know. Rubbing my butt, which was starting to resent the thinly padded bench, I followed him toward a denim-clad woman crouched over the rows. Katie, what are you doing in my veggie garden? Dr. O'Doul called out. The woman swung around, her curly brown ponytail flying, and I stopped in my tracks. This was no middle-aged scientist, but rather a teenage girl. A very pretty teenage girl. Katie smiled, revealing a slight gap between her front teeth. They gleamed white in her warm brown face. I'm just thinning your carrots for you, sir, she said with a dimple. She held up a handful of wispy green plants. Don't worry, I'm being careful and doing it just like you showed me. Dr. O'Doul leaned over the row to inspect her work. Well done, Katie. You're leaving just the right amount of space, he said. But you're not conning me. I know you're only here to get treats for your pets, not to help me with my veggies, he said with a grin and a shake of his curly head. He patted the girl on the shoulder, then swung around to drag me up beside him. This is Peter Russell, he said. He's tired of hearing about corn and soybeans. The old man ignored my half-hearted denial. Get him to help you with those carrots, then take him away to the farm. And don't forget to do the entire row or you won't be welcome back, he called over his shoulder as he trotted back to the cart. In a moment, he was gone, his happy whistling floating back to us. You don't have to take me anywhere, I said, nervously. My voice cracked. If you'll just point me back toward the park? She shoved the carrots into my hands. I'm Katrina Thomas, she said, but everyone calls me Katie. You met my dad last night. He does security. Oh, yeah, Mr. Thomas. I nodded. She bent back over the row, pulling another plant carefully from the moist earth. Help me finish this row, will you? Pull up the little ones and leave the biggest one every couple inches. They need room to grow. She showed me how to thin the row, saving the culled carrot greens in a basket. What did he mean, your pets? I asked as we pulled the tiny, feathery leaves. I'll show you when we finish this row. She smiled again. Where are you from? We did the small talk thing. I learned she was originally from Virginia but had moved to the Dome almost 6 years before, when she was 10. Her father had been one of the brilliant, or hardworking, people who had helped build the place. So, you kind of grew up here, huh? I put the last of the carrot sprouts into her basket and stood up, stretching my aching back. Yeah, there aren't a lot of kids. Yet. She dusted her hands on her jeans and turned. Come on, I'll show you my pets. What do you mean, yet? I asked as I followed her between some raised beds. She gave me a puzzled look. You said there weren't many kids, yet. You're the first of the great influx. The way she said the words gave them capital letters. Now that Exocorp has shown their hand, we're expecting a lot more refugees. As we walked toward a section of wall that had been painted a mad brown, I debated whether I should be offended to be called a refugee. It hadn't sounded derogatory, but there had been something in her voice. Maybe we're the last of the non-refugees. She laughed, a warm throaty chuckle, not a girly giggle. The sounds send warm shivers up my spine. Your mom is working in the labs, right? At my nod, she continued. Fair enough. You can be the last of the recruited employees, or at least family, thereof. She grabbed a big, metal handle and dragged the sliding door open. Those were the fields. This is the farm. A pungent, earthy smell rolled over us. I wrinkled my nose. I remembered that smell from a fourth-grade field trip to livestock preserve. I covered my face and coughed. Katie's laugh was warm and friendly. It takes a little getting used to, but you'll learn to love it. My eyes watered. Sure I will, I muttered, but I followed her into the farm. Chapter 17. We stepped into a dim space. The ceiling soared above us, but it wasn't lit by the solar grid. Instead, window-like openings in the wall above the door and the far wall allowed the sunlight to stream into the space. Huge stacks of beige rectangles loomed on the right, and a narrow door on the left led to brightly lit white hallway. Hay for the cows. Katie waved a hand at the stacks. Equipment and offices this way. She walked down the hall, pointing out the rooms as we went. Examination room, medical equipment, and storage. I peeked into each room. In the exam room, I paused. Are those guns? I'd seen enough guns to last a lifetime at the dam. These were racked in a glass-fronted case. No, those are medical tranquilizers. They're shaped like pistols for one-handed use. But they don't shoot across the room or anything. You just put the barrel against the animal's neck and pull the trigger. Don't ever mess with them. They'll put a grown man down for hours. They might kill a kid. That's why they're locked up. We went back into the barn, and she pulled a sliding door open, leading the way through. Shut that door, will you? We stepped out into a wide, muddy space. I pulled the slider closed, and she showed me how to secure it. A group of large animals ambled toward us. Cows. Some were brown, others were black and white. I stepped back, but Katie moved forward to meet them, laughing as they pushed against her. She held out handfuls of the carrot sprouts, and the beasts pulled them from her fingers. Come on, they won't hurt you. Thanks, I'm good over here. I stood by the door, ready to jump back inside the barn and pull it shut if they tried to stampede. They're really very gentle. They have sharp horns and hard-looking feet, I said with dignity. If one of those things stepped on my foot, I'd never walk again. And look at those teeth. She laughed. They won't bite you, they're vegetarians. When the greens were gone, the cows lost interest in Katie and wandered away. Come on, I'll show you the smaller animals. They aren't as scary as the big, mean cows. I'm not scared, I said. I'm careful. I barely got to the dome alive. I'm not going to risk my life now that I'm here. We toured the rest of the farm. She showed me where the goats lived and warned me against turning my back on one named Billy. We looked at the huge, smelly pigs and the calm alpacas. Then we collected eggs from the chicken coop. I've already collected the duck eggs out in the park. We've clipped their wings, so the ducks will stay near the pond and won't go into other parts of the dome. The chickens stay here in the yard. Every once in a while, we'll find an adventurous one outside. Outside? I asked. Outside the dome? No, I mean in other areas of the dome. That's funny, I said. To me, outside is dangerous. To you, it's just on the other side of that wall, but still inside the dome. Once you've been here a while, you'll get used to it. She patted my arm. When we talk about outside the dome, we call it the wild. A little shiver of fear went up my spine. "What are you doing over there?" rasped a gravelly voice. I almost dropped the warm egg in my hand. I shoved it into Katie's basket and turned. "Good afternoon, Dr. Morton," Katie said cheerfully. The tall, narrow-faced man grunted down at her. "Who's the kid?" he growled, jerking his pointed chin at me. "This is Peter Russell." She dragged me forward. "Peter, this is Dr. Morton. He's the director of livestock here at the Dome. That means he's in charge of the farm." Dr. Morton growled at Katie, then looked me up and down. "If you want to help with the animals, make sure you listen to Katie. I've spent enough time training her, she ought to have it right by now." Dr. Morton turned and stalked away. "Don't let him scare you," Katie whispered. "He pretends to be gruff and mean, but really he's just a teddy bear." "He doesn't look like a teddy bear to me," I grumbled. Katie smiled, and my shoulders relaxed. I hadn't even realized they were tense. "He likes people who aren't afraid of him. Everyone thinks he's scary, so they cower around him, which just makes him grumpier. But he likes me because I don't believe his cranky act." She looked around the chicken yard, then at me. "So, what do you think of my farm?" I stepped away from the chicken pecking near my feet. It's great, I guess. Why is it your farm? I thought you said it was his farm?" I asked, jerking my thumb in the direction Dr. Morton had gone. "Oh, it is, but I'm his apprentice," Katie answered. "I like the animals, and Dr. Morton likes me, so when I turned 15, Dad asked him to train me to become a livestock expert. It's not like there's a college in the Dome, so the directors decided to have an apprenticeship program. In a few years you'll have to decide what specialty you want to study." "In a few years? I'm already 15. I just haven't had my growth spurt yet," I added, lamely. "That's what my mother always said. I just hoped she was right and that it would hit soon." "Oh, then you should check around and see who needs an apprentice." She leaned in close and lowered her voice. "Don't wait until the other don't wait until the real refugees show up. You'll get your pick if there's less competition." Her flowery scent and the warmth of her body sent little electric frizzles along my skin. I moved a little closer. She reached out and ruffled my hair. Seriously, did she think I was 10? I pulled back, humiliation pouring into me, followed by anger. I don't want to be an apprentice. I was supposed to be on the Magellan, going to explore a new world. I don't want to be stuck inside some bubble, learning to be a farmer. I threw all my anger into the last words. "Are you Peter?" a woman with a phone in her hand interrupted. "Dr. Lee said to tell you it's time to come home," she said. "And Katie, Dr. Morton wants you." The woman continued on her way. Katie thanked the woman, then turned to me. "I've known since I was born that we'd be staying on Earth," she said calmly. "I suppose I'd be mad if I just had my plans changed like you did. But here's the thing." She grimaced. "You can either be cranky and prickly and angry, or you can get used to the idea that there's a whole different adventure here. Maybe it's not what you dreamed of, but it's a better life than if you'd been left out there." She gestured vaguely toward the wall. She cocked her head, tugging her ponytail, and considered me for a moment. Making up her mind, she flipped her ponytail over her shoulder. "I like you," she said finally, "at least when you aren't moping and grumping. So, if you want to help me with the animals tomorrow, just come to the farm gate around 1 o'clock. Otherwise, I'll see you around." She waved cheerfully and headed down the path next to the chicken coop, leaving me alone with my bad mood. I stalked away, turning her words over in my head. Maybe she was right, but I wasn't ready to admit it yet. Chapter 18. The next day began the same way, and soon we fell into a pattern. In the morning, Mrs. W. would arrive just as Mom was leaving for work. Most days, Cersei would show up to walk her to the lab, which was ridiculous, since the lab was just 2 floors up. If he wasn't always so sullen, I'd have suspected he had a thing for her, which I definitely was not okay with. But he never smiled or cracked a joke or even said anything other than, "Good morning," or, "We'd better go." She just smiled politely when he arrived and seemed happy enough to walk on her own when he didn't stop by. I spent the mornings on my classes. In addition to trig, I had the usual English, history, science, I also had an intro to the dome class which I found fascinating, despite myself. In fact, over the next few weeks, my resentment at being left behind turned into a kind of grudging admiration for the engineering marvel that was the dome. Locations were identified by level and quadrant, with the park in the center of the imaginary compass. The housing area formed a circle around the park, with apartments on 3 levels and offices on the 4th. We lived in the northeast quadrant of L3. The farms took up most of the southeast and southwest quadrants of the dome, beyond the housing, with offices and labs above. Below the park were the basement levels, identified by negative numbers. After lunch, Mrs. W took Jacob on a field trip to the park or some other area of the dome, and I went to hang out with Katie. I was supposed to be trying out the different parts of dome life, to see where I wanted to apprentice. But most of the time, I managed to get an assignment in the farm or fields, where I could at least hang with her on my break. I stayed away from the cows, though. She tried to teach me to milk them, but those huge things made me nervous. Apparently I made them nervous, too, because Dr. Morton banned me from the milking shed. That was fine with me. I didn't think it was a great idea to get too attached to your next meal. They're cows, not steers, silly, Katie said. They produce your milk, cheese and butter. We aren't going to eat them. We don't eat beef here, anyway. At least, not very often. It's too resource intensive. I glanced at her over the basket of eggs I was filling. I had broccoli beef for dinner last night. She laughed. No, you didn't. Didn't you see how they spelled it? B-E-A-F. That means they used pork or tofu or something and seasoned it to taste more like beef. Huh, I found an egg tucked behind a feed bowl. It's not like I know what real beef tastes like, anyway. We only had meat subs at home. Home meant back in the housing blocks in Farmington, of course. I wasn't sure why I still called it that, though. The dome felt more like home every day. Dinner was served in a large cafeteria on the main level, tucked under the housing units on the southwest quadrant of the dome. Breakfast and lunch were offered there as well, but we always ate in our apartment. Almost everyone gathered for dinner, and I'd met most of the scientists and administrators who lived and worked there. I hadn't seen any other kids, though. Most of the scientists decided not to have children, Katie told me, once they decided to stay in the dome instead of taking a berth on one of the colony ships. She darted a quick glance at me, but I kept my expression blank. The population here has to be pretty carefully controlled, or we'll outgrow our resources. A set percentage of the staff are expected to procreate. She blushed as she said it. But you were already born when your dad came here, right? I didn't ask about her mom. She'd made it clear that was not a subject open for discussion. Yeah, but he knew before I was born that he was coming here. Her face tightened. That might have been one of the reasons my mom, never mind. She grabbed my egg basket and moved toward the production facilities. Anyway, I'm on the books as an official dome child, so here I am. Someday, I'll have to decide if I want to have kids or not. They're proposing a lottery system, to make sure the numbers stay within the guidelines. I'll see you at dinner. It sounded so clinical, like having a family was more about counting resources than love and happiness. I wasn't sure I liked that idea at all. I loved my family. Sure, my brother drove me bonkers sometimes, and he caused a lot of trouble, but I still loved him, most of the time. After working with Katie, I'd go back to the apartment and goof off for a while. I could still play my video games, and the Dome library had a surprisingly wide variety of videos snatched from the internet before it went down. Most of my favorites were there, and occasionally we'd get something new. According to the news bulletins, connection on the outside was sporadic. Before we'd moved inside, I'd never paid much attention to the news. The only thing I cared about was the status of the embarkation to the Magellan. Now, I was hungry for every detail about the outside world. Dr. Roth made sure the IT teams monitored the internet. Because the dome was a research facility, we had direct connections with the 3 remaining universities on the Earth: Cal, Johannesburg, and Berlin. They used to have different names, but as the population evacuated, researchers consolidated to those locations. The 4th one, Shanghai, had closed a few years ago, and the few remaining researchers moved to the other 3. So, our IT guys were able to see a lot of the traffic in the outside world. Apparently, servers came and went, as power allowed. Information was passed during those periods. After a few weeks, a few enterprising folks started scheduling packet exchange times, so everyone could go online, download the latest, send any messages, and go back down. This allowed them to save power and protect their locations from anyone who might be looking. Dr. Roth insisted information be shared freely inside the dome. Even though I was only 15, I was allowed access to all the news bulletins. From what I read, things had gone bad, really fast. People who controlled the power, like Andre at that dam in Page, became rulers of their own kingdoms. They could trade power for just about anything. We had been lucky to get through there. Not long after we arrived, we saw the first bulletins announcing executions at Page for theft of power. I couldn't believe Andre would do that. He'd seemed like a decent guy. But if someone like Hoodie had taken over? Oh, yeah, that I'd believe. Did you see that new tuber? Katie asked me at dinner one night. The Forgotten Ranger? He's not funny, he's ranting against what he calls the Great Desertion. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Kinda scary. What he says is going on out there. Looting, people running out of food, no power. I like Inzan Vidman better, but he hasn't posted anything since, the desertion. I stuffed some chicken into a tortilla and added cheese. Yeah, Zane is funny. She sighed. And so hot. I rolled my eyes. Not my type. I wonder how Ranger gets power to make those vids. She shrugged. Maybe his mom or dad is one of those new power moguls? Or he has a secret wind turbine in his backyard. Don't you think someone would notice that? I rolled my eyes. I guess he could have hidden solar panels that he only brings out at night. At night? To collect what sun? Katie laughed. Okay, fine. Maybe he has secret lunar panels. That would be cool. You could have saved the world with lunar panels. If you invented them long enough ago. I shoved my over-full taco in my mouth and tried to take a bite without spilling it all over. I was not successful. That's what plates are for, Katie said, shoving mine closer to my chest. She took a more manageable bite and chewed for a while. I've never seen the moon. Have you? Once. We took a field trip up into the mountains a few years ago. We went in the winter, when it got dark earlier. The air is clearer up there. Not cleaner, but clearer. And you can see the stars, if you're lucky. It was incredible. I took another messy bite and thought about that night. The stars had been fuzzy, due to the smog high up in the atmosphere. But there were millions of them. It made me feel small, but also filled me with wonder. We were going to one of those pinpricks. Except we weren't. I'd gotten to the point where I didn't mind so much anymore. But every once in a while, a thought would pop into my head about how amazing it would have been, and the old resentment would flood back. I tried to hide it from Katie, though. She didn't understand and hated it when I was in what she called my failed exodus mood. I've seen pictures, Katie sighed, yanking on her ponytail. We've never gone anywhere clear enough to see the stars. You mean when you were little? I asked. No, my dad still travels some, and sometimes he takes me with him, although that might be over. I looked at her in surprise. What, you thought I spent every moment inside the dome since I was 10? She laughed. Dad had meetings with other scientists. I've been to all 3 of the universities, and a couple of the old capitals. Washington, D.C., London, Paris. They're amazing. The Louvre was kind of disappointing, since all the paintings had been removed. Luckily, the statues are too heavy to ship upstairs, so they were still there. Wow, I've never been outside Utah. Until we came here. I looked at my messy plate. We weren't supposed to waste food, but I wasn't sure I could eat these scraps. All this talk was putting me in that cranky mood. If you aren't going to eat that, I'll take it to the chickens. Katie held out a small bowl. They haven't had a treat in a while, and there's usually scraps on taco night. Wanna come with me? Of course. I scooped the scraps into the bowl and handed it back across the table. Not that I loved the chickens, but I liked hanging with Katie. Better put a lid on that femme. She gave me a stern look. I tried to keep my face grim, but my lips twitched. All right, no failed Exodus moods. I'll be happy as a clown. One of those jolly ones, not the creepy killer kind. That was horrible. She shivered. I am not watching any more horror movies with you. I smiled to myself. I'd started inviting her to watch movies with me in the evening. Even though Katie was almost 2 years older than me, I figured being the only other teen in the dome gave me a clear advantage. There were a few youngish staff members, but surely she'd rather have someone closer to her own age, right? I mean, 17 and 25 is kind of creepy. She might treat me like a little brother now, but we had years ahead of us. Fine, we can look for something different. How about documentaries? We bussed our tables and headed for the farm. She shook her head. Nope, we get enough of that through our schoolwork. Maybe we can watch some of Zane's old vids, since he hasn't done any new ones. Deal. After the chickens finished their snack, we headed for the park. There were a few little kids on the swings, so we found a bench on the far side of the green space. One cool thing about the dome was the excellent Wi-Fi access. You could get to the library from any phone, anywhere in the facility, or at least anywhere I'd been so far. We found a few more vids by this new ranger guy, but he did mostly political rants. Instead, we looked up some of Inzan Vidman's old stuff. That obviously wasn't his real name. He was super funny, so we clicked the follow button. That would tell the system to check for his content anytime they connected to the outside. Then we watched an old animated movie about a girl who loved books and a monster. Katie loved that one, but I didn't. It reminded me that I was trapped in this dome, the way the monster was trapped in his castle, and I wasn't going to find some book girl to kiss me and magically save the kingdom. But, like the beast, I had a beauty trapped here with me. Maybe that movie wasn't so bad after all. On the weekends, we had time to explore. Everyone got to choose which 2 days they wanted for their weekend. Most folks took Saturday to Sunday, but most of the Muslim staff members opted for Friday to Saturday. Luckily for me, Katie and her dad were on the same schedule. My mom chose Saturday to Sunday. They went to a church service on Sunday mornings, but aside from that, and a few chores around the apartment, the weekends were ours. One Saturday, Katie took me to the theater. I'd heard my mom talk about movies, but I'd only watched movies on the TV in our living room, or on my phone. In the dome, they had an actual theater. It had seats in rows set in a sloped floor, with a big stage at the front. There was a screen that lowered from the ceiling. The room was used for large staff meetings, Katie said, but on the weekends, they showed movies. The movies were old, of course. Some of them had been produced here on Earth and others were brought to us from the colonies. That weekend, they showed a space movie from the 20th century. It was hilarious, all the things they'd gotten wrong. A group of younger guys in the front of the theater recited the dialogue along with the characters on the screen. It was irritating at first, but before long, Katie and I joined in. Those biologists can be real jerks. Don't do that, Katie whispered when they started tossing their snacks. It's disrespectful to the farmers. Plus, you'll have to help sweep up. Sure enough, when the movie was over, the projectionist handed out brooms. He glanced around our seats and gave Katie a thumbs up. Clean as always. Thanks, Katie. Is that his job? I asked as we left the theater. Just watching movies and handing out the brooms? I could apprentice to him. She laughed. No, that's a volunteer thing. People who like to watch movies take turns picking them and running the projector. There's a sign-up sheet. She grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the wall. Her hand was warm and a little rough. Probably from the work she did at the farm. I'd noticed my own hands had developed some hot spots that were becoming calluses. I squeezed her hand a little and she let go. Trying to hide my disappointment, I turned to look at the sign-up sheet. It listed the movies for the next month, with a name next to each one. Instructions for the projectionist were also printed on the sheet. I'm doing one next month. Katie pointed to her name. If you want, I can show you how to run stuff, so you can take a turn later. Sure, I mumbled. Hey, Katie. The gaggle of biologists came out of the theater, whacking each other with their brooms. One, a tall, thin guy with curly brown hair, smiled and waved. Hey, Eddie. I see you're up for next week. Where'd you find that movie? I've never heard of it. She pointed to the movie title on the list. You haven't seen that? One of the other guys asked. It's awesome. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. He said the last phrase in a nasal voice, and the other 4 guys dissolved in laughter. Sounds funny, Katie said. Have you guys met Peter? He arrived a few weeks ago. Ooh, a new one. Eddie said, holding out a fist for me to bump. The first wave of G's has arrived? Don't call him that, Katie said. He's one of us. His mom works in meteorology. Still a newbie, one of the other guys said. Katie shook her head. Newbie is okay. Just don't call him a G. Peter, this is Ozzy, Red Dog, Madman, and Steve. She pointed out the guys as she named them, and that's Eddie. We're going to the lounge to have some beer, Katie, Eddie said. Wanna come? Beer? My voice squeezed a little on the word, and my face flamed. Root beer for us, Katie said. We grow sassafras roots in the farm. They have some good health properties, as well as making excellent soda. She turned to Eddie. I'm going to show Peter the library, then we'll be down. Don't take too long, Madman said. Eddie got permission to make root beer floats. With lots of jostling and name-calling, the guys put their brooms away and left the theater. When the door closed behind them, Katie gave an exaggerated sigh. Those guys are fun, but sometimes a little goes a long way. Let's go this way. She led me out of the theater and down a hall. This part of the dome housed the recreation section. Next to the theater, there was a library, with real books, a gym for organized sports, dance and exercise rooms, and even a pool. This is the far wall of the dome. Katie slapped the concrete wall where we stood next to a sign pointing to the pool. The pool kind of sticks out a little. With this much water, you'd need some pretty strong foundation. They built it here because there's a shelf of bedrock to support it. We walked down a narrow tunnel to another door with a small window. A sign read, "Swimsuits required. No glass." Through the window, I could see a large expanse of water. Several families with young children played in one end. A rope ran the length of the pool, and a man swam on the far side of the rope. It gets really noisy with the kids in there. Katie squeezed in beside me and pointed to the man. You can swim laps for exercise. They also have water aerobics classes and water polo. You should join the team. I've never been swimming, I said. Never? She stared at me. I've never even seen a pool before. At least, not one with water in it. There were a couple full of dirt back in Farmington. Oh, there was one with fish in it. A guy grew tilapia in it. He let me help him catch them one time, and I got to take one home for dinner. It was really good. My voice trailed off as she continued to stare. Life in the wild is really weird, she said. But don't worry. They'll probably start giving swimming lessons when the G's get here. I can show you how to float. We can do that tomorrow. I don't have a suit. I pointed to the sign. We can get one in the dispensary. She turned and headed back down the hall. Come on, let's get in on the root beer floats before they're all gone. Chapter 19. My phone buzzed with an alert. I'd been so engrossed in a video about the building of the dome, I'd lost track of time. Since I still had about 40 minutes on the lesson, I paused the vid and set a bookmark. I didn't mind being late for lunch, but Mrs. W had insisted I needed to learn to cook real food. I turned off the large screen and pulled my audio buds out of my ears. Mrs. W sat at the table with Jacob while he worked some math problem. Jacob was super smart at math. He was already learning algebra, even though he was only 10. Do 5 more problems, Jacob, Mrs. W said as she got up from the table. Peter and I are going to make lunch. She turned to me, pointing to the broom cupboard. Grab an apron. You don't want to get anything on your clothes. Why not? I shuffled across the small room and opened the narrow door. Inside, with the cleaning supplies, a broom and a mop, a couple aprons hung from a hook. I grabbed them. Here's one for you. I held out the flowered one. Mrs. W took the apron and smiled. You sure you don't want this one? It would look fabulous on you. I turned away before rolling my eyes. Mrs. W tried so hard to be funny, and sometimes she succeeded. The rest of the time, she came across kind of desperate to connect with 18. The Milanchek brothers would have eaten her for lunch. I think the blue compliments my eyes, I said, trying to make her feel young and hip, as she put it. She laughed. You're a good kid, Peter. Now, grab some eggs. We're making egg salad. She had me fill the pan with eggs and water. As I set it on the stove, Jacob interrupted. A little help here, he said. This was his usual phrase that meant, you've left me alone long enough, I want some attention. Just do the next math problem, Jacob, Mrs. W said, pointing to the paper. He still had 4 to go. X squared plus 4x plus 16 equals 0. A little help, here. Mrs. W sighed and sat down next to him. She pointed to the math problem and turned to me. Turn the heat to high and put the lid on. You'll need to pay attention. When it starts boiling, we'll turn the heat down. How will I know it's boiling? I asked. Jacob scribbled an answer on his paper. A little help here, he said again. Mrs. W looked at the paper. Very good. Now do the next one. She looked up. It'll start to rumble, and steam will come out from under the lid. You want a full boil, but you don't want the water to spew out all over the stove, so you have to watch. A little help here, Jacob said. I told you to do the next one, Mrs. W said. She pointed to the next problem. When you're done with this one, do this one and this one. She pointed to the next 2. That won't work, I said, leaning against the counter. He only does one thing. Sometimes you can get him to do 2, if he's done it a lot, like put on pajamas then brush your teeth, but you can't give him a list. She sighed. I know, I just forget. It's the tiniest bit frustrating. I snorted. Yeah, just a little. Beside me, the lid of the pot started bouncing, and steam billowed out from under the lid. Hey, I think it's boiling. Between math problems, Mrs. W walked me through the steps of making egg salad. We spread it on some bread and made sandwiches that Jacob refused to eat. Can I take one of these to Katie? I shoved the last of my second sandwich into my mouth while Mrs. W made peanut butter and jelly for Jacob. Sure, she smiled and handed me a plate. Put a couple on there. I'm sure you can find customers for them. Katie met me at the tunnel that led to the farms. We're going up to the offices today. She took my arm and turned me back to the park. We'll take the elevator. Are those for me? I love egg salad. She grabbed one of the sandwiches off the plate before heading across the park. Mrs. W makes the best. I made those. I smiled smugly. Her eyes widened. Mrs. W told you her secret recipe? She must really like you. The recipe is a secret? It's not that complicated, I said. Don't tell me. Katie put one finger in her ear while she finished the sandwich in her other hand. I don't want to know. If you told me, you'd have to shoot me. I laughed and held up a hand. I don't want to murder you over a sandwich, but I can make you more anytime. Just tell me. You are awesome. She ruffled my hair and grabbed another sandwich. My stomach dropped. Just when I thought she was starting to really like me, she did something to make me feel like a toddler. I gritted my teeth and followed her into the elevator. She pushed the button, and we stood there in silence as the car rose. Katie devoured her sandwich, and I stewed. The bell dinged. Here we are. This way. She trotted away around the circle. The 5th floor was circular, like the housing areas below. From the railing, I could look down at the tops of the trees in the park, and hear the birds chirping. Some of them even flew up to the railing. They perched there, looking at us with their bright eyes, tilting their heads. They're looking for crumbs, Katie said. She broke a tiny piece of crust off her sandwich. You can't give them very much, it isn't good for them, but a little won't hurt. She sprinkled the broken up bits on the floor near the railing and stepped back. The little bird flew down immediately and started pecking away. Before long, a couple others joined the first one. Don't feed them the egg salad, I said. That would make them cannibals. They've gotten used to us feeding them. Katie laughed and dusted her hands on her pants, watching the birds. If we were going to release them, we wouldn't want them to be dependent, but they'll be in here with us, so it isn't a problem. We watched them peck up the crumbs. 2 of them had a tug-o-war over a larger bit, but the brighter-colored bird won. When the crumbs were gone, they flew away. Come on. Where did you say we're going? I followed her around the balcony. Right here. She turned left and opened a door marked, Human Resources. Hi, Mrs. Morton. This is Peter. He's new here. A tiny woman with a gray bob and a few wrinkles around her eyes looked up from her computer. She smiled and held out her hand. I'm Liz Morton. I told Katie I needed some help, and she said you might be available. I'm going to leave you here with Mrs. Morton, Katie said with an evil grin. Now that your sandwiches are gone, I don't need you anymore. I glanced down at the now empty plate in my hand. When had that happened? Leave me here? Yeah, You heard the lady, she needs help. And you don't want to work with the cows, so you may as well make yourself useful. Katie's smile took a little of the sting out of the words. But what about the goats and chickens? She cut me off. Dr. Morton doesn't really need 2 apprentices, and you need a job you're going to like. So, spend a few days with Mrs. Morton, and then she'll pass you off to someone else. You can try out all the office-type work and make an informed decision. That last part sounded like a canned speech, probably what someone had said to her. Okay, I couldn't think of a good excuse to get out of it. Besides, I probably would like working up here better. The animals were okay, but I still hadn't gotten used to the smell, and the bigger ones still scared me. Even though I tried to hide it, I could tell Katie knew. See you at dinner. She waved again and was gone. Mrs. Morton looked me up and down, a slight smile playing over her mouth. She's something, isn't she? Like a whirlwind. But I'm glad she brought you here. I need help. Have you done any filing? What's filing? I asked. Mrs. Morton laughed. It's easy, just time-consuming. I'll show you. Why do you even need all this paper? I asked around the finger in my mouth. I'd just gotten my 5th paper cut. Can't we just scan it into the computers and be done? Liz, she asked me to call her that, laughed. Where do you think it came from? We print out the important stuff. We're not sure how long people will have to live in here, and there's no guarantee we'll be able to keep the computers running for that long. We don't have the ability to create new technology, only to repair some of what we have. So, we need to have important resources accessible on paper. Have you been reading any of the stuff you've been filing? I shook my head. I just look at the title and put it away. I don't even remember most of the titles. Honestly, I'd been thinking about other things, like where Katie was, and how much more fun it would be to be with her. Well, look at this one. Liz held a folder out to me. I read the title, Fertilization Techniques. Liz smiled. Yeah, doesn't interest me, either. But it will be important for anyone planting crops here in the dome. They have copies over in the work areas, but we keep masters on the computer. Since we have a finite supply of spare parts for the computers, Mr. Roth decided we should start producing hard copies, too. We'll need them eventually. I put the folder in the F drawer and turned back to the stack on the chair beside me. How long have you been here? Dave and I moved in about 10 years ago, right after they opened it up. He worked at Oregon State University until it closed. Then we had a ranch, but it's hard to raise cattle anymore. When we were kids, they still roamed free outside, but about 30 years ago, everything had to come inside permanently. We transitioned to primarily goats and pigs, and then Dr. Roth suggested we come here. We're still raising them inside, but it doesn't feel as, she made a squeezing motion with her hands, tight in here. Almost as good as when we let them roam free on the range in eastern Oregon. She looked around the office and shrugged. I'd always done the paperwork for the ranch, and before that I was in HR, so it was a good fit. Why don't you knock off for the day? We've made a good start. Will you come back tomorrow? Yeah, sure, I said with a shrug. I'd rather file paperwork than milk cows. She laughed. You say that now, you might not feel that way after a few days of this. I'll try to find you something more interesting to do, too. Filing was interesting, but frustrating. Some of the document titles were so boring, like air filter maintenance. But others piqued my interest, evacuation plan and intake plan and checklist. Liz caught me paging through those on my second day. What's an intake plan? I held out the thick document. There's a checklist, too. File, don't read, she said with a laugh. You can study the plans on your own time. I cocked my head. How is this your time? You aren't paying me. I'm volunteering. She laughed again. No one gets paid. Have you seen any money since you got here? Have you paid for any of your meals at the commissary? No. I drew the word out as I thought about it, but they scan stuff when I get things at the snack shack. I figured they were charging it to some kind of account. That's because you're underage. Your mom can keep track of what you're eating, but it's also so the system can make sure you aren't taking more than your fair share. Every time they scan an item, they're checking your balance. If you take too much candy, you'll hit your limit for the week. Or if you tried to take a whole case of cookies, they'd want to know who they were for, and they wouldn't let you take them all unless you were hosting a sanctioned event. But that's not right. I should be able to buy whatever I want. I slapped the evacuation plan down on a table. And you should be paying me to work, so I can buy stuff. She shook her head. This is pretty much a communist state. Everyone contributes to the best of their ability, and everyone gets what they need, not what they want. But communism is evil, I said, thinking about my history classes. Liz leaned back against the edge of the desk. It's not evil. It's been used for selfish or even evil purposes in the past, but it's really the most humane system, if it's implemented correctly. No one lacks for anything, and everyone contributes. It only becomes a problem when someone refuses to do their part or takes more than their share. That's what happened in the old communist nations. The party took advantage of the common people. It can work in smaller communities. Indigenous tribes used it. Convents and monasteries, too. We just have to police the system to make sure no one is cheating. She turned back to the desk and shuffled a few reports. I'll send you a link to the plan, if you want to read it. On your own time, of course. She grinned over her shoulder. I'm 15, I said. Do you really think I'm going to read a report on my own time? Good point. I'll add it to your study plan. What? You can do that? I stared at her. As your supervisor, I can tailor your education to meet the needs of the community. I think it would be good for you to see how we're set up. I'll include those other plans, too. That should fill up your schedule nicely. She picked up a stack of papers. Time to finish the filing. Liz followed through. The next morning, I found a list of future assignments that included dome policies and procedures. Some of my lessons could be completed in any order I chose, so I decided to look at the plans as soon as I finished the intro section. The policies could wait forever, though. Liz was right about the filing, too. After a week, the cows were starting to look pretty good. By then, we'd gotten through the most important documents, and she farmed me out to another office. I'll keep track of where you're working, and you can check in with me each week for your next assignment. When you've rotated through all of them, you can pick a favorite. For now, I'm sending you to biology. I grimaced. Thanks. Hey, they aren't going to make me do anything with blood, are they? An aid station was tucked into the northeast corner of the first floor, near the manufacturing and farming areas. It was set up to deal with accidental injuries. She laughed. Liz laughed a lot in those early days. No, you aren't going to the labs. You'll be helping with paperwork, just like here. Okay, I don't like blood. I wrinkled my nose. Thanks to the Milanchek brothers, I'd seen more than enough of my own blood. I'll see you on Friday. The offices Liz sent me to were up on the 5th floor. I'd never been up that high, and she had to give me a special code to make the elevator take me there. You can take the stairs, but there are locked doors on the upper floors. You'll need the same code. Each person has their own code, and they track who comes and goes. She sent the code to my phone. You can just wave this at the access panel when you get there. Have fun. I strolled down the hall and pressed the elevator call button. This might be the community's time, but I didn't have to run. I wasn't even sure they knew what time I'd be coming. I could always tell them Liz had me finish up a few things before sending me up, or I could say she told me to take a break first. I wandered over to the railing and looked down at the park. From the 4th level it was hard to see clearly, but it looked like a lot more people were down there than usual. Mrs. W often took Jacob to the park, and sometimes other parents would leave their kids with her, too. But some of those people looked like adults, or even teens. Except, according to Katie, she and I were the only teens in the place. The elevator dinged, and the door slid open. I hurried across the tile and stepped inside. I'd never used the access panel before, but I'd seen people do it. I tapped the button numbered 5 and then pressed the code icon on my phone. It asked for a fingerprint, so I pressed my index finger against the screen. The access panel lit up green, and the door slid closed. Easy peasy. There was no balcony overlooking the park on the 5th floor. In fact, when the elevator opened, I stepped out into a plain, white room. A long, blank wall stretched across the space where the balcony would have been, with closed double doors directly across from the elevator. A small sign above the doors read, Sedona Room. I looked at the assignment message Liz had sent with the elevator access app. Report to 523, it said. I turned slowly in place, looking at the blank hallway that stretched away from me. It wasn't curved like the floors below, it was as if someone had stacked a rectangular grid on top of our donut-shaped space. Next to the elevator, a sign above the call button gave directions. I followed the sign for rooms 515 to 525. The third door on my left was 523. The door was locked. I tried knocking, but no one answered. Maybe they didn't want me up here after all. I could go exploring, and no one would ever know. I glanced up and down the empty white hall. No one in sight. No sounds except the soft whoosh of the air handlers. I tucked my phone into my pocket and strolled down the hallway. The rest of the floor was a maze of boring white walls and numbered doors. When I got back to the elevators, I glanced down the other direction, but it looked the same. A cross hall started at the elevator lobby and led away from the double doors, so I tried that. The first short segment had only a door marked, Utility. A few yards along the hallway, another one crossed. Rooms 540 to 549 to the right, and 550 to 559 to the left. I kept going. A third hallway, but at the end of the right cross hall, there was something different, a door marked, Observation. Like the others, it was locked. With a shrug and a sigh, I headed back to 523. If no one answered, I'd go down to the farm and find Katie. A smile twitched at my lips, and my legs moved faster. As I strode down the hallway, I heard the elevator ding. Crap. I had no business prowling around up here. I could get in trouble if anyone found me. I broke into a jog, hoping to reach the lobby before the elevator opened. I swung around the corner into the lobby and ran smack into Dr. Roth. Chapter 20. I jumped back, ducking my head. Oh, gosh, sorry. I scrambled around in my brain for an excuse. I'm trying to find room 523. Dr. Roth chuckled. And you're lost? I glanced up at him through my bushy bangs. Dr. Roth pointed at the sign by the elevator, then down the correct hallway. You were going the wrong way. You might want to get that hair trimmed so you can see where you're going. He leaned a little closer and lowered his voice. It's easier to explore that way. My eyes widened, and I opened my mouth. He held up a hand before I could speak. There's not much to see up here. If you're going to explore, I'd recommend the lower levels. Much more interesting. And you're less likely to run afoul of Dr. Cersei. He winked and strode away down the hall I'd just left. Figuring I didn't want to test my luck any further today, I went back to room 523 and knocked again. Nothing. I was about to head downstairs when my phone vibrated. It was a text from Liz. Use your code to open the door. Was she watching me? Or tracking me with my phone? Or did someone call down there looking for me? Or maybe Dr. Roth reported me to Liz? No matter what, I'd better get inside before I got in trouble. I could go exploring later. Dr. Roth had said I could. With a grin on my face, I held my phone up to the access panel on room 523. The door lock snicked and I pushed it open. Stepping inside, I called out, "Hello?" It was a small room. A desk stacked with paper stood to my right, with a row of filing cabinets behind it. On the left, a couple of scuffed-up wooden chairs with stained upholstery sat on either side of a small table. A door directly across from me was closed. I stepped forward and waved my phone at it, but nothing happened. I knocked. There you are. The door swung inward, revealing another office space with stacks of paper on all the chairs and tables. A small woman with bushy brown hair and bright green glasses stood before me. I'm Marianne Everly. Call me M.A. Liz said you could help me with, she waved her hands around, this. I looked at the piles of paper. Some of them looked as if they'd tumble to the floor at any moment. As I stood there, M.A. grabbed another sheaf and balanced it on top of the tall stack by the door. This was going to take some time. I heaved a sigh and held out my hand. I'm Peter Russell. Please don't call me PR. What do you want me to do? M.A. was the most disorganized person I'd ever met. The filing cabinets in her front office? Empty. She had a hard copy of every lab report she'd ever written scattered all over those two offices, but nothing in the drawers. I'm great at lab work, she said as she watched me look through the stack of papers on the desk. I just have a little, problem with paper. Aren't we going to run out of paper? I asked, jotting down the different reports' names. Someone should figure out a way to keep the computers operational long-term instead of printing all this stuff out. But these are handwritten lab notes. She ran a loving hand over the nearest pile. They need to be scanned into the computer, too, but then filed in the drawers. And we won't run out of paper. There's a bamboo stand in the far southeast corner. Grows like a weed and makes great paper. I looked at the list of titles in my hand. Most of the words I couldn't begin to pronounce. What are all these studies? I am tracking the environmental changes in the atmosphere outside and comparing plant samples from out there to plants grown in here. I'm mostly looking at changes to the structure of the plant cells that might be caused by environmental toxins. It's fascinating work. If you say so, I say. Actually, it sounds a lot like what my mom does. Dr. Lee. Do you know her? Oh, yes, of course. M.A. started rifling through a stack of paper. I have her notes on one of my studies right here. I held up a hand. I'll see it later. Or never, the subject didn't interest me at all. Do you want these filed alphabetically by title? That's what I did for Mrs. Morden. Hey, did you say you go outside to get samples? She nodded. Of course. I don't have an automated system, and Dr. Cersei won't detail any drones for my work. We sent unmanned rovers to Armstrong 100 years ago, but I still have to collect my samples by hand. She shook her head in disgust. How often do you go out there? Katie had said she thought she and her dad wouldn't be going outside anymore, but she'd never explained why. M.A. looked at my list. You spelled that wrong. I go out every 4 to 6 weeks. My plot is about a click away. I have a little truck. You wanna come with me? Her eyes lit up. I dunno if my mom will let me, I said. Why don't we get this stuff organized, and I'll ask her tonight and let you know. I wasn't sure I really wanted to go out there. In the few weeks I'd been inside the dome, it had started to feel more like home than the housing stacks in Farmington. Here, things worked. And there were no bullies waiting to steal your lunch. You didn't have to wear a pack when you went to the park. Outside had nothing for me. That night, I met Katie in the park. She brought me an ice cream cone, and I told her about my new assignment. I got the better deal. I broke off and made the circular motion near my temple that means crazy. She wants me to come with her next time she goes out to her plot, wherever that is. Don't hold your breath, Katie said. I've heard the PTBs aren't letting anyone outside right now. They're worried about the Gs. What's a PTB? Powers that be. She shrugged. It's just what I call them. To myself, of course. Don't say it to anyone else. Our own secret word. Okay. I looked around the park. Why are the PTBs worried about the Gs? I haven't seen anyone new. I stopped. Actually, I did see someone new today. Or I might have. When I was up on level 4, I looked down here and saw what looked like some kids our age. Katie raised an eyebrow. You and I are the only teens I know about. I suppose they might have gotten someone new. You should ask Liz. She keeps tabs on everyone. That's what human resources is for, right? I won't see her till Friday, I said. I'm with Dr. Crazy Plants until then. Yeah, they might not tell us anything. Katie finished off her ice cream cone. Besides, they aren't worried about anyone in here. It's the desperate people out there that could be a problem. Why are they worried? I asked. We've got room. There are lots of empty apartments on my level. You don't have any idea how many people were left behind, do you? She looked at me for a few seconds, like she was mulling something over. Then she jumped up. I want to show you something. I shoved the last of my ice cream cone into my mouth, wiped my hands on my pants and followed her. She ran across the park, waving to the Peterson family as we passed the playground. When she got to the apartments, she turned right and ran to the third door. This is my place. She waved her phone at the door, and it unlocked. Popping the door open, she poked her head inside. Dad must still be at the commissary. Come on. We went inside, and to the back bedroom. Like us, Katie and her dad had a 2-bedroom apartment, but theirs looked a lot different from ours. The carpet was worn, and the furniture was old and scarred. Katie had an old-fashioned roll-top desk in her room, and a bed with a headboard and matching dresser. Where'd you get this stuff? I asked as she stopped in front of the window. She glanced around the room. What, the furniture? We brought it with us. Remember, I said we were some of the first people here. We brought a lot more stuff than you did. She opened the small panel by the window and pulled the red handle. Don't do this at home. Wait, what do you mean? She grinned. I disconnected the wire that tells them someone opened an emergency exit. They won't know we're going out here. If you did it, the control center would get an alert. She sat on the edge of the window and swung her legs out onto the catwalk. Come on. The reddish emergency lights sprang on. I stuck my head through the opening. The floor here was cement, but above us the metal gratings stretched across the space, like the catwalk outside my bedroom. I climbed out. Where are we going? She grinned. Up. Pull the window shut. I pulled the window closed behind me, and she showed me how it latched into place. Then she raced away along the passage. We rounded the gentle curve of the housing area and a stairway came into view. When we reached it, I leaned against the external wall to look up. It zigzagged up the wall and out of sight. Come on, Katie said again, and she started climbing. As she reached the level above us, the lights on that level switched on. She ignored them and kept climbing. With a shrug, I followed. By the 4th floor, I was panting. How far are we going? At least we'd reached the top of the steps. She stopped and grinned, her breath even and calm. All the way up. After letting me catch my breath, she headed away down the catwalk. I glanced up, but the ceiling here was solid. We walked farther around the curve of the 4th floor offices, that's what they had to be, right above the apartments. Then we reached another set of stairs. I looked up and groaned. This one was twice as high as the other. When we finally reached the 5th level, she stopped by a closed door. This leads to those offices you were snooping around this morning. There's no one monitoring the internal security systems yet, so no one will notice if we go in there. But if someone looks through the data, they'd see my access code in the logs. I don't really have a legitimate reason to be up here at this time of night, so I might get in trouble if anyone looks. I just wanted you to know how it works, in case you decided to come up on your own. Okay, I get it. Are you sure they aren't watching? I looked around to see if there were any cameras pointed at us. What about that? I pointed to the very obvious camera above the door. She smiled. You know they can make them a lot smaller than that, right? That's there so we think they're watching. But I've been up here a lot, so I know they aren't. Plus, my dad is in security. He said they are just watching outside for now. You asked him about the cameras? Didn't he figure out why? She waved her phone at the door panel. I didn't ask him about the cameras. I asked him about his day, and he told me way more than I wanted to know. But one of the things he said was that they were going to start watching inside when the G's start arriving. She opened the door and beckoned to me. Let's go. The dim light of the hallway matched the emergency lighting in on the catwalk. They turn the lights down when no one is working. Katie stepped into the hallway, but the lights stayed dim. They won't come on bright until morning, or if someone turns them up. She turned left and walked a few steps to the door I'd seen that morning, the one labeled, Observation. What all is up here? I asked. I only saw M.A.'s little offices. None of the doors have titles or names or anything except numbers. She shrugged and waved her phone at the observation door. The phone screen turned green and the door popped ajar. There are a lot of labs, biology, meteorology, chemistry. Didn't you learn this in your intro class? When the Roth Institute announced they were going to build this dome, they had to justify spending money on something other than the Exodus. This is all for continued research into the planet after most of the population is gone. Our scientists are still sharing data and conclusions with the universities, and a lot of their research is being shipped off to the colonies. Or it was, when the ships would take it. We climbed another long set of stairs, this one inside a concrete stairwell. There were no doors or windows to break up the monotony, and I lost count somewhere around 220 steps. We stopped to rest twice on the way. Finally, we reached another door. This is the observation post, Katie said as she tapped her phone and waved it toward the door. We're above the main entrance to the dome now, not directly, but in the cliff behind the dome. You'll see. The door opened, and we stepped out. Why do you even have access to? The words died as I looked around. It was dark, except for the glow of Katie's phone. I pulled mine out and hit the flashlight button. We'd stepped out into a rough round room. I stepped closer to the wall and realized it was stone. Are we in a cave? She nodded, the light from her phone casting huge, bobbing shadows on the lumpy walls. Like I said, we're in the cliff behind, above, the dome. Come and look. She grabbed my arm and dragged me forward. On the far side of the small room, a full-height window reflected our ghostly forms back at us. Following Katie's lead, I turned off my flashlight, and dark descended. I blinked a couple times, then looked through the window. The moon provided some light, and the smog seemed to be light tonight. Open space spread out before us. I looked down and took a step backward. We were several stories above the ground, and standing close to the window made me feel like I'd fall out. I put a hand on the rough wall next to the window and stepped right up to the glass. That's the entrance to the dome. Katie pointed down at the flat roofs far below. Weird blue light sparked across the roofs. Did you see it when you came in, or was it too smoggy that day? I just saw a bunch of blocky buildings and that weird light. Mom said it was generating power, but Cersei said she had it wrong. Yeah, I don't understand it either, but it has something to do with using the smog for power. Cersei is so, precise. She pointed away from the cliff, out into the smoggy air. You see those lights? That's Dusty Springs. It's the closest town. We're lucky the haze is light tonight. Some days I've been up here, and you couldn't even see the blue flickers. When I first moved here, it was easier. The air has gotten worse in the last few years, even with people leaving the planet. Now that the shuttle launches are finished, that might change, but it feels like the planet is just getting worse, no matter what we do. She leaned a shoulder against the glass, looking at me. I wanted to reach out and pull her away from that drop. She grinned. Does this bother you? She pressed her whole body against the glass. Oh, no. I'm going to fall. Stop. I stepped back from the window. What if it breaks? She pounded gently on the glass. It won't. Plus, it's a lot thicker than it looks. 3 layers sealed to the rock to keep the pollution out. She straightened up. Are you afraid of heights? Sorry, I won't do that anymore. I hate it when people put a spider in front of my face. Who does that? I demanded. That's really crappy. Yeah, scaring people on purpose isn't very nice. It's funny sometimes, though. We stood there for a while, looking out at the tiny, twinkling lights. I wondered how many people lived in that town, and where they were getting their electricity. How long would they be able to survive out there? Why don't they come here? We still have room. We have room for a few, Katie said. And they'll start coming, soon enough. That's what I was telling you earlier. It's getting desperate out there. People are realizing the ships aren't coming back. Heck, Zane Vidman hasn't posted a video in over a month. I wonder if something happened to him? She turned back to the window, both hands flat against the glass. They'll start coming soon. And we need to be ready. Katie, I said, pointing toward the lights. Is that one moving? Chapter 21. She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. How can it be moving? It's the town. It's moving, I said. Look. That isn't just flickering, it's coming closer to us. Yeah, and those aren't electric, she said, slowly. At least, they look too soft and yellow to be electric. I wonder if their batteries have died. Dad said they've been living on stored juice since the desertion. We stared out at the lights for a while, watching them flicker and bob. Sometimes they changed places with each other, like some kind of dance out there in the poisonous dark. We need to tell someone, Katie said, pulling her phone out of her pocket. You need to get back downstairs. My dad knows I come up here, and he'll cover for me. But I don't want you to get in trouble. And I don't want to get in trouble for contributing to the delinquency of a minor. She grinned, but her eyes were serious. Yeah, like you aren't a minor. Really, you need to go. I'm calling my dad. You have about 3 minutes to get back down to the catwalk before he arrives on level 5 and catches you. She pressed a button on her phone. I glanced out the window at the moving lights and back at Katie. I wanted to stay. I was the one who noticed them moving. I wanted everyone to know I was the one who made the discovery, and she was treating me like a child again. Of course, she was right. Dr. Roth told me to explore downstairs, not up here, and I didn't have permission from my mom or any other high-ranking dome people. If they caught me up here, they might punish me. They could even throw me out of the dome. 10 seconds, Peter. Katie's finger hovered over the phone. I'm going. Give me a second. I ran to the door. I'll give you 10. I ran. Out the door, down the 8 million stairs. Stumbling on the second landing, I fell and scraped my knee. Knowing I wouldn't have a lot of time, I grabbed the railing and pulled myself up. Then I flung myself on. Only 7 million steps to go. My heart pounded as I gasped in air, but I kept going. Down, down, down. When I finally reached the bottom, I slammed into the door. The noise reverberated up the steps. Well, too late now for stealth. Anyone in the 5th floor hallway must have heard that. I wrenched the door open and stuck my head out. Empty. But from far away, I heard a ding. Crap. The elevator. I stepped into the hallway and let the observation door shut behind me. I had maybe 30 seconds before whoever got off that elevator came around the corner and saw me, and I had no memory of which door led to the emergency catwalks. My heart pounded louder, almost drowning out the voices drifting down the hallway. I stood in a dead end. Could I make it to the cross hall before they came around the corner? No way. That cross hall led directly to the elevator lobby. Besides, there was no guarantee they wouldn't look that direction before turning down here. Frantic, I tried to remember where we'd come in. I turned and faced the door. We had only walked a few steps. I backed slowly. Step, step, step. My shoulders crawled, sure that any moment someone would shout, "Hey, what are you doing there?" Step. 2 doors, one on my right and one on my left. We must have come through one of these, and I was almost sure it was the one on my left. We stepped out of the stairway and turned left. Right? I reached out and tried the door. Locked. Now what? The voices got louder, but my heart pounded in my ears, trying to compete for volume. I tried the door on the right. It was locked, too. Do I keep trying doors, or go back up to Katie? My phone pinged. Of course. The phone app. I yanked the phone out of my pocket, my fingers slick with nervous sweat. Even after wiping my hand on my pants, it took 2 tries to get the app open. I waved the phone at the door. Click. I yanked the door open and bolted through, onto the catwalk. Swinging around, I grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door shut, turning the knob so the latch wouldn't make any noise. Once the door was closed, I eased the knob. My fingers slipped, and the latch clicked, echoing loudly in the open lattice of the stairway. Not waiting to see if anyone heard it, I raced down the stairs, trying to make as little sound as possible on the metal treads. When I finally reached the bottom, I stopped to look up. No sign of anyone up there. They must not have heard the latch. I kept going until I reached the stairway down to the living areas. Then I stopped to check my phone. It was a message from Mom wondering when I'd be home. That message had saved my life. Or at least, it had saved me from a lecture and who knew what other punishment. I told her I'd be there soon and started down the stairs. If I'd known how to identify my own window, I might have saved myself 3 more flights of stairs. But my window latch was still connected to the emergency alarm. So, I tramped down to the first floor. Once I reached it, I realized I might be in trouble. If I couldn't identify my own window, how would I recognize Katie's? The dome builders were kind of anal about labeling things. Next to each emergency exit, a small plaque noted the apartment number. Now I just had to remember which apartment Katie lived in. My phone dinged again. It was a message from Katie. Apartment 118. That girl was brilliant. I climbed through her window as quietly as possible. Then I eased it shut, pulling the corner of the curtain out of the gap, and making sure it all looked normal. Of course, I didn't know what was normal for Katie's room. I looked around. No clothes on the floor. No jars and bottles on the dresser. I'd never been in a teenage girl's room before, but according to every video I'd ever seen, there should be makeup and band posters. She did have a small picture of a little girl and 2 parents. I picked it up. They were standing in a park under a small tree. That must be here in the dome, and that had to be little Katie. I looked at the adults. I recognized her dad, Mr. Thomas, the security guard we'd met when we arrived. I rolled my eyes. Usually girls took their mother's last name while boys took their father's. But some families were more traditional, and all the kids used the father's name. She'd never said anything about her mom. For all I knew, she was on the Magellan, or back in wherever they'd lived before moving to the dome. Or maybe she was dead. I set the picture down. A noise from the living room startled me. How would I explain being in Katie's room? I'd thought her dad would be up in the observation post. I crept to the door and opened it slowly. No sound, no lights. Leaving it ajar behind me, I tiptoed into the living room and peeked out the window. The ceiling lights had dimmed to evening mode. Shadows loomed dark under the trees in the park. I eased the door open, took a deep breath and stepped out onto the terrace in front of their apartment. Here on the first level, there were no balcony railings, you could walk straight into the park. So, I did. Chapter 22. Katie didn't message me again that evening. After I got home, I paced around our room, waiting for the phone to ping. I messaged her twice, but she never replied. I prowled out into the living room and back into the bedroom. Is everything okay? Mom sat on the couch, paging through a stack of papers. It looked a lot like the reports I'd been filing all week. Yeah, it's fine, I muttered, just waiting for a text. I'm so glad you found a friend here. Mom set down her file. Is she nice? I looked at her. What a stupid question. Of course she's nice. I wouldn't hang out with her if she wasn't. Sorry. Mom held up her hands, warding me off, just trying to show an interest. I rolled my eyes. She liked to be involved but wanted to give me space. Or at least that's what she always said after reading parenting manuals. I took pity on her. She's fun. Likes the cows, which I don't. I shrugged. Is that what you wanted to know? Mom laughed. If she likes cows, she must be okay. I laughed sheepishly. I dunno. She's going to teach me to swim. Oh, that will be fun. I haven't been to the pool yet. She glanced at Jacob. He sat on the floor in a corner, playing one of his games. I wonder if Jacob would like to swim? I shrugged and checked my phone again. Still nothing. Jacob squealed. I didn't even bother looking. He always made weird noises when he was playing. Most of the time, I didn't even notice anymore. I'm going to my room, I said. Good night, Peter. Mom looked at the clock. Jacob, time for bed. I texted Katie again before starting my lessons. She replied quickly. Meet me for lunch in the commissary. Can I eat lunch in the commissary? I asked Mrs. W. Not today, Mrs. W said. There's a big meeting after lunch. All hands on deck. I have to attend, so you'll need to watch your brother. If it's all hands, shouldn't I be there, too? Mrs. W handed Jacob a worksheet. Write the words, Jacob. She turned to me. You'll have to talk to your mother. Someone has to watch this guy. We could take him along, I said. He can bring his game. We'll sit in the back where he won't bother anyone. It'll be in the theater, right? Jacob threw the pencil across the room and started singing the jingle to his favorite video. Mrs. W looked at him, then back at me, eyebrows raised. He won't bother anyone? We can stay in the lobby. I'll stand in the doorway, so I can hear, and I can shut it if he gets too loud. This meeting had to be about the lights we'd seen last night. There was no way I was going to miss it. Talk to your mother. Mrs. W picked up Jacob's pencil and sat down next to him, pointing at his paper. Time to work. She looked up at me. You too. But. She held up a hand and turned away. I knew when I was beat. Can't. Have to watch Jacob during the meeting. I added a few grumpy emojis. The phone pinged. We can do a D chat vid, just like being there. Brilliant. Wonder why the PTBs don't do that. They not as smart as me. She added some laughing faces and a sunshine. I sent her a thumbs up and 2 smiley faces. As soon as she got lunch on the table, Mrs. W headed out. Make sure you clean up the dishes, okay? Your mom has enough work to do. She gave me a stern look. Thanks for your help, Peter. I'll see you tomorrow. I bolted down my lunch and waved Jacob's game in front of his face. Finish your lunch. Then game. He ignored my words but started shoveling food into his mouth. As soon as he finished his sandwich, I grabbed his plate. While he ate the apple slices off a napkin, I rinsed the dishes. They didn't look dirty, so I put them into the drainer and wiped the crumbs off the table. There, all clean. Wash your hands, Jacob. I held the game out of reach. Wash your hands, then you can have the game. Jacob stared at me. Super Possum 9. Wash hands, then Super Possum, I said. We locked eyes, but he looked away. Jacob doesn't like to make eye contact. Wash hands, then Super Possum. Jacob ran to the bathroom. I grabbed my phone and called Katie. Where are you? In the theater. She held up her phone and switched the camera view, so I could see the people filtering in. Dr. Roth is up on the stage. The view swung around, and I could see the director standing next to Cersei and another guy half hidden by the heavy curtains. "Who's the other dude?" I asked. "Oh, that's my dad," Katie said. "He's in charge of security, so he'll talk about that. Plus, he's the one who discovered the G's." "What do you mean, discovered the G's?" I asked. "He didn't want to get me in trouble, so he said he was the one who saw the lights moving. They sent out a drone to check early this morning, and there's a group of G's moving toward the dome. It's a good thing we were up there." Jacob finished his washing song and ran back into the room. "Super possum," he screamed. "You better mute your end," Katie said with a laugh. "Don't want him yelling that in the middle of the meeting." "Especially since that's why I'm not there," I grumbled. "Okay, I'm hitting mute. I'll text if I have a question." I set the phone down on the kitchen table and handed the game to Jacob. He should be good for a while. I grabbed my audio buds and slipped them into my ears. This way, even if Jacob made lots of noise, I should be able to hear the discussion. A few minutes later, I heard shushing over the sounds of noise from the theater. Katie had propped the phone up somehow, so I could see the stage, but it was at an awkward angle. The sound was pretty good, though. The conversations died out, and Dr. Roth stepped up to the microphone. "Thank you for joining me on such short notice. I'm sure you've all heard the rumors. Yes, there is a group moving in from Dusty Springs right now. They've set up a camp of sorts outside the main entrance to the dome." He took off his glasses and polished them. "When we started this project, it was our desire to provide shelter for as many people as possible." He pushed his glasses up onto his nose. "The dome's current complement is 118 people. We have comfortable accommodations for about 200 more. As we know, that is barely a drop in the bucket. Depending on rationing strategies and housing assignments, we can squeeze in 200 to 300 more people in the active part of the dome. The underground storage will house many more as soon as the activation is complete." He sighed. "We could have issued invitations, but how would we decide who to invite? I have never wanted to play God." He paused and looked around the room again, his shoulders drooping. "This dome has never been a secret," he continued, his chubby hands gripping the podium. "The neighboring communities, in particular, have been aware of our function since the beginning, and many of you grew up in the local area. As you know, we have been providing produce and meat to the local towns since this facility became operational. It is somewhat surprising to me," he looked puzzled as he adjusted his glasses, "that we have not been approached for sanctuary before now. Sharp eyes have noticed movement in our direction from the area of Dusty Springs." Director Roth seemed to stare straight the camera as he said this. My heart started to pound. Jacob yelped, but when I glanced at him, he was fine. "We sent one of our unmanned aerial vehicles out to check. There is indeed a group of people outside the dome. In fact, I think we could class it a mob." A video flashed up onto the big screen behind him. It showed an aerial view of the apron in front of the dome. A crowd of people wearing packs milled around in the open area, and tents were staked haphazardly around the edges. Dr. Roth mopped his balding head quickly with a red polka dot handkerchief. "We knew this would happen eventually. Now we must put our plans into action." "So," the director seemed to grow taller as straightened his back and set his shoulders. "The emergency intake plan is effective as of now. All normal operations will go to skeleton crews, everyone else will report to their EIP locations. Liz Morton will lead the charge on that, since handling people is her specialty." "Mrs. Morton?" He stepped away from the microphone, looking around the room. Liz bounded up onto the stage and stepped up to the podium. The top of her head barely peeked over the wooden structure. A laugh went around the room, and Mr. Thomas appeared on camera carrying a step stool. He set it behind the podium, and Liz jumped up. "Thank you, Dr. Roth, and Mr. Thomas. I know you can see me now. Can you all hear me?" She grinned as the audience chorused, "Yes." "Fantastic. Okay, here's the deal." The grin disappeared. "We have approximately 700 people outside the dome with more arriving. It looks like they're setting up a camp out there. We will set up our intake stations." Jacob started chanting at his video game. "Eat him, eat him, eat him." "Jacob, hush. I can't hear. I grabbed him by the shoulder. Come on, let's play in the bedroom. Without taking his eyes off his game, Jacob got up off the floor and walked into the bedroom with me. Okay, sit here. I pushed him down on his bed. Play here. I'll be back. I ran out of the room and closed the door. Supervisors have the plan. Check in with yours if you don't know what you're supposed to be doing. We have a lot of people to process, so let's get to it. Wait, Dr. Roth's voice rose out of the hubbub. Don't go running out of here. Mr. Thomas is going to go over some security issues. Thank you, Director. Katie zoomed in so Evan Thomas's warm face filled the screen. Unlike the first time I met him, he was not smiling. These folks are desperate and potentially dangerous. Anytime the doors are open, we will have a full security team at their assigned positions. We will also have a detail in the processing rooms. If one of my folks tells you to do something, do it. It's for your own good and the safety of this facility. Anyone who interferes with security will be punished. He paused to look around the room, seeming to make eye contact with every person there. You all know me. You know I like to joke around. But on the security of the dome, I am 100% serious. No infractions will be ignored. He looked around the room again, then nodded to himself. Also, if anyone wants to volunteer for security duty, we'll probably need some extra folks. Depends on how long this influx continues. Full training will be provided, of course. Finally, if you have any questions about security, if you see anyone behaving suspiciously or see a door that shouldn't be open or anything like that, contact me immediately. My number is 019. Any time of the day or night. Any questions? The room was so quiet I could hear breathing. Dr. Roth stepped back up to the podium. He clapped a hand on Thomas's shoulder. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for your service. I'm sure we'll keep you busy. And now, time to get to work. Chapter 23. I looked down at the phone in my hands, then walked slowly back to the bedroom. Of course, as soon as I shut the door, Jacob went into silent mode. I cracked the door, but he still sat on the bed, thumbs flying furiously over his device. I slid down to the floor. New people coming to the dome didn't bother me, but knowing there were more people outside than would fit in here was unnerving. How would they decide who came in and who stayed out? Had I missed that part of the meeting while Jacob was yelling? Or did everyone but me already know how it would work? I smacked my palm against my head. I knew exactly how to find out. The intake plan was one of the documents Liz had added to my lessons. I jumped up and ran into the living room. Logging into the school computer system, I started paging through my e-learning list. Here it was, the intake plan. I sank down on the couch and started reading. The click of the door latch opening roused me. I looked around, started at how dark it had gotten. I leapt to my feet to check on Jacob as Mom came in through the front door. Ma. Jacob danced into the room, his game still clutched in his hand. His other hand was covered in orange powder. My eyes widened as I took in the mess in the kitchen. Jacob must have helped himself to an afternoon snack. What happened here? Mom asked, dropping a file folder and her phone on the side chair. I stared at Jacob, then back at the big screen, then at Mom. Were you busy playing video games instead of looking after your brother? Mom's voice ratcheted up a few notes. What? No. I gestured at the screen. I was reading the intake plan. I guess I didn't hear him. I trudged over to the kitchen and started picking up the mess. An empty bag of cheesy crunch snacks lay on the counter. Where did that come from? And where did it go? When I looked at the floor, and my brother, the answer to the second question became obvious. I got that at the snack shack, Mom said. Her voice was low. It was the last one. I was saving it for a special occasion. Or an emergency. Jacob, I yelled. How could you? Mom grabbed my arm. You can't blame this on him. She gave my arm a little shake. You were supposed to be watching him. He should never have found it. What else did he get into? She dropped my arm and ran into the bedroom. I started picking the spilled snacks up off the floor. Mrs. W kept our kitchen spotless, so they were probably okay to eat. I scooped them back into the bag. Mom came back in, holding an empty juice joy box. Luckily, there was only one of these left. I'm sorry, but I needed to know what's going on. I gestured to the big screen. We're going to be getting hundreds of new people in here, don't you think I had the right to know that? I think you had a job to do, Mom said, but she didn't sound angry. Never mind. A box of juice and a few chips won't hurt him. Did you learn anything you didn't already know? I glanced at her and pulled my eyebrows down. There was lots I didn't know. I didn't even know we were going to get more people. I mean, Katie talks about the G's, but it never occurred to me, why should my family be the only ones allowed to live in the dome? There were thousands, maybe millions of people still on the planet. Why should we be the only lucky ones? How will they decide who gets in? That isn't in the plan. Mom looked away, her face drawn. I don't know. I think it's mostly first come, first served. But I'm just glad I'm not the one making that decision. I can't play God. I wondered if she was thinking about the guy in the garage back in Farmington. The one who begged us to take his family. My job, our job, is to help process the people who do come in. I'll be doing intake interviews, cataloging people's skills and interests. Liz has asked if you would be available to be a runner. I told her you would. What's a runner? Kind of a general gopher. You know, go for this, go for that. Someone to run errands. She dropped onto the couch and picked up the mouse. I'm not sure they even know exactly what they'll need. It will evolve with the process. She scrolled back to the beginning of the intake plan and started reading. Sure, I can do that. I grinned in relief. I thought I'd be stuck watching Jacob. Maybe the cheesy crunch mess was working in my favor. Crossing my fingers, I asked, who's watching Jacob? Mrs. W is going to set up a little daycare in one of the empty apartments. She'll watch all the children, so their parents can help out with the intake. My phone pinged. It's Liz, I said. She wants to know if I can help. Right now. Sure, Mom said, but maybe you should grab a snack first. It's past dinner time. I skidded to a halt outside Liz's office. The door was open, and the tiny room was full of people, all of them talking loudly. I recognized some of them, mostly the parents of the little kids I'd seen in the park. They were wearing name badges hanging on strings around their necks. I sent Liz a text to tell her I was here, then leaned against the wall and finished my sandwich. Peter, come in here. Liz called through the hubbub. Let him through, folks, he's here to help me help you. I scrambled between the adults and squeezed in next to Liz's desk, wiping my fingers on my pants. What's up? She took my arm and pulled me around the desk. Pushing the chair out of the way, she pushed me into its place. Hand out these packets. 5 to each person. Turning to the crowd, she hollered, listen up, you lot. The conversations quieted. You will be helping new arrivals find their place in the dome. Peter is going to give each of you a stack of guidebooks. These books have all the information a new arrival will need to access food, medical care, and a place to live. Everyone will pass through a full medical and security check before they're allowed into the dome. Once they're here, we'll do a more thorough medical exam, and they will be assigned temporary quarters. Your job will be to take them from the intake station on level 5 down to their living space. We'll be filling the empty apartments as well as putting some folks into temporary placements in the recreation areas. Peter will bring you more books as the day goes on. Only hand out 1 per family. If you need anything else, if one of your, let's call them applicants rather than G's, all right? She looked around the room, making eye contact with each of the others. It's your responsibility to ensure your applicants are settled and know how to access anything they require, not desire. You'll also make sure they understand the rules, which are in this handbook. She waved one of the thick documents in the air. If your applicants have any special needs, let Peter know, and he'll help me coordinate. Form a line in front of the desk. While the others jostled their way into a line, Liz pulled me back from the desk. Give each of them a stack from the desk. If those run out, we've got 2 more boxes back here. She pointed to the crates stacked in the back of the room. If you run out of those, you know how to make more, but that should be sufficient for the first wave. Are they letting people in all night? I asked. She shook her head. No, but the vetting process takes time. They started the first group as soon as the meeting was over. Those folks should be filtering out of the med checks any time now. They stopped taking new applications at 6. Depending on how things go up there. She glanced at the clock. We should be done by about 9, I'd guess. Where are they doing all this stuff? I grabbed the crates of manuals and dragged them closer to the desk. Didn't you read that intake plan I put on your e-learning dash? Liz folded her arms. I didn't get all the way through it, I said, and I didn't recognize the names of things. She waved a tablet at me, then set it on a bookshelf. Here's the plan. You can look at it when we get things straightened out here. There's a glossary at the end. Start handing these out. She mimed handing one of the stacks of booklets to the first woman in line. But essentially, they'll do the first interviews outside. We have some air pressurized tents up there, where the applicants are staying. The security team does a search, to make sure no weapons are brought inside. Hang on. She turned away to answer her phone. Do I get more of these when I run out? The woman in front of me asked. Her name badge read, Rianne Martinez. I stared at her. Yeah, I'll bring you more, but you should only give one per family, okay? Hadn't Liz just said that? The woman took the stack and walked away without responding. A man behind her stepped up and took his stack. These are the manuals? Are the dome rules listed in here? Holy cow, didn't these people listen? I grabbed the top one off the next stack and started paging through it. Yeah, here, on page 3. I tapped the page titled, Dome Rules. The rest of the line went pretty much the same. People took their stack of manuals and asked the same 2 questions. Only 2 of them didn't ask, a tall, thick woman named Isabel Gunderson, and a short dude whose name tag had been edited to read, The Howling Swede. I waited until he'd left to roll my eyes. When the line was gone, Liz had me count out some new stacks of 5, laying them crisscross so they were easy to grab. Then she dragged in a wheeled cart. Stack those on here. You'll take them up to the Sedona room name on level 5 when we get the call for more. They probably won't get through all those tonight. I can't believe they'd be able to vet more than about 50 people to start. You can read through that intake plan while you wait. Who are these people? I asked. Are they from Dusty Springs? Where are they staying? She shrugged. I don't know where they're from. I imagine most of them are from the town, but probably some are from farther away. Somehow they heard about the dome, and decided to try their luck. What do you mean, try their luck? I finished stacking manuals on the cart and slouched against the desk, fiddling with one. We can't let everyone in, Liz said. They're going to have to start turning folks away at some point. If you lived in, say, Georgia, she shrugged to indicate it was a random choice, and you hear about the dome, do you stay in Georgia, hoping things will get better, that you'll be able to get power, and clean air filters, and food, or do you load up your stuff and start across country in the hopes there will still be room here when you arrive? It would be a tough decision. I guess we were lucky to get here early, I said. Liz nodded. Very lucky. Her phone pinged, and she held up a hand while she read. Okay, change in plans. We're going upstairs now. I'll come with you to answer questions, until you're ready to go solo. Bring the cart. We wheeled the cart into the lobby and Liz called the elevator. She pressed the 5 button and entered her code. You'll need your code to come back down, too. We don't want anyone sneaking in before they've been completely cleared. When the door opened on level 5, the noise was deafening. The double doors across from the elevator stood open. The half-dozen people I'd given manuals to stood in the doorway, chatting. Beyond them, cloth screens, like you see in medical dramas, divided the huge room into smaller areas. People in white coats walked back and forth between the screened areas. A family moved out from behind the closest screen, led by Dr. Morton. Where are the guides? Morton asked. Rianne Martinez waved her hand. We're here. Morton turned to the man and woman beside him. They wore matching beige pants and V-necked tops. The 2 children wore similar clothing, but in pink and blue. Rianne here will take you to your quarters. Your personal effects will be reviewed, and you can claim them after they've been cleared. He turned away. My mother's jewelry is in our personal effects. The woman grabbed Morton's arm. Someone will steal them. He shook her hand off. No one here will steal your baubles. His voice dripped disdain. My staff are honorable people. Besides, we have no use for them here. You would have been better off to bring food, or medical supplies. They're much more useful. He walked away. Liz shook her head and stepped forward. Sorry, he's tired. But he's right, no one will take your things. They were catalogued when you in-processed, right? The woman nodded, and Liz continued. Then, unless they're deemed a danger to the dome, they'll be returned to you shortly. You understand, we must protect the people living here, including you. So, we check everything that comes inside for contaminants and dangerous substances. I'm sure your mother's jewelry will be fine. And bonus, it'll be clean when you get it back. The woman stood up straight and lifted her chin, as if insulted. My mother's jewelry is impeccably clean. Liz smiled again and patted her arm. I'm sure it is. Now, Rianne will show you to your quarters. Make sure you read the manual and abide by the rules listed on page 3. She handed the family off to Rianne and waited until the elevator door closed behind them. That's how it's done, folks. Diffuse as much anger and tension as you can. These folks are scared and likely feeling violated. We need to make them comfortable, and part of that is making sure they understand the process. But always point out the rules on page 3. She beckoned to me. Let's just set up a station right here. She rolled the cart near the door and stepped behind it. We can answer questions, and once you've heard them all, you can take over. Chapter 24. 53 new people entered the dome that night. I counted as they walked past my station. After the first couple families, Liz left me on my own, while she tracked down a CPAP machine for a applicant whose machine had been quarantined. The small group of guides dwindled as the night went on. Rianne Martinez came back upstairs after depositing that first family in their quarters. Those people were totally ungrateful. You'd think we were dumping them in a refugee camp instead of giving them a safe place to live, she declared. They've had a rough night, and probably a pretty rough few weeks. They're tired and confused. We need to cut them some slack, Liz said. We took their stuff away and put them into a tiny furnished apartment. It kind of is a refugee camp. A nice one, but still. Well, they should be thankful. That woman just moaned about her jewelry all the way down there. And the kids were crying, and the man kept telling her to stop whining. We need to only let in the fun people. Liz looked over her reading glasses at Rianne. Maybe this isn't the best use of your skills, Rianne. I think I should reassign you to another job. Why don't you look at the options in the intake plan and see where you think you'd be most helpful? Rianne shook her long, dark hair back over her shoulder. I don't know if I want to help these people. Liz's eyes narrowed. You don't really have a choice. Besides, getting these people settled is helping the rest of us. Everyone is expected to do their part for the community. Maybe you'd prefer to be on the sanitation team? No. Rianne made a face. I'll stick with this. We'll find you something more suited to your skills, Liz said. Why don't you head home for now, and I'll get you a new assignment in the morning. Fine. Rianne flounced away. She's horrible, I said. Why'd you let her out of work? I don't want her to be anyone's welcome to the dome, Liz said, nodding at the other guides still clustered in the doorway. We clearly have more people than we need for this job. I'll keep the good ones, and reassign those who are, she paused and wrinkled her nose, less reassuring to our new occupants. The next 2 weeks went by quickly. Every day, instead of doing my schoolwork, I reported to the Sedona room. Some days I just stood by the rolling cart and handed out guidebooks. Others, I had to print new copies and bring them up or find the answers to questions no one had anticipated. Did we have a wheelchair? No, we didn't. They had to rush that one through security and cleaning, but in the meantime, Mr. Zardier, aged 93, had to be wheeled around on a desk chair. Did anyone speak American Sign Language? Rianne Martinez got to leave her new job in the kitchens to translate for a few hours. Did we have Zolgensma, an astronomically expensive drug to treat spinal muscular atrophy? No, we didn't. But we'd try to get some from the University of Berlin. No one knew if it would get here in time to treat a new baby brought to the dome, but we'd try. I ate dinner with Katie almost every night. I've never even heard of SMA, I said, between bites of chicken. Dr. Origines said it's really rare, but the baby will die without the medicine. She shook her head. That's sad. It's funny how hearing about bunches of people dying is kind of sad on an intellectual level, but hearing about one person is emotionally devastating. We ate in silence for a while. A volcano in California had finally erupted 2 days before. It had been for months, but this time it had spewed out lava and ash for hundreds of miles. According to reports via the still spotty internet, thousands of people had been killed, and a resulting forest fire had burned thousands of acres nearby. Yeah, I ate a few carrot sticks. What are you working on? She shrugged. Same old, same old. I'm doing most of the animal care right now. The vets are all helping with the people. I laughed. You should have seen this woman when she found out Dr. Morton was a vet, not a people doctor. She started screaming about lawsuits and malpractice. It was pretty funny. Then Dr. Roth told her she was free to leave. She clammed right up. Hey, who's that? Katie asked, jerking her chin at something behind me. I turned around to look. A few tables away, 3 men sat at dinner. 2 of them looked like the usual applicants, half-starved faces, bony elbows sticking out of the sleeves of their baggy scrubs. Their hair was cut short and their faces were weather-beaten except where their beards had been recently shaved. They wolfed down their food as if they hadn't eaten in weeks. But even half-starved, they looked dangerous. The third man stood out like an eagle in the duck pond. His face was full, with a double chin and sleek brown hair. He wore a suit, complete with a tie and pressed shirt. He had gold rings on both soft, white hands. He came in yesterday, I said. At my station near the door of the Sedona room, I saw everyone who entered the dome. His name is Bauer. I wonder how he got his own clothes back so fast. He was wearing scrubs like everyone else yesterday. Katie eyed him, her expression showing she wasn't impressed. There's something off about that guy. Why's he so fat? Everyone else is starving. I shrugged. Maybe he's the boss of Dusty Springs? Liz told me some of the folks in charge of those little places are basically like kings. They control everything, so they're getting rich. But if he were a king there, why would he come in here? Katie dropped her eyes to her plate, then glanced up at me. He's just an ordinary person here. I glanced over my shoulder to see Bauer looking at us. He stared for a moment, then smiled and nodded regally. I turned back to Katie. He doesn't act like he's ordinary. Dr. Roth isn't going to let anyone lord it over anyone else, Katie said. He'll keep that guy in line. Rumors about Horace Bauer spread through the dome. He's the mafia boss of Dusty Springs, Rianne told me. One of the girls from there told me. He controlled everything: food, water, power, oxygen. His bullies would break into people's houses and steal their stuff. She even said he took girls, offered them a place in his mansion. Her eyes narrowed. We know what happens to girls who go to live in the mansion with King. Rianne, could you please take these back to the kitchen? Liz interrupted, handing the woman a pan full of dirty dishes. Rianne ground her teeth but took the pan and left. Don't listen to her gossip, Peter, Liz told me. Did you hear what she said, though? I asked. Unless she had proof, it's just a rumor, Liz said. But don't worry, the security team is keeping watch. They aren't doing anything about him, though, I muttered. You should have heard what he said to Katie the other day. Liz grabbed my shoulder. Did he touch her? I don't think so. He just told her how pretty she is. It was. I squirmed. It was ew. He's old. And nasty. We can't do anything about what people say, Liz said. But if he tries anything, you let me know right away. Sure. I think Katie would probably knee him in the balls if he tried anything, though. I'd pay to see that. Liz bit her lips, but they twitched at the corners and her eyes crinkled. Then her face turned serious. He always has those 2 rough-looking guys with him, though. You both need to stay away from him. Besides handing out guides and answering questions, I often got pressed into food delivery. Rianne would bring the trays up to the Sedona room, but then she stood around jawing with the guides. So, I delivered sandwiches or soup to the folks working that day. The applicants always looked longingly at the food, but since I knew they had just been fed, and they'd have a meal waiting for them in their new quarters, I didn't share. Unless it was a little kid, then I'd usually sneak them a cookie or sweet. A couple days after Bauer arrived, a family with 3 kids showed up. That was unusual. Planetary restrictions had mandated only 1 or 2 kids per family. All 3 kids had bright red hair, which made them even more noticeable. The woman looked thin and scared, the kids were quiet. I was making my rounds, so I handed out the cookies. You guys want one of these? The 2 girls hid behind their mother, but the boy stuck out his hand. Are those chocolate chip? I haven't had a chocolate chip cookie in years. He grabbed the 3 cookies and handed one to each of his sisters. He took a huge bite of his cookie and mumbled, I'm Eric. Who are you? I'm Peter. I gotta deliver these sandwiches. Cool. Mom, can I go with Peter? He shoved the rest of the cookie in his mouth. Dr. Origines took his plate and set it aside. I need to finish your checkup first. Then you'll need to find your quarters. Maybe you can connect with Peter after that. He smiled at me. I took the hint. I'll see you around, I told Eric. Not if I see you first. Eric called after me with a loud laugh. The next morning, Eric was waiting for me by the elevators when I came out of my apartment. That doctor said you lived up here. He pointed over the railing of the balcony. We're down on the 2nd floor. I have to share a room with my sisters. He made a ridiculous face. It's better than living out there, though. He shivered. Were you in Dusty Springs? I asked as we stepped into the elevator. Yeah, his face shut down. My dad works for Lord Bauer. What did you call him? I asked. Eric bit his lip. Mr. Bauer. I called him Mr. Bauer. No, you said, Lord Bauer. I narrowed my eyes at him. You don't really call him that, do you? Don't be stupid, he said, marching out of the elevator when it opened on the 5th floor. Nobody uses titles like that in America. He said it like he was quoting someone. I followed him across the lobby. What are you planning on doing today? I'm going to hang with you, he said, as if it were the only logical answer. And you're going to show me everything. I have to work today. I gestured to the cart of printed materials. I can show you where the HR office is. I have to go make more copies. Cool. Eric helped me unload the few remaining manuals onto a free chair. After telling the howling Swede where we were going, we pushed the cart back across the lobby and into the elevator. I tapped my phone to enter my access code. If you want to help, maybe Liz will give you a code, too. But you'll need to learn where things are, I said. Cool, Eric said again. Liz wasn't in her office, so I showed Eric where things were kept. We made copies and stacked them onto the cart. On the way out the door, Eric tripped over the threshold. I grabbed his arm to keep him upright and he yelped. I let go. What's wrong? He shook his head. I bruised my arm yesterday. Still hurts when you touch it. He pulled up his sleeve and gently poked the huge purple bruise. Wow, that looks bad, I said. Did the docs look at it when you came through? He shook his head. Happened after we got here. I fell on the stairs in the housing area. If it doesn't get better, you should have Dr. Origines look at it. Or Katie can probably find you some arnica oil. I think that helps bruises. She uses it on the cows all the time. Cows? You have cows here? His eyes lit up. You like cows? I shoved the cart back into place. Howling Swede came over to grab another guide. Going through a lot of these things. He turned to Eric. If you like cows, you should go meet Dr. Morden. I heard he's looking for more help down there while everyone else is up here. He waved a hand around the bustling room. Awesome. Who's Dr. Morden? I looked around the room. A tall, scary-looking dude. Katie says he's okay, and his wife Liz is great. But he's a bit overpowering? Grumpy? Terrifying? Swede asked with a grin. He scares the crap out of me. Who scares the crap out of you, Justin? Dr. Morden said. Swede pulled a mock frightened face at us and turned around to face his fear. No one, sir. I'm not afraid of anything. Morden's lip twitched, but he said nothing. This is Eric, Swede blurted out. He likes cows. Morden's attention diverted. He faded away. You like cows? Morden looked Eric up and down. Yes, sir. I grew up on a ranch. Eric stared down at his shoes. Have you ever helped castrate cows? Morden asked. Eric gulped. I've helped castrate steers. Cows don't need it. Morden smiled. I'd never seen him smile before and I wasn't sure if that made him more approachable or more terrifying. Peter, when you get a chance, take Eric down to meet Katie. She could use some capable help. The corner of his lip twitched up on the word, capable. Sure, Dr. Morden. I waited until he'd walked away to say to Eric, see, terrifying. Eric shrugged. He doesn't seem too bad. The howling Swede reappeared. You boys could go downstairs now, if you want. I can hand out the guidebooks. I don't think anyone is going to steal those. You say that like something else might get stolen, I said. Swede glanced at Eric and lowered his voice. Some things have been disappearing lately. Stuff people left out. There are a lot of new and unknown people here, now. If you have anything valuable, keep it locked up. He glanced at Eric again. No offense. Wasn't me, so I ain't offended, Eric said. Swede gave him a thumbs up and wandered away. That dude is cool, Eric mumbled. Sure, let's go find Katie. I dropped the guidebook I was holding on the cart and headed to the elevator. All the way to the farm, Eric peppered me with questions. How long had I been here? Who was Katie? How many cows did we have? How old was I? I'm 15, I said. How old are you? I'm 13, 14 in May. He stopped in the middle of the path. What month is it, anyway? It's April, I said. Why don't you know? Things have been kinda crazy since the crowning. My eyebrows drew down. What do you mean, the crowning? You know, when Lord Bauer was crowned. He glanced at me. Oops. I mean, never mind. That's the second time you've called him Lord, I said. Did he make himself king out there or something? Eric checked around us and lowered his voice. He is the king of Dusty Springs. There was a ceremony and everything. Then people started coming here, and he got mad. So, he and his protection squad came over. But they heard it's easier to get in with a family, so my pop brought us along. Chapter 25. I stared at Eric. Seriously? Come on, let's go find Katie. I ran down the path to the barn. Hey, Katie. Katie's head popped out through the chicken yard door. I'm here. How do you get off duty, Peter? Her eyes sparkled, and she glanced at Eric. You must be the kid Dr. M texted me about. I'm Katie. Wait until you hear what he has to say about that Bauer guy, I said. Tell her, Eric. Eric glanced around, his pale face seeming to get paler. Can anyone, he waved a finger to the corners of the ceiling, overhear us? Katie exchanged a look. She mimicked his motion. What does this mean? Eric looked even more uncomfortable. He lowered his voice to a bare thread of a whisper. Are they listening? They who? Katie gave him a puzzled look. Are you worried about hidden cameras and microphones? I asked. Wow, you watch too much VidTube. My dad said everything is monitored in the dome, Eric whispered, looking around nervously. Katie laughed. If that was true, I'd have been toast years ago. No one is listening. How do you know? Eric muttered. Yeah, how do you know? I repeated. She smiled. My dad is head of security. If anyone were listening, it would be him. And believe me, if he had heard some of the things I've said and done. Eric looked at her with admiration shining in his eyes. Really? What have you done? She waved it off. Nothing amazing. But enough to get me into trouble if my dad knew. Remembering that night at the theater, I grinned. Maybe you don't drink just root beer in the lounge with the guys. It was only once, and I was violently ill. Her lips twisted into a grimace. But yeah, if my dad had heard about that, I'd know. Believe me. Eric looked around the room again, then shook his head. I'll tell you, I said. Eric said. I stopped when he shook his head violently. I mean, I heard that Bauer had himself crowned over in Dusty Springs. They call him Lord Bauer. I glanced at Eric and lowered my voice. And he came here with his muscle too. I stopped, turning to look at Eric. I'm not sure why he's here. Eric held up his hands and shook his head. Interesting, Katie said. I might just mention this to my dad, leaving out any names, of course. Eric bit his lip. I heard you have cows? Katie grinned at the change of subject. Sure do. I'll show you. Peter, wanna come? I laughed. Yeah, no, I'll go back to my paper pushing. Have fun. The howling Swede was gone when I got back to my station, but Alicia Zimmerman stood by the cart. Justin told me to watch your stuff, she said, her nasal voice grating on my nerves. And your mom wants you to come home for lunch. Not sure why she didn't just call you. 'Cause she's working over there. I pointed deeper into the room, past the curtained areas. She's doing intake evaluations. Not anymore. She got a call and had to leave. Alicia shrugged. They aren't processing very fast, so you can go if you want. Plus, it's not like anyone is going to steal the guidebooks. And we know where to get more. Weird that two different people mentioned stealing. I made a mental note to ask Katie if she'd heard anything. I headed into the elevator and pulled out my phone. 2 missed messages from my mom. Come home. Come home. When the elevator opened, I bolted out and ran down the balcony to our apartment. Halfway around the circle, I could hear Jacob wailing. I skidded to a halt outside and opened the door. A wall of sound pounded over me, Jacob's scream piercing my eardrums. Hey, I called when he paused for breath. What's going on? The wailing started again. My mom crouched in the middle of the living room holding my little brother in her arms. Jacob struggled against her, trying to pull free, but she wouldn't let go. His voice wavered on like a siren. Get a blanket, Mom shouted. I ran to the bedroom and stripped a blanket off the bottom bunk. Bundling it up, I raced back into the living room. I grabbed a pillow off the couch and threw it against a wall. Spreading the blanket over the couch, I turned to Mom. She tried to pick Jacob up, but he flailed his arms and legs. Before I could grab them, he smacked me in the jaw and my ears rang. I scrabbled for his wrists and finally got them pinned. Mom grabbed his ankles and we wrestled him to the couch. Then we wrapped the blanket around him as tightly as we could. I snagged the pillow from the floor and plopped it onto his chest. Mom sat down on the edge of the couch and leaned on the pillow. For some reason, deep pressure could work magic on Jacob. Sometimes, in a few minutes, he stopped screaming, and a few minutes later, he fell asleep. Mom slid down onto the floor and leaned back against the couch. What happened? I sat down next to her. She shook her head. I don't know. He's been kind of emotionally elevated for the last few weeks. Something sent him over the top today. Mrs. W called me when he started getting really agitated. Luckily I was able to get him home before he blew. He hasn't done that in a while, I said. Maybe he's like the volcanoes. He just needs to let off the pressure once in a while. Mom snorted. Maybe. I wish I knew. Can you stay with him this afternoon? They need me back upstairs. Yeah, I guess so, I said. They don't need me. Mom slid an arm around me and pulled me close. I need you. After sleeping most of the afternoon and evening, Jacob had settled back down. He seemed to get agitated more easily these days, and spoke less, or at least he used less useful phrases. I stayed home with him for 2 days, keeping a close eye on his activities. Mom had banned me from using the computer, so I read a paper copy of the intake plan that Liz dropped off the next morning. I played more racing games than I could tolerate, but it kept Jacob happy. On the 3rd day, Mrs. W came by to pick him up in the morning. Your mom said he's back to normal. I watched Jacob as he shuffled to the door. Not really, I said. I mean, he's calmed down, but he's not back to normal. I think he'll be okay, though. After they left, I made sure the door was locked and headed up to the 4th floor and Liz's office. I'm back, I said as I opened the door. Did you miss me? Mr. Bauer stood inside the office, staring down at Liz. His two enforcers, already looking bigger and meaner than when they'd arrived, stood behind him. Liz didn't even glance at me when the door opened. "Peter," she said, her eyes still on Bauer, "would you find Dr. Roth, please? Now." The two thugs turned toward me. The one on the left, with the bristly red hair, was Eric's dad, Walter Portnoy. The guy on the right had a tattoo of a snake wrapped around his left eye. I couldn't remember his name. Portnoy stepped toward me. I backed out of the room and thumbed my phone. Portnoy moved toward me but stopped when Bauer held up a hand. "Thank you, young man." His smooth voice sent chills up my spine. Not knowing how to reach Dr. Roth, I ran toward the elevator. I swiped through the contacts on my phone, searching for anyone who could help. I didn't know what was going on in Liz's office, but it looked like she needed help. I slapped Katie's number. "Katie." I didn't wait for her to answer when the line connected. "I need to talk to your dad. It's an emergency." "Done." She didn't waste any time. I heard a click, and some static, and then another click. "Thomas," the voice said. I imagined Mr. Thomas sitting in his dim control room, watching the applicants walk into the airlock. "Mr. Thomas, this is Peter Russell," I said, my voice squeaking. "Liz needs help. Bauer is in her office with two of his goons, and she told me to get Dr. Roth on it." Like his daughter, Mr. Thomas was efficient. The line clicked and frizzed, then clicked again. "Roth," a new voice said. "Thomas," Katie's dad said. "Peter Russell is on the line. He said Liz Morton needs your help. Immediately. Bauer is there." Dr. Roth grunted. "Get a team in there, now. I'm on my way." The phone went dead. I stood in the lobby, shaking. Sweat rolled down my back. I didn't know what was going on, but it felt wrong. Dangerous. I pressed a hand against the wall, willing my legs to stop shaking. The elevator pinged, and I jumped. Dr. Roth strode out. "Where are they?" His voice was measured and calm. HR, I stuttered, pointing. Dr. Roth nodded. "Well done. Stay out of the way." He strode down the hall and opened the door. No sound issued from the HR office. Dr. Roth stepped in. "Dr. Roth, thank you for joining us." Bauer's oily voice slithered over my shoulders. The door clicked shut. As I stood there in the lobby, the elevator pinged again. Mr. Thomas and three more men I didn't know well strode out. All of them wore holsters with guns on their hips. Thomas stopped and looked at me. I couldn't make my voice work, so I just pointed. He nodded, and they strode the few steps to the HR door. I trotted along behind, hoping to hear what was going down. Thomas opened the door. "Good morning, Dr. Roth. Did you require some assistance?" he said. "Mr. Thomas, thank you for joining us." Dr. Roth stood in front of Liz's desk, between her and Bauer. "Mr. Bauer has some questions about distribution of food." The little office was too full for the other three security men to enter. Two stayed in the hallway, and the third stood in the doorway, his foot propping it open. His hand sat casually on his weapon. I stood behind the men, staying out of sight, but well within earshot. "My men require more than the meager rations offered to them," Bauer said. "They are active and strong, surely assets to this facility. You wouldn't want them to lose the strength that makes them so valuable." Peeking around Thomas, I could just see Dr. Roth. His eyes narrowed, and he focused on the fat man. "Your men?" he asked. "We have no allegiances here in the dome. Everyone is here of their own free will, and their only commitment is to the health and safety of this facility and its people. We don't condone factions." Bauer's voice became oily and smooth. "I call them mine because I have cared for them since the collapse. They looked to me for leadership and guidance. I brought them here, as the best possible opportunity for them and their families. They may pay me some gratitude, but they owe no allegiance to me. I have no desire to divide this community. But I have cared for them for several months, now. I wish to see that care continue." "While I certainly admire your sense of responsibility," Dr. Roth said, "I cannot agree to give anyone an advantage over anyone else. These men, your men, will receive what they require, within the capabilities of this facility to provide it. They will not receive more than anyone else. As a leader, you must understand my responsibility to provide fairly for all the people under my care. Of course, Dr. Roth. Bauer's voice sounded genial, but hard. I appreciate your position. Now that we understand each other better, I'm sure there will be no further problems. Thomas stepped out into the hallway, and Bauer and his goons swept past. As he strode by, Bauer fixed his hard eyes on me for a second, then he looked away, dismissing me as unimportant. Dr. Roth stepped up to the doorway. Watch them, Thomas, he said quietly. The moment they do anything questionable, let me know. But don't engage with his supporters. They're looking for a fight. He stepped out into the hallway and spotted me. Come in here, Peter, and shut the door. I swallowed nervously and followed him inside. Closing the door, I turned. Liz sat in the chair behind the desk, her face pale and damp. Dr. Roth perched on the edge of the desk, swiveling to look at Liz. Are you okay? She nodded. Those men make me nervous. I wasn't sure what was going to happen. Could we install a panic button in here? Some way for me to call for help? Dr. Roth nodded and pulled out his phone. Excellent idea. I'll have Evan take care of that. We'll put some in other locations as well. The commissary, the snack shack, the clinic, places people might get angry if they're denied their demands. He turned to look at me. Stay away from those men, Peter. I know one of them has children your age. You can befriend the children, but stay away from the father. I don't know what Bauer is up to, but I don't want to give him any leverage. Tell Katie the same. We need to protect our people. Do you understand? I nodded. Excellent. He stood up and moved to the door. In that case, off you go. You have work to do, right? Liz stood and handed me a stack of guidebooks. She put her hands on my shoulders. Be careful, Peter. Dr. Roth held the door open for me. He smiled as I walked past, a strange, sad smile. The door shut between us, and a shiver ran up my spine. Chapter 26. When I burst into the barn, Katie and Eric looked up in alarm. What? Katie demanded. I stopped short. Why do you look so worried? Oh, I dunno, maybe the way you slammed in here like your hair was on fire? Eric suggested. Sorry. No, nothing bad. I shook my head, my train of thought totally derailed. Oh. You won't believe who I just saw come in up on 5. Swede took him to his apartment, but I got the number before they got by. Who? Katie asked, not pausing as she shoveled manure. Zane. Who? Eric asked. Zane. The Zane? Zane Vidman? Katie dropped her shovel and stared at me. Yeah, but his last name isn't Vidman. It's Torres. Who's Zane Torres? Eric demanded. Just the most popular vid-tuber on the planet. Katie said. Haven't you seen him? He's hysterical. And so hot. Her eyes sparkled. He was also 17 years old, much more attractive to a 16-year-old girl than me. The only good thing about those first weeks here in the dome was I'd had Katie to myself. If you didn't count those biologists at the theater who were old enough to be her, well, at least old enough to be her uncle. And Eric was even younger than me, so he was no competition. Sounds cool, Eric said. Yeah, maybe he'll let us be in his videos. Katie gushed. Do you think he'll still do them from here? I asked. Why not? Katie said. I shrugged. Why were you so jumpy when I came in? Katie looked at Eric. He shrugged. She turned back to me. Eric's dad was kind of a jerk this morning. We were afraid it was him. Kind of a jerk how? I asked, slowly. A couple days had passed since I'd seen him with Bauer in Liz's office. I'd stayed well away from all of Bauer's followers, as the director had told me. As far as I could tell, Eric didn't have much to do with his dad, usually. Eric shrugged again. He was telling me not to make friends with you guys. That I should just stay out of the way, 'cause things are going to change. And he hit Eric, Katie said. Show him your arm. Eric shook his head. It was no big deal. Didn't really hurt. He's got an ugly bruise on his arm, Katie said, pointing to Eric's biceps. You had a bruise on the other arm the first day we met. I narrowed my eyes. You said you fell down the stairs. I did. Eric's voice cracked. That was totally an accident. This one is just a little bruise. He just punched me too hard. You know, like guys do. He started to rub his arm but winced when he touched it. You should get it checked out, Katie said. That bruise looked bad. The docs are all busy, Eric protested. This is nothing. Let it go. If he's hurting you, we should tell someone. Katie looked belligerent. Dr. Roth and Dr. Morton wouldn't tolerate that kind of behavior. Eric's face blanched. Don't tell anyone. I don't want to get us kicked out of the dome. My dad would kill me. You wouldn't get kicked out, Katie said. Your dad might, but that would be a good thing. No. Eric stomped his foot. If you say anything, I'll deny it. Just leave it alone. He threw his rake down and stormed out. Katie and I looked at each other. I guess we have to honor his wishes, she said slowly. But keep your eyes open. If we witness anything, we can report it. I nodded and picked up Eric's rake. I'd just gotten into bed when a text pinged on my phone. It was from Katie. Open your window. The alarm will go off. Nope. It's fixed. I got out of bed and crossed to the window. I opened the panel by the door. The red handle reflected the dim nightlight. It looked angry and judgmental. Are you sure? Positive. I glanced at Jacob snoring on the lower bunk. Getting him into bed could be an ordeal, but once he was asleep, he slept like the dead. He'd been kind of agitated again today, so Mom was exhausted, too. Maybe they'd sleep through the alarm if it went off? Taking a deep breath, I reached out and pulled the handle. Nothing. Sliding the curtains to the side, I pulled the screen a few inches away from the wall. Katie grinned at me from the dimly lit catwalk. Come on out and play. I checked on Jacob again. Still sound asleep. Hang on. I climbed back up to my bunk and arranged my pillows under the blankets. It didn't look anything like a person, but the trick always worked in the movies. I climbed back down and looked at my shorts and t-shirt. They were a little wrinkled, but not too bad. Knowing the catwalk grating would be uncomfortable, I slid my flip-flops on and climbed out the window. Here, stick this in the latch. Katie handed me a small chunk of bamboo. She showed me how to jam it into the latch, so the window wouldn't shut completely. It'll stay closed, but a little shove opens it back up. She demonstrated. What are you doing out here? I asked. And how'd you fix my window? Zane did it. Katie turned, and I noticed the tall boy standing a few feet away with his phone pointed at me. He's a genius with electronics. I stared at him. It really was Zane Vidman. I'd seen him up on level 5, but even though I'd taken the news to Katie, it hadn't really sunk in. This was the Zane Vidman. His long, dark hair waved casually to his shoulders, and one lock swooped down over his left eye. He looked like a model from a soda commercial, or underwear. Hi, I croaked. I love your videos. He jerked his chin at me. Thanks. Try not to look at the camera. I glanced at the phone, then looked away. Is this better? Zane swiped something, and his hand dropped to his side. I got enough for now. Let's get this show on the road. Okay, but we need to get Eric, too, Katie said. I promised to show him the lookout. Whatever, Zane said, leaning against the wall, staring at his phone. He shares a room with his sisters, I said. Is he going to be able to get away without waking them? I already texted him. Katie swiped her own phone. He said they're asleep. Come on, he's down on level 2. Katie trotted away toward the stairs. Zane shoved his phone in his pocket and strolled after her, his long legs making up for his slow gait. I glared at his back, then ran to catch up. We went down one level and around past the elevators. Zane used a tiny screwdriver to pop a panel open on the wall, then he plugged his phone into something inside the recessed area. A few taps and swipes, and he unplugged it. Good to go. Katie tapped her phone and a few seconds later the window swung inward. Eric grinned out at us. Without a word, he climbed over the window sill and onto the catwalk. In the dim light, the rockets on his pajamas glowed. Katie shoved another little jammer into the latch and pulled the window shut. Nice PJs, Red, Zane said, deadpan. Thanks. Eric grinned, completely missing the sarcasm. I started to open my mouth, but Katie shook her head a little and winked. I smiled. The private interaction put a warm glow in the pit of my stomach. Let's see this lookout of yours, Kat, Zane said, draping an arm over Katie's shoulders. They started back toward the stairway. The warmth in my stomach cooled into a puddle of ice water. Kat? Eric pipped up, jogging along behind them. Is that your new nickname? Should I call you Kat, too? Katie laughed. No, you can still call me Katie. We climbed up to the 4th level, then walked along the catwalk to the long stairs up to the 5th. Katie and Zane raced up the steps, their feet rattling the stairway. Eric and I tried to keep up, but we fell behind before we reached the first landing. By the time we reached the top, I was breathing heavily, and Eric was panting a few steps behind me. When we'd caught our breath, Katie reached for the doorknob. Wait, I cried. Didn't you say they'd start watching the internal video when the G's arrived? Katie smiled. Good catch, Peter. But Zane took care of that. He's a master hacker. She gazed up at him adoringly. I looked at Eric, but he had a goofy look on his face, too. I ground my teeth. We have to be quiet, though, Katie said, holding up a hand for silence. There's a lot of stuff going on in the dome right now. There might be people working up here. She turned the knob and eased the door open just a crack. We listened, but I didn't hear anything except the thumping of my heartbeat and Eric's noisy breathing. She pushed the door open and stuck her head out into the hallway. Nothing. Come on. We followed her out into the hall, my flip-flops slapping at the floor. Zane glanced down at my feet and raised an eyebrow. I stopped and pulled my flip-flops off. Shoes in hand, I followed Eric through the door marked, observation. It's a long way up, I whispered to Eric. Better pace yourself. Katie glanced over her shoulder at me and grinned. Then she looked at Zane. Race you. She bolted up the steps. With long, easy strides, he loped up the stairs like a cat, overtaking her before the first landing. Eric and I trudged along behind. As we climbed, the murmur of Zane's low voice and Katie's laughing replies floated down to us. Their voices got softer as they got farther and farther ahead of us. I clutched my aching side, my lungs burning. Let's stop. And rest, Eric panted. I looked back, to tell him to suck it up, but he'd collapsed on the step behind me. He bent over, his head even with his knees. Sweat dampened his hair. They're getting too far ahead. Who cares? Eric wheezed. No way to get lost, right? I slumped down beside him, my chest heaving. Yeah, I guess. You don't got a chance anyway. His brown eyes glinted up at me through his messy red curls. That guy is too cool. No shot at all. I wasn't, never mind. I leaned against the cool concrete wall and waited for my heart rate to come back to normal, or at least somewhere below heart attack level. Eric grinned. She's hot. But sorry, you don't got a shot. Yeah, I got it the first time. I punched him lightly on the shoulder. He winced and whimpered. Gosh, I'm sorry. I held up my hands. I didn't mean to hurt you. I forgot about your bruise. He shook his head. No problem. He tried to deepen his voice, but it cracked. Puberty sucks. I laughed. Yeah, don't I know it? My mom keeps saying I'll get my growth spurt soon, but it hasn't happened yet. We rested 2 more times before we reached the top. Zane and Katie stood in the dark near the door at the top of the steps. As we rounded the last landing, she jumped back. I pretended I didn't know what they'd been doing up there. Here you are. Katie's voice sounded high and flustered. I was afraid we'd have to go find you. Not like there was any way to get lost, Eric said, grimacing at me. Yeah, I know the way, I said. Sorry to keep you waiting. No worries. Zane's low voice rumbled with laughter. I gritted my teeth again. Zane did some magic on his phone and held it up to the access panel by the door. Katie typed in a code, and the door clicked. That should cover our tracks, he said as he swiped something on the phone. He held the phone up and turned slowly. The red recording light blinked brightly in the dark stairwell. The top of the stairwell. Where does this door lead? He whispered as he turned toward the door. Then he nodded to Katie. She swung the door open. The dark room glowed in the dim light from Zane's phone. Pete, give me some light, Zane said. Flustered, I almost dropped my phone before getting the flashlight app turned on. Where do you want it? I asked, my voice sounding high and squeaky compared to his. Just pan around the room, he said. I'll follow you. Don't worry, I'll edit your voice out. I shrugged, and the light bounced. Why would I be worried? I turned on the spot, shining the light on the walls. Katie looked over her shoulder at me. You don't want Dr. Roth knowing you were up here, she said. He knows you come up here, I replied, aiming my flashlight at her and Zane. And he'll know Zane's been here if he sees the video. If you two can be up here, why can't I? Yeah, me too, Eric chimed in, his voice still breathy. Katie shook her head. Not a good idea. Zane's new. He can probably get away with it. What are they going to do? I asked. Kick us out? No, but you will likely get punished. Dr. Morton's dry voice came from the darkness behind us. Turn off that light, Mr. Russell. Chapter 27. Crap. We all turned toward the door. I took a step back. Eric shuffled around behind me, as far from Dr. Morton as he could get. I caught a glare from Dr. Morton as he pointed at my phone. I snapped off the flashlight app. Katie stepped forward. I just wanted to show Zane and Eric the lookout. We weren't doing anything bad. Morton's gravelly voice usually sounded gentle when he spoke to Katie, but that night it was hard. You children should not be up here. Zane made a noise, like he was going to object to Morton's statement, but Katie smacked him in the arm. Since we're up here, can we look? Her voice wheedled. Morton sighed. Go look. But no lights. And that includes your camera, Mr. Torres. We don't want the, visitors knowing there's a window up here. I hope no one spotted your flashlight, Russell. We were pretty far back from the window, Dr. Morton, Katie said. And Peter didn't shine it that direction. Besides, it's not like anyone could get up here. And they'd never manage to break the glass. Never say never, Katie. Morton's voice was soft. We're protecting a lot of people, and we don't need to give anyone out there any ideas. I grabbed Eric's wrist and dragged him across the room. Come on, I whispered. Let's look before Morton changes his mind. We stumbled across the rough floor and up to the glass. The moon wasn't visible, but there was enough light to see the distant buttes. Down below, in front of the dome entrance, dozens, maybe even hundreds of lights glowed. Holy moly. Zane and Eric stood on either side of me, staring down at the lights. Some of them flickered like candles or campfires. Others glowed the blue and yellow of chemical lights. None of them appeared to be electric. Glancing back at Morton, Zane looked down at his phone. He looked out the window again, then slid the phone into his pocket. Lot more folks down there than when you came in, Morton said, looking at Zane. Probably 3 times as many as when you entered, Mr. Portnoy. And it's only going to grow. People will continue to come here until we can no longer take anyone inside. And then they will still come, hoping they will be the lucky exception. And then, someone will emerge as a leader, and they'll attack the dome. They're going to attack us? My voice squeaked almost as high and squeaky as Jacob's. That's my prediction, Morton said, peering down at the lights. They're desperate. They'll stay there for as long as the food and clean air last, and then they'll panic. Someone will take advantage of that, someone always does. Luckily, this facility was built with that eventuality in mind. But this window is a weakness. When Roth insisted on building it, I warned him it would be a weakness, but he likes to believe the best in everyone. Fortunately, he listened to more pessimistic minds. For the most part. He stepped away from the window. We'll be closing this off tomorrow. Metal shutters on the inside, and the door will be locked. He glared at Zane. Don't try to break in again. We'll know who to look for. Not many have the skill to do it. But someone could see it, Zane said. This is glass. Light glints off it. They probably already know it's here. Morton shook his head. It's covered with a special material. camouflaged. It's virtually impossible to see from down there, even in the brightest sunlight, which we don't get very often. I can't spot it from the ground, and I know where to look. Are we in danger here? Eric's voice sounded as girly as mine. You're safer than out there. Morden gestured to the window. He looked at all four of us and pointed toward the door. Go down now. Don't come up here again. If you do, I will make sure Dr. Roth, and worse, Dr. Cersei know about it. You don't want them handing out punishment. Are we in trouble? Katie asked. Only with me, Morden said. You are going to work it off. All of you. He looked around the group, glaring at each of us. But I won't tell anyone else unless you do something stupid. Something else stupid. We followed Morden down the stairs. When we reached the 5th floor, Eric stopped by the door to the emergency stairs. Katie grabbed his arm and pulled him along. She stared at him, her eyes darting to Morden's back. Then she shook her head. Maybe Morden didn't know how we'd gotten up here. We stepped into the elevator. Morden reached in and hit the 1, 2 and 3 buttons. Then he looked at each of us again, his hand holding the door open. Don't go back up there. I don't care if you're sneaking around on the catwalks, but don't go up to observation again. Is that clear? We all nodded, and Morden stepped back into the 5th floor hallway. The door shut. I can't just walk in the front door, I said as we descended. My mom doesn't know I'm out. Me too, Eric said. Katie wrinkled her nose. You can come to my place. Dad isn't home right now, he's working out security plans or something. Then you can scoot out my window and back home. I'm good, Zane said as the elevator stopped on 3. I'll see you around. Katie put out an arm to hold the door open. You aren't going to post anything, are you? We could get in real trouble if they found out. Zane smirked. Who's going to know? I doubt those old guys watch my vids. Zane, Katie said, her voice heated. They know who you are and what you do. Peter and I have talked about you enough. Her face turned pink, but she continued. If they're worried about security, they're going to screen everything that goes out of here. Your video could give information to the folks on the outside. Please don't post it. They could kick you out. Zane stared at her, his eyes half closed. Finally, he jerked his chin up. It's probably boring anyway. I'm out. He sauntered away. Katie blew out an angry breath. Oh, he makes me so. She broke off and stepped back into the elevator, so the door could close. Why did I think he was so cool? He's going to get us all in trouble. He won't do anything stupid, Eric said, his eyes big, right? I dunno, I said. Have you seen his stuff? He likes to push buttons. Katie sighed again. They're watching. My dad isn't going to let him post anything dangerous. I just hope he doesn't get us in trouble. If Dad sees me on that video. Your dad knows you go out the catwalk, though, I said. Yeah, but if I stay out of trouble, he can pretend he doesn't know. If someone shows him I've been up there, she pointed upward, he'd have to do something. Cersei would insist on it. The elevator dinged, and we stepped out on the 1st floor. Now, let's just get back to my room and get you guys home before anyone else sees us. How many people would you say have come in here? I asked the howling Swede. His real name was Justin Jorgensen, but everyone called him Swede. Swede shrugged. I haven't been counting, but it should be easy enough to estimate. The rate of people coming through has been pretty constant. The short man ticked the facts off on his fingers. We've been doing this for what, 3 weeks? If you figure about 50 people per day, times 7 days a week, times 3 days, then that gives us. He left the ending hanging. The Swede was a high school math teacher by profession. 21 times 50? I looked up at the ceiling, thinking, that's 10 times 50 times 2 plus 50, right? So, 1050. Nice work. I like how you divided the 20 up into easy to multiply factors. He looked ready to launch into a lecture. Yeah, but that's 1,000 people. How many people does this dome hold? There are only about 120 apartments, and they hold 4 people each? 2 per bedroom. Even if you stuck 8 people in an apartment, that's less than 1,000 people. And some of those apartments were already full. We were all here. I gestured at him and myself. Yeah, but you're forgetting about downstairs, Swede said. Downstairs? What do you mean? Are there more apartments on lower floors? I've never been down there. Swede eyed me for a second. I gotta go. Those folks need a guide. He waved a hand at the room and started across the empty space toward one of the curtained cubicles. What people? I asked. Eric appeared at my shoulder. That was weird, he said. Where were you? I asked. I was helping Katie muck the cow barn. Dr. M said to remind you that you're on chicken coop duty after lunch. True to his word, Dr. Morton had assigned us all work. Katie, Eric and I ended up in the barn, doing the scut work no one wanted. Katie and Eric didn't mind too much, but I hated it. Zane had been assigned to help Katie's dad with net security. I hadn't seen him since that night. What do you think he was talking about? You know, the basement? I looked around the room, but the Swede had vanished. Just then, a family stepped out from behind one of the screens. Dr. Origines walked with them. When they reached the doorway, he looked around. I guess our guides have all been assigned other tasks today. Peter, could you take these folks down to, he looked at his tablet, apartment 203? You know what to tell them. In fact, I'm not sure why we don't have you kids doing the guiding. Thanks. He shook hands with the couple and turned away before I could answer. Sure, I'll show you 203. I grabbed a copy of the guide and handed to the man. I'm Peter Russell. That's Eric Portnoy. Eric, can you stay here in case anyone else needs us? Sure. Eric grabbed a copy of the guidebook and took up a sentry-like post in front of the cart. You can count on me, sir. He gave me a sloppy salute. The man laughed. It's good to see some happy faces. I'm Alberto Flores. This is my wife Zephyrina, and our daughter Sally. He jiggled the little girl on his hip and she giggled. Awesome. Let's go. I took them down to the second floor, but something was bothering me. I tried to tease it out of the back of my brain, but nothing was working. With a shrug, I left it alone. I'd figure it out, eventually. I took the Flores family on a brief tour of the dome, pointing out the commissary, snack shack and recreation area. Then I took them to their apartment and showed them how to work the technology. As I was leaving, I heard Alberto say to his wife, No estaremos aquí por mucho tiempo. ¿Por qué es necesaria esta información? I knew enough Spanish to recognize some of the words. Did he say they wouldn't be here long? Where would they go? And why come here, if they were planning to go somewhere else? Did they think the colony ships were coming back? I almost stopped to ask. Then my phone pinged. It was Eric. When you coming back? Big crowd. I waved to Sally and jogged to the elevator. 3 people stood grouped around Eric, all talking at once. There you are. Eric's squeaky voice broke through the conversations. I don't know what to do. This is a big crowd? I asked. What's the problem? Dr. Gupta told me to take them down to the commissary, but I didn't think I should leave the guides unguarded. Eric bounced up and down on his toes, his agitation increasing his rate of speech to supersonic. I'm so tired of waiting, moaned the woman. Wait here, wait there. That's all we've done since we got inside. No one is going to steal the guides, I said. Be happy you got inside, Martha, one of the men said to the woman. There's hundreds of people still out there. But what if they do? Eric cried. We print more, I said. It's not a big deal. Could we please go somewhere we can sit down? The third man asked. I have a bad leg, and I'm tired. He was thin and looked like he might fall over at any minute. A heavy, carved wooden cane with a metal horse head kept him upright. Eric blushed, his pale face turning blotchy red. I didn't think, outside, you don't leave anything unguarded. I clapped him on the shoulder. It's different in here. Besides, it's just paper. Take these people wherever Dr. Gupta said. I stared after them as they headed across the lobby to the elevator. We had been taking people to their apartments. This was the first time anyone had gone directly to the commissary. Of course, if my math was correct, the apartments should be overflowing. But people couldn't live in the commissary, that's where we ate. That reminded me of the Swede's comment about downstairs. What was downstairs? I didn't even know how to get downstairs. I pulled up the dome map on my phone. It was a general info drawing placed on the dome homepage, showing the locations of basic services like commissary, medical care, recreation. Each new occupant was given a brief tour, then pointed to the online map. The map showed the 3 residential levels, the labs and offices on level 4 and the other public areas including the manufacturing, agriculture, and recreation. The stairway by the elevator, and another one on the far side of the circular park, were labeled with a note saying access to level 5 required clearance. There was no indication of any other levels or any way to access a basement. What was going on? Chapter 28. I found Katie in the cow barn, of course. Did you eat yet? I brought some sandwiches. I held out the covered plate. She smiled and led the way to our favorite bench in the park. It sat by the stream, where the rocks had been placed to create a tiny waterfall. The playground was far enough away that parents rarely came here, and no one else seemed to spend any time in the green space. We sat on either end of the bench and put the food between us. "Where's Eric?" she asked. "He's filling in for me upstairs," I said. "Dr. M must have told Liz to give me the afternoon off. She sent me away and put Eric in charge of the guidebooks. I'm not sure why they even have us up there. It's not like anyone is going to steal a pile of paper." Katie glanced around the park, then leaned in close. "I think it's to keep you out of the way." "What do you mean? Like busy work?" I demanded. She shrugged. "They're all so busy with the newcomers, so they're trying to keep us kids out of trouble. They're afraid you'd get bored if you stayed home to do school work. Same thing with me and Eric. Keep us busy cleaning the barn, and they don't have to worry about us." "Yeah, but at least you got a real job. I mean, somebody has to clean the barn. Those guides would be fine without a guard standing over them." I couldn't believe I hadn't realized that weeks ago. "You can always come down here instead. Lots of shoveling to be done." She laughed and picked up a sandwich. "Yeah, that's why I'm here, remember? Dr. M assigned me to cleaning up the chicken coop." I crunched a carrot. "How long is this punishment going to last?" "As long as he wants," Katie said. "He's got us. Anytime we complain, he can threaten to turn us in for being up in the observation post. He'd probably let you off if you could get Liz to ask him. Maybe she needs some real help with paperwork?" All the adults have been so busy, I barely get a chance to talk to her, but I'll ask. I ate a few more bites of my chicken salad sandwich. "What do you know about the basement?" Katie blinked, then pulled out her phone. "Why are you asking?" "The Swede said something about people going down there. We were estimating how many people had entered the dome." "Math," she groaned. "Why do people like math? Can you imagine taking a class from him?" "I like math," I said. Was she trying to change the subject? Anyway, I figured over 1,000 people have come inside in the last 3 weeks. The Swede agreed. Then I realized that's not possible. There's not enough room in the apartments. Hey. The niggling at the back of my mind popped up, fully formed. Apartment 203. It's already occupied. What are you talking about? Katie glanced up at me, then back down at her phone. It wasn't like her to text while she was talking to other people. I wondered if it was Zane. "I took a family to 203 this morning. The Flores family." I shoved my shaggy hair out of my face. Something was bothering me, but I couldn't figure out what. But I just realized, Alicia took a family down to 203 last week. I remember because it was a big family. Mom, dad, grandparents, couple kids, maybe even an aunt? There were, 7 of them, all in that tiny 2-bedroom apartment. And now the Floreses are there, too? But it was empty when I showed them. The Floreses, I mean. I look at Katie. Where did that other family go? You don't know? Katie asked. I gave her my best. Are you an idiot? Look. No, I don't. Where are they? I think you need to talk to your mom. What? Why? Did she text you? Why would she text Katie instead of me? Katie refused to answer any questions as we stacked up our dishes and dropped them off in the commissary. Then she led the way to the elevator and used her code to get us to the 5th floor. I followed her down the hall and around a corner. I had never been to my mother's lab. How do you know where my mom works? Katie grinned. Haven't you figured out I know everything? Actually, I texted her. When you started asking about the basement, she needs to be the one to tell you. Tell me what? I asked, but she just kept walking. Katie opened the door to room 538. It was a wide, open room with computer stations around the walls, and high counters in the middle. My mom sat in front of one of the computers, but she was watching the door instead of working. Let's go into the conference room. She gave me a hug and led us between the computers to a door on the right. This room was smaller, with a large table and 8 chairs. A window looked out into another lab, and a large screen took up most of one end. Mom pulled out a chair and sat down. Can you stay, Katie? Katie hesitated by the door. Do you want me? He might have questions you can answer better than I can. Would you stop talking about me like I'm not even here? I dropped into a chair and crossed my arms over my chest. What is going on? What have you heard about the basement? Mom asked. I thought for a second. Was it a secret? If I didn't know anything, would she refuse to tell me more? The Swede told me about it, I said, throwing him under the bus. Sorry, Swede. The SWO, Justin? Katie and I nodded. What did he tell you? Mom asked. He said people were going down there. I asked him how we could fit so many people in the dome, when all the apartments must be full. And he said they'd go downstairs. When I asked him what he meant, he ran off. I haven't seen him since. My eyes widened. Where had the Swede gone? Katie laughed. You look like you think someone killed him for talking. He's probably just taking a family downstairs. Her face went blank and she shut her mouth with an audible snap. You know this is a research facility. Mom said it like a question, so I nodded. It was also built to house as many people as possible. Dr. Roth realized years ago that there was no way ExoCorp would be able to evacuate everyone. So, the Roth Institute built research domes. There are 20 of them, scattered around the world. Does Dr. Roth run them all? I asked. Not really. They operate autonomously, but he's in contact with the other dome directors. Anyway, he managed to convince the government that it would be a good use of resources to have scientific research facilities around the globe to track the changes on Earth after the Exodus. I don't know how he convinced them of that. Everything was supposed to be used for the Exodus. But he did it, and in each dome, there's a basement. They were kept secret, because the ExoCorp would never have allowed. She stopped. I waited. In the basement, there are cryogenic storage facilities. What? I asked. You mean like sleep chambers? Like for the colony ships? She rocked her hand back and forth. Yes and no. They are the same technology, but they're designed to keep the occupants in stasis for much longer than the colony ships. Longer than 10 years? Why? And where are those people going? They aren't going anywhere, Mom said. They're staying here, until the planet can support us again. I looked at Katie, then back at Mom. But I thought that was going to take centuries? Mom closed her eyes. It is. We sat in silence while that soaked into my stunned brain. You mean there are people in stasis, frozen, in the basement, and they're going to stay there for, like, 500 years? My head swiveled back and forth between Mom and Katie. Surely they couldn't be saying that? Yes, Mom said. Chapter 29. Katie and I headed back down to the farm. My brain was still reeling from what Mom had said, but she had work to do. So, did I. For that matter, I owed Dr. M a clean chicken coop. We stepped into the elevator, and Katie pressed the one button. How do they get down there? I asked. Surely not the most important question, but that's what popped into my head. I waved wildly at the elevator buttons. There's no button. How would it be labeled anyway? B for basement? GF for giant freezer? You're sounding a little hysterical there, Peter. Katie led the way out of the elevator and across the park. There's a separate access to the basement, of course. We don't want it obvious, in case someone gets inside who wants to cause mischief. The stasis facility is on a need-to-know basis. That's why you didn't know about it. None of the new folks know until they're vetted. Then they get the opportunity to opt in. Opt in? You mean volunteer for freezing? She shivered. Sounds terrible when you put it that way. But yeah, once you've been in the dome a while, if they decide you're a safe risk, they offer a spot in the basement. I'm sure they've asked your mom if she wants to go down there. With more people coming in, they're offering it faster, now. So, the 1,000 people we've processed over the last 3 weeks, some of them are down there. Froze, she glared, so I picked a different word. Sleeping? Probably most of them. Once they filled up all the apartments, the only way to let more people in was to move some of them downstairs. I think the plan is to offer places to people first come, first serve. So, you would have priority over Eric, and he'd get a chance before Zane. If you were adults. For kids, parents decide, of course. While I cleaned the chicken coop, I mulled that over. Would I want to go down there? They would have put us in stasis if we'd gone upstairs to the Magellan, but that was only for 10 years. Then you arrive on the planet and they wake you up. Going downstairs, and the word assumed capital letters in my mind, meant sleeping for 500 years. What if our descendants forgot to wake us up? People could stay frozen down there forever. And who knew what being frozen for 500 years would do to a person? It had never been tested. When the technology was first pioneered, they'd frozen some animals and left them for 50 years. But they'd already started shipping people to the stars by the time those first test subjects were woken. Defrosted? Ew. Was the prospect of being able to explore a new, clean Earth enough to overcome the risk? It would be like time travel, but only in one direction. There was no way to go back if things got screwed up. No thanks, I'd pass on that one. Jacob had another one of his tantrums that evening. This time, he cut himself on a glass when his flailing arms knocked it off the table. We had to rush him to the medical center for stitches. We sat in the exam room after Dr. Origines had treated him, waiting for some antibiotics. The doctor had given Jacob something that made him sleepy, and he dozed on the examining table. Is Jacob getting worse? I asked. I mean, he's been kind of wild lately. More than I remember. Mom sighed. I don't know. He seems to be in an elevated state most of the time. It takes smaller incidents to set off one of his tantrums. Do you think the dome is doing it to him? How could it? Mom pursed her lips, thinking. There are more people here than we dealt with in Farmington, but there's also a lot more space. I mean, you guys didn't get to go outside at all, really. Now he goes to the park, and swims, and plays in the stream. He didn't get to do any of that back at home. Funny. I didn't think of Farmington as home anymore. The dome was home. Utah was just that place we used to live. Dr. Origines came back in and gave Mom a bottle of pills. 1 pill, 3 times a day, for 10 days. Don't stop early. Change the bandage daily. Come back if it's red, swollen, or hot. He looked at Jacob, sleeping on Mom's lap. We should check his cortisol levels. We could give him a de-stressor if he's anxious. The newest drugs out of Armstrong are pretty safe, even for children. I thought abnormal cortisol levels had physical symptoms, Mom said. He doesn't have any of those. Recent studies out of Armstrong show that people on the autistic spectrum often don't present any of those physical symptoms. Jacob's constant elevated agitation could be evidence of an adrenal issue. The cortisol level would help confirm. It's not 100% accurate, but if his levels are high, we can try the de-stressor. The problem is, our supply is limited. We don't really expect to get any more. Dr. Origines handed her a pamphlet. Read this and let me know what you think. Do you want me to carry him home? Dr. Origines was a tiny man, much shorter and slighter than Mom. I bit my lip, trying not to laugh. I can take him, Mom said. He's not very heavy. We started across the park, stopping at a bench halfway to our apartment. Mom sat down and wrestled Jacob back into her lap. He roused a little, making some whiny noises. Once she got him seated, he snuggled his face against her neck and went back to sleep. I can go get my desk chair, if you want, I said. We could roll him home. No, he'd just fall off. I'll be fine if I rest for a few minutes. You can go ahead, if you want. She leaned back against the bench and closed her eyes. That's one thing about the dome, I don't worry about either of you wandering around alone. I sat next to her. It's okay, I'll wait. We sat a while, listening to the distant stream. A fan-generated breeze wafted through the park. Huge fans stirred the air every 15 minutes. Dr. O'Doul had told me about them the first day. Constant air movement was more efficient and was used in the inside spaces. But they discovered plants, animals, and even people responded better to the intermittent wind. More natural, I guess. I'm glad you didn't want to go down to the freezer, I said. It would be cool to travel to the future and explore a recycled Earth, but I shivered. 500 years is a long time to be frozen. Mom sighed next to me. We're lucky it's an option, though. Think how many people outside won't get even that. It's an option? I asked. You mean, you'd consider it? Mom shifted beside me, and Jacob murmured in his sleep. Right now, it doesn't seem like the right choice, but you never know what the future will bring. Maybe in a few months or years we'll be so sick of living in here that we'll want to do it. I shook my head. Nope, not gonna happen. She laughed softly. I'll remind you of that when the time comes. I shook my head harder. That time will be never. We sat there a while longer. The ceiling darkened into night mode and the lamps next to the path turned on. Our bench sat under a tree, with a short shrub between it and the path. Finally, Mom shifted Jacob up to her shoulder and struggled to her feet. I'm going to get him to bed. I'm going to stay here a little longer, if that's okay with you, I said. Don't stay out too late, she called back over her shoulder. You have to work tomorrow. I leaned back on the bench, looking up at the sky. I had to admit, the Roth Institute had gone all out to make the dome as close to living outside as possible. The sky displayed stars which shifted position each quarter hour. A fake moon even appeared to rise and set, changing phases over the weeks. Tonight, the tiniest sliver of a moon set in the west while I sat and watched. With the path lights hidden by the bush, and the moon gone, I sat in darkness. That was okay, though, because I was feeling pretty dark. It sounded like Mom might want to go downstairs sometime soon. I didn't know why she felt that way, but the idea was creepy. Everyone we knew would be long dead by the time we woke up. Except those people I helped process in. I wondered if the Flores family, with their cute little girl Sally, would be going downstairs. Or maybe that whiny woman from the first day was down there. Come to think of it, I hadn't seen her since then. Great, just the kind of person you want to start a whole new world with. From the path, I heard footsteps and voices. Not wanting to startle whoever it was, I stayed quiet, waiting for them to pass by. Last of them will be in by Tuesday, a rough voice said. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it. Then we can get on with this. Have you been in contact with our outside team? Another voice said. This one was oily and threatening at the same time, and I recognized it at once, Mr. Bauer. When he arrived yesterday, Paolo said they are standing by. They're ready to get this done. The first voice got clearer as they came closer. They were coming from behind me, near the med clinic. I held still, hoping they'd pass on by without looking in my direction. I was pretty sure they wouldn't see me in the shadows under the tree. Bauer and his goons terrified me more than the idea of being frozen for 500 years. When the rest of them get here, you'll go back out. I assume they won't have any problem with someone leaving, Bauer said. But you need a good excuse, so they don't get suspicious. Maybe Paolo brought you news of your ill mother? My mother? The goon asked. She's dead. Do they know that? Bauer paused. I could see them now, as they continued away from me on the path. The taller man shook his head. Then that's what you'll tell them. You want to check on her, to say goodbye before she dies. That should be enough to get them to agree to letting you back in. Snowflakes. The last part was muttered quietly, and I could barely hear it. They crossed the tiny bridge and headed around the copse of trees. I sat there, wondering what to do. Clearly, they were up to something. Bauer had made me nervous from the beginning, and his goons looked more threatening each time I saw them, probably because they were eating well and putting on muscle. Before they looked like the coyotes that used to prowl around our hillside in Farmington. Now they reminded me of tigers. Not that I'd ever seen one, but I'd seen pictures and video of them hunting. We didn't need any trouble in the dome, but who should I tell? When I got home that night, Dr. Cersei was in the living room with Mom. He'd brought a bottle of wine. It looked old and dusty. Couldn't the guy even bring something fresh? Mom's cheeks were flushed, and she was laughing at a show they were watching. "There you are, Peter," she said, her voice happy. "I was afraid I'd need to send Dom out looking for you." "I have a phone, Mom," I said. "You could just text me." "Where's Jacob?" "He's asleep. That painkiller really knocked him out." She looked at Cersei. "Do you mind if Peter joins us? He won't have any wine, of course." She giggled. "You probably shouldn't have any more, either," Cersei said, moving the bottle away from her side of the coffee table. "Like a police officer, or her father." I ground my teeth. Mom giggled again. "I'm fine." She patted the couch beside her. "Come watch with us, honey." "No, thanks," I said. But I do need to talk to Dr. Cersei for a minute." Mom clicked the pause button on their movie. Cersei looked at me, his face unreadable. "Yes?" I was in the park. My tongue seemed to be tied in knots. I took a deep breath and just spewed it all out. I heard Bauer talking to one of his goons, and they were talking about their team coming inside and how one of his guys was going to go outside to visit his sick mother, except his mother isn't really sick. She's dead. But we don't know that, so you let him go out and come back in. I stopped, out of breath. "Is that it?" Cersei asked. I thought for a moment. "One guy is named Paolo." Cersei stared at me. "So, let me get this straight. You think I need to know that Mr. Bauer has more of his acquaintances coming into the dome, and that one of them, a guy named Paolo, is leaving to talk to his mother, who is actually dead?" "It wasn't Paolo who's leaving." I fidgeted under his hard staring eyes. "It was the guy Bauer was talking to. But Paolo just came in." "And what did you expect me to do about this?" Cersei asked. "I dunno. It sounded like they were up to something, and I thought you should know. Dr. Roth said the security guys would be watching Bauer. I will pass your, information on to Mr. Thomas. I'm sure he'll be fascinated." Cersei turned away, reaching for his wine glass. "Thanks for telling us, Peter," Mom said, clicking the remote. "I'm sure Dom will know exactly what to do." She leaned against him. Trying not to make barfing noises, I turned and escaped to my room. Chapter 30. The next evening, Katie and I sat on the catwalk outside my window. She had snagged some fresh cookies from the commissary, and we were having a late picnic. We could have met in the park, but somehow sitting in the dimly lit catwalk felt more daring and adventurous. If I was going to spend the rest of my life inside the dome, I needed to find adventure where I could. We sat on a folded blanket from my bedroom, with our legs across the walkway. I told her about the overheard conversation, and my very unsatisfying discussion with Cersei. And today is Tuesday, so whatever is going down will happen today. I took a bite of the oatmeal raisin cookie, soft and chewy with a hint of cinnamon. "Did the guy leave the dome?" Katie asked. I shrugged, and almost lost half my cookie. I barely caught it before it fell through the grating. "I dunno. If he did, he didn't come back through the Sedona room. Or maybe he did, but after I went down to the chicken coop. Or while I was taking the new folks to their apartments. The Swede was our last guide, and now that he knows I can show people around, he's decided he has better things to do." I scooped the pieces of cookie off my lap and tossed them into my mouth. "Ooh, cookies. Do you have any left?" Eric plopped down beside me. "Scoot over, I don't have any blanket to sit on." I glanced at Katie, and she grinned. We adjusted the blanket, and she handed Eric a cookie. "What are you guys talking about?" Eric asked, crumbs falling out of his over-full mouth. "Bauer," Katie and I said in unison. "That guy." Eric's usually happy face went dark. He leaned in close to me and whispered, "He's up to something. He sent my dad out today." "Your dad?" I asked, surprise making my voice loud. "Shush," Eric hissed. "Someone might hear you." "What if someone did hear you?" Zane's voice interrupted. We spun around, and there he was, lounging against the wall behind me. How long have you been there? Eric squeaked. Zane hooded his eyes. Long enough to know something's up. Red, what are you three cooking up? We aren't cooking up anything, Katie said. We'd definitely let you know if we were. But Peter overheard a conversation between Bauer and one of his goons. Sorry, Eric, I mean, one of his. He is a goon, Eric muttered, rubbing his ribs. I can think of lots worse things to call him. Did he hit you, Eric? Katie demanded, turning to face Eric. I'm fine, Eric said. You seem to get a lot of bruises, and you aren't that clumsy. At least when I'm around you aren't. She narrowed her eyes at Eric. I'm fine, Eric said, louder. But you're right, my dad and Bauer are up to something. Well, I told Cersei, but he thinks I'm just making stuff up, or trying to get attention, or something, I said. Katie climbed to her feet. Let's go tell my dad, she said. He's head of security. I think he needs to know. Zane put out a hand to stop her. He's busy right now. There's something going down. What do you mean, something going down? Katie demanded, hands on hips. Zane shrugged. He said there was something up outside, the campers were getting restless, and I should head home. I think he was taking a squad of guys up to the entrance as a precaution. Eric's eyes grew wide. Do you think my dad was involved in that? Zane stared at Eric hard enough to make the redhead squirm. What is your dad doing? He went outside this afternoon, Eric said as he scrambled to his feet. He told Mom that he had work to do and was going to tell the dome guard that he wanted to check on his mom. But my grandma is dead, at least on his side. My mom hasn't talked to her mom since I was little, so I don't know about her. I got up, standing beside Eric. So, Bauer's men came inside with their families over the last 4 weeks. I spoke slowly, feeling my way through the details. I heard someone say it's easier to get in with a family rather than a dude applying solo. Bauer said the last one was coming in Tuesday, today. Then Eric's dad was going to go out, which also happened today. Why was he sent out? To instigate whatever is going on in the camp? Zane asked. Morton said he expected the campers would attack the dome someday. What if that day is today? And they have a whole crew on the inside. None of the newbies have access to security, do they? Katie asked. Weapons? Computer systems? Any of that? No, your dad was careful to only keep people he trusted on the staff. Zane nodded. Why did he let you on his computers? I asked Zane, suddenly suspicious. You're a newbie. And a hacker. What did you do to his system? Hey, I'm not in on this. Zane held up both hands. I don't want to hurt anyone. I was only helping Katie's dad because Morton sent me there. Besides, Thomas didn't let me anywhere near the computer. He had me sweeping the floor and stacking things in smog like that. Zane grinned. I guess he was smart enough to know I could do anything I wanted if he let me anywhere near his system. Stop it, you two. Katie hollered. We need to stop arguing and figure out what's going on. We could go up the observation window and look, Eric said, doubtfully. But I don't want to get into more trouble. Yeah, Morton would slay us if he found us up there again, Zane said. But we need to know what's going on. Anyone have a computer? Don't you have one? I asked. Not here. Zane sighed. I had to turn mine in. Dome rules didn't allow me to bring it inside. And my flash drives were all quarantined. They were mostly just backups of my files, and copies of my apps. They took my phone, this one's a Dome issue. He waved his phone at us. So they can keep tabs on me. They didn't give us one in the dorm. Probably because they were worried about what you might do with it, I said. Zane grinned then shrugged. They don't give them to any of the newbies, until they're sure you won't be a security risk. Not sure how long that will take, but if one of you have one, I might be able to get into the surveillance files. Katie and I exchanged looks. She and I were the only teens with computers, so far. I hadn't used mine in weeks, since school was basically suspended until the influx of newbies slowed down. Do you trust him? I whispered to Katie. I don't know, she whispered back. She took a deep breath and turned back to Zane. Let's go up to security and see if we can talk to my dad. Maybe he's back. Zane shrugged one shoulder, as if he didn't care, but he looked kind of hurt. Katie led the way up the catwalk stairs to the 4th level. Instead of continuing around the circle to the steps that led up to 5, she went the opposite way, until she reached a window marked, Security. Wait. Zane pressed his hand flat against the panel when Katie reached for the release. If someone is really trying to stage a takeover, this is the first place they'd go, right? Why don't you text your dad first, to see where he is? I guess that makes sense. She pulled out her phone and typed rapidly. We waited, each of us mulling over our own thoughts. Finally, her phone pinged. He says, stay away from the upper levels. Danger. What the? She was cut off by a wailing siren. The lights on the catwalk suddenly started strobing, an eye-watering red and white flash. The siren cut off, and Dr. Roth's voice came over the loudspeakers. The dome is under attack. Follow procedures in your emergency manual. At the same moment, my phone began to vibrate. I yanked it out of my pocket, vaguely aware of Eric doing the same. A banner flashed across the screen, Emergency. In smaller letters, it said, click here for instructions. I clicked the icon, and a document scrolled up. Text flew by, then it slowed and stopped on a highlighted section labeled, Shelter-in-Place Procedures. This says we should proceed to the lower levels. Mine says stay in your current location, Eric said. Mine too. Zane stared at me. What about yours, Katie? I asked. Mine says the same as Peter's. Why are they different? She grabbed my wrist to look at my phone, then did the same to Zane's and Eric's. Does yours have instructions? I asked Eric, glancing up from mine. Mine has directions for finding the lower levels. Eric shook his head. Mine just says, stay where you are, lock the door, wait for dome security. Zane looked at Eric's phone, then back at me and Katie. You already said it. Me and Red are newbies. He gestured to himself and Eric. They don't trust us, so we get different instructions. Maybe they thought something like this would happen, but they didn't know who to trust. Now all original staff will hide in these mysterious lower levels, and the rest of us will be left up here for the attackers to take out. We all stared at each other until the warning siren wailed again a few seconds later. Dr. Roth's voice repeated the same message, the dome is under attack. Follow procedures in your emergency manual. I'm going to go find my mom and Jacob, I said, turning toward the steps. Then we can all go to the lower levels, like it says. I'm going with you. Katie grabbed Eric's arm. You two should come with us. Zane crossed his arms over his chest. That's not what my instructions say. Look, they know Bauer is in here. No one trusts him. They don't know who is with him, so what else can they do? If Eric was with his dad, and he got the same message we did, then Bauer would know. Katie pushed me toward the steps, pulling on Eric's arm. But we know you're not with them, so come on. How do you know that? Zane narrowed his eyes. Maybe I'm part of the plot. It doesn't matter, I said. You already know as much as we do. If you're part of the plot, we're doomed anyway. I'm going. Come with us if you want. I turned and clattered down the stairs as fast as I could go. When I reached my room, I pushed the window open just a few inches. Inside, I could hear Jacob screaming, "No, no, no." Without thinking, I shoved the window wide and it slammed into something. A scruffy-looking man with a knife stood by the door, nursing his arm. Another man, smacked by the opening window, stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Jacob stood near the desk, screaming at the men. In a panic, I grabbed Jacob's arm and yanked him toward me, intending to pull him out. The man with the knife stared at the man on the floor, then started across the room toward us. You nasty little punks. Something shoved me out of the way, and the next thing I knew, Zane dragged a screaming, flailing Jacob over the lip of the window and dumped him onto the catwalk. Jacob was so startled, he stopped screaming. Then Zane flew through the window. I scrambled up to look inside. Zane had launched himself across the room. With a sweep of his arm, he deflected the scruffy guy's attack, pushing the knife away. His momentum carried them both across the room, and the scruffy guy hit the wall, hard. Zane reached up and grabbed his wrist, twisting until the knife dropped from the other guy's fingers. He kicked it aside as he headbutted the unsuspecting ruffian. The crack of Zane's forehead against the man's nose was shockingly loud. Blood spurted from the man's face, splashing across Zane's. In the few seconds that had passed, Katie also scrambled into the room. She grabbed a lamp from the desk and ran across the room. As Zane wrestled with the ruffian, she brought the lamp down on the scruffy guy's head. The man released his grip on Zane and slid to the ground. "Come on," Zane said. "Let's get out of here." Katie grabbed a t-shirt off hanging on the back of the chair and handed it to Zane. "You might want to wipe the blood off," she said. "What happened to him?" Eric pointed at the other man, still lying on the floor by the bunk bed. Zane put out a foot and rolled him over. The man had a huge bump on his forehead. "Looks like Pete shoved him into the bunk bed and knocked him out. Good work. How's the kid?" I dropped to my knees beside Jacob. He sat on the catwalk, silent and wide-eyed. "You okay, Jacob?" Jacob didn't say anything, staring off into the distance. I grasped his chin and turned his face toward me, gently. "Are you okay?" Jacob's eyes stared through me for a few seconds, then focused on mine with an almost audible snap. "Okay," he said. "Great." Zane climbed back out onto the catwalk, then turned to help Katie through. "Let's get this window locked and get going. Cat, pull it closed." Katie held the window closed while Zane opened the panel beside it. He made a few adjustments to something inside. I locked it back up. "If anyone opens it, the alarm will go off, like it's supposed to." He slapped the panel closed and looked at us. "So, we know someone is inside who shouldn't be. Now what?" "I need to get Jacob somewhere safe." I yanked my phone out of my pocket and texted my mom. "And I need to see if my mom is okay. I need to check on my sisters." Eric said. "Where are they?" Katie asked, pulling out her own phone. "I need to tell my dad about those guys." "Second floor," Eric said, running back to the steps. "Wait," Zane cried. "Your sisters are in your apartment? With your mom?" Eric stopped and swung around, nodding. "Then we need to leave them there. Your dad will take care of them, right? And we don't want Eric's dad knowing where we are, he's on the other side." Zane looked at each of us. "But I can't just leave them there," Eric said. "You have to. We can't rescue them without endangering ourselves, and probably everyone else." Katie took Eric's arm, guiding him along the third-floor catwalk. "I'm sure your dad will make sure no one messes with them. We need to get to the lower levels." "Do you know how to get there?" I asked. My mom still hadn't answered my text. "Yeah, so do you," she said. "Check your phone. It has instructions." I clicked on the emergency link again. It showed a map of the dome, with an X near the movie theater. "What is that?" I showed the phone to Katie. "That's where the stairs to the basement are hidden. In the theater projection room." She pushed Zane ahead of her. "You're going the wrong way," I said. "The stairs are that way." I grabbed Jacob's hand and turned back the way we'd come. "There's another set this way. The apartments are in a circle, remember?" Katie started jogging, pulling Eric along behind. "This set is closer to the theater." We followed Katie along the catwalk, tiptoeing to keep our shoes from echoing through the space. We reached a cement wall with a door in it. The catwalk turned right along the solid cement wall, then tunneled through that wall and back. "That's the elevator," Katie said. "The steps are a little farther along." A few minutes later, we reached the steps. We zigzagged down to the first floor, and across the space to the outer wall. Katie stopped in front of a door. "This is the lobby of the recreational areas. The projection booth is down this hall to the right, then the third door on the left. It's a straight shot that way," she pointed to the left, "to the park, so we'll be in sight of anyone who happens to look this way." "Hang on," Zane said. "Won't there be tons of people trying to get in there? Everyone who's trusted," his lips twisted in distaste on the word, "will be heading to the same place. The bad guys should have figured it out by now." We all stared at Zane. "Crap," Katie said. "They didn't really think this through, did they? Is there any way to see what's going on out there?" I asked. Jacob stood beside me, silently staring at the door. I'll go, Eric said. What? Katie and I said in unison. You said it before. These guys aren't going to hurt me. They know my dad, and they know he's the only one allowed to beat me up. He winced at Katie's gasp. I'll go out there and see what's going on. If I can, I'll sneak back in here. If I can't, I'll text you. That's not half bad, Zane said. How can you say that? Katie demanded. You can't send a little kid out there. I'm not a little kid, Eric said with dignity. And I'm the only one who can do this. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed the doorknob. Y'all better step back. You don't want the bad guys seeing you. We stepped to each side of the door, where we wouldn't be spotted. Eric opened the door. Mom, Jacob yelled. He darted through the narrow opening. Chapter 31. Zane's hand clamped over my mouth and his other arm wrapped around my chest. No, he hissed into my ear. If your mom is out there, he's fine. If she isn't, we need to know who he saw before we go out. Red can find out. He nodded over my head at Eric. Eric followed Jacob through the door. Dr. Lee, he said loudly. Jacob was looking for you. Close the door, Zane hissed to Katie. She reached out and eased the door shut. Before it closed, we could hear Eric talking to someone. I found him in there. No one else. The door clicked. Can we lock this? Zane asked. I think it is, Katie said. Good. Let's go. He took off along the catwalk, back the way we'd come. Katie and I exchanged a quick glance and pelted after him. Behind us, we could hear someone rattling the door. Up there, Zane called softly over his shoulder. He pointed at the stairs and started up them, 2 at a time. Zane, Katie whispered, take your shoes off. They'll hear you. We slipped our shoes off as quickly as possible. Bring them with you, Katie hissed when I started to leave mine on the catwalk. We don't want them to know we were here. I snagged the laces with one finger and padded up the stairs behind her. By the time we reached the 5th floor, I was ready to hurl. I had a stitch in my side, my lungs were heaving, and my feet ached from the metal grating. Even Katie and Zane were breathing hard. We stood on the landing outside the door to the hallway, listening. Behind and below us, we could hear people walking along the catwalk, rattling the windows. Every once in a while, someone would call, this one's open. What now? Katie asked, her hand clutching her side. We need to go somewhere they don't know about, where we can access the computer network, Zane said. Is there access up in that observation place? Katie shrugged. That would make sense, but I don't know. I didn't see any computers up there, did you? I asked. Katie shook her head. Do you need a real computer or will a phone work? She asked Zane. My phone is useless, he replied. Let me see yours. She handed over her phone and looked at me. Any ideas? I wish we had some idea how many of them are here. I scratched my head. Do you think they let the whole camp in? My phone pinged. It's Eric. He said Jacob is fine. He's with my mom. Eric is with his dad. Where? Zane demanded, handing Katie's phone back to her. This won't work. I tapped my phone and waited for the reply. Eric and his family are in the park right now. Bauer and his goons rounded up everyone else and put them into the theater. It's guarded by a couple goons. Bauer is in the park. They have people on the front door. Where's my dad? Katie cried. I'll ask. The phone pinged again. He doesn't know. He thinks there are some people on the 5th floor. We all looked at the door. It led out to the 5th floor. He also says they've got a curfew in place. Everyone who got the shelter in place message is being told to go home and stay there. I looked at the others. So, the newbies are on curfew, and the staff have been rounded up. Should we try the 4th floor? No one should be there. Zane shook his head. We'd have to go back, and we know there are bad guys back there. He pointed down the catwalk the way we'd come. The only way out is here. We all held our breath while Zane turned the knob slowly. He eased the door open a crack, and we listened. I looked at Katie and shook my head. She made a face and turned to Zane. He shrugged. Gesturing for us to step back against the wall, he swung the door farther open and peeked around the jamb. It's clear, for now. He eased the door almost shut. But where to? Observation might be a good place to hide, but we won't know what's going on, and we won't be able to do anything up there. Unless there's a computer. I know. I grinned. Let's go to MA's lab. That place is a rat's nest. The goons can't be everywhere, and why bother guarding a bunch of paper? But she has a computer in the back room. Where is her lab? Katie asked. Right down the hall. Room 523. But there's a back door. She showed me the second day I worked with her. And my phone has the access code. I nodded to Zane, and he pulled the door open a little. Placing my eye to the crack, I looked, but didn't see anyone. Let's go. We darted out into the hall. I didn't wait for the others, I just sprinted down the hall. About halfway to the cross corridor, I stopped by an unmarked door. Waving my phone at the lock panel, I reached for the knob. With a click, the lock released, and I slid the door open just a crack. Darkness greeted us. No one is in there, I whispered. I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Zane and Katie followed me. Shut the door and wait right here. With the door closed, the room was pitch black. I put out a hand to the nearest desk, feeling the edge of a stack of reports. Sliding my fingers along the wood of the desktop, I moved cautiously across the room. When I reached the far wall, I found the door to the outer office. No light under the door, so it was probably empty, too. I opened it and crept across the room to the light switch. Light flooded the room. It looked exactly as it had last time I was here, weeks ago. Stacks of paperwork everywhere. 2 filing cabinet drawers hung open, with heaps of reports thrust halfway in. I glanced at the door and flipped the lights off again. Hey, why'd you do that? Zane said in a stage whisper. I shut the internal door and flipped the switch. No point in advertising our presence, I said. I pulled a stack of reports off the nearest desk. There's a pretty sizable gap under the doors. Find something to block the light back there. I folded the reports and stuffed the edges under the door, leaving the middle rounded rather than creasing it. That should keep the light out. I stood up and walked back toward the others. Zane had removed his t-shirt and rolled it against the bottom of the door. Katie stared at me, obviously trying not to stare at Zane's chest and abs. For a computer nerd, he was pretty ripped. I rolled my eyes at Katie and she blushed. Where's the computer? Zane asked. Over here, I said, crossing to the corner. I shifted a couple piles of paper and revealed the screen. MA prefers to do everything by hand. Zane snorted. I hope we don't have to wait while the computer updates. He pressed the on button, and it started to boot up. You don't happen to know her login info, do you? I froze. Crap. No, hang on. I left them in front of the computer and ran back to the internal door. Pulling the door open, I scattered all my carefully placed reports across the threshold. Inside the outer office, I used my phone as a flashlight and opened the desk drawer. There, a file carefully labeled passwords hung in the front of the mostly empty drawer. Very secure. I grabbed the folder, slid the drawer shut, and hurried back to the others. Zane laughed when I handed him the folder. I hope the rest of the security in here is better than this. Katie bristled. We're in, Zane said. Okay, first I'm going to try to get into the security system. Your dad is smart enough to keep it separate, I'm sure, but I think I can probably worm my way in. I don't suppose our host keeps any snacks around? He raised an eyebrow at me. Yeah, I think she's got some stuff out there. I pointed to the connecting door. Zane shrugged, his eyes focused on the screen. This will take a while, so we may as well get comfortable. Katie followed me across the room. I flipped on my flashlight app and opened the door. Then I led the way back to the mini fridge against the wall behind the desk. Shouldn't someone be watching him? He is a newbie. I trust him, Katie said, loftily. Then she ruined it by adding, I wouldn't know what he's doing in there anyway. I'm not a programmer. We gathered up water, cheese, cookies, and some apples and headed back into the other room. MA also had a roll of duct tape in the fridge. I slid it over my hand, like an enormous bracelet. That stuff always comes in handy. After dumping our treasure on the desk, Katie asked, "Is there any way to lock the doors from the inside?" "You've lived here longer than I have," I said. "I don't think there's a deadbolt, if that's what you mean, but we could probably slide a bookcase in front of the door. Of course, if they try to get in, they'll know we're here." "If they try to get in, it's because they know we're here," Zane said as he typed. "There are hundreds of rooms in this place. They attacked late evening because they figured they wouldn't have to search the labs and offices that way. Everyone should be at home, right? Or in the gym or commissary. No one would be up here. I guess." I looked around the room. "That bookcase should buy us some time." I pointed to a chest-high wooden shelf full of books. "Do you think we can move it?" "Only one way to find out," Katie said, crossing the room. We dragged that bookcase in front of the door to the back room, then moved another one across the front office entrance. "Of course, now we're trapped in here," Katie said. "There's a crawl space above the ceiling," I said, doubtfully. "I'm not sure we could get anywhere, but we might be able to hide up there." "Yeah, but if we've barricaded both doors, they'll know we're inside. It's just a matter of time before they start looking for hiding places." Katie yanked on the end of her ponytail. "I'm in," Zane said. "We don't want to stay here if we can avoid it. They'll come looking eventually. We need a better hiding place." As he spoke, he clicked through screens. "Here's the security videos." A window opened on the screen, showing the main entrance to the dome. I recognized the truck-sized airlock from our arrival. It was empty, and the external doors were closed. "Does everyone come in through there?" I asked. Zane shook his head, and the view changed, showing the internal doors from inside the airlock. Those were closed too. He clicked through the various cameras, narrating as he went. "This is the personnel lock. It's next to the truck entrance, but separate." This view showed a long, narrow hallway, also empty, with a closed door. "That's the outer door, and this," the view changed again, "is the inner. Closed up tight." "So," Katie stretched out the word, "they aren't letting everyone in. At least, not yet." "They won't let everyone in," Zane said. "That Bauer dude is all about control and power. He's only going to let people in when they can give him something." He clicked again. "This is the control room." 3 men sat before computer consoles. None of them looked familiar. "Bauer has his own goons here. I don't know any of those guys, and I think I've met everyone on your dad's team." "Will they be able to tell we're looking?" Katie asked, her eyes wide. "No. Well, maybe." Zane rumpled his hair. "Depends on how good they are with computers. It looks like they're just watching video feeds. Let me check the security logs." He opened a new window, clicking, typing, reading. "Yeah, they haven't messed with the system. Just watching the screens. I'll see if I can lock them out, without tipping them off." "Show us the theater," I said. "I want to make sure Jacob is okay." Zane showed me how to click through the cameras. "The title is here at the bottom. It's not always obvious, but you can mostly figure out what the names mean." While Zane did his magic, Katie and I scrolled through the video feeds. He was right, most of the screens were well named, but occasionally there was an oddball. 0, 0, 0, for example, was the park. "Oh, because it's the center of our compass coordinate system," I said. "Everything is defined in relation to the middle of the park." "Okay, I'll give you that one," Katie said. "But why is this one labeled McDonald? It's just the barn." "The song. Don't you know the song? Old MacDonald had a farm?" "Never mind." I shrugged. "Find the theater." She gave me an indecipherable look and clicked through. 2 cameras watched the theater. One appeared to be pointed out of the projection booth down at the audience, while the other hung high above the screen. "Can you zoom in at all?" I asked. She squinted at the screen, then clicked something. The view jumped closer. Down toward the front of the room, almost off the edge of the screen, Jacob sat on the floor. He had his handheld game in one hand. He must have grabbed it before he left the bedroom. That kid was fast when it came to his games. Mom and Dr. Morton stood nearby, talking with tight, controlled faces and tense shoulders. Liz sat in the front row of seats near Jacob. In the next rows, I could see most of the dome staff. Dr. O'Doul sat by a tiny gray-haired woman who must be his wife. M.A. was there, and Dr. Origenes, and the Swede. "Where's my dad?" Katie demanded. Most of the people were grouped in the front half of the small theater. Several empty rows separated them from a small group at the back. "There. In the back," I pointed. She panned the camera a bit. Katie's dad, Evan Thomas, sat at the back of the theater, eyes closed. A splash of blood decorated his dark cheek, and his upper arm had a rough bandage wrapped around it. He seemed to have his hands behind his back, probably tied. Cersei, with a bruise on his cheek, sat next to him, with Dr. Roth. The older man looked exhausted and rumpled. An armed man stood in the aisle on either end of the back row, and another stood about 3 rows farther down, watching the prisoners. "Did they beat them up?" I asked. Katie clapped a hand over her mouth, tears shining in her eyes. As we watched, Thomas opened his eyes and seemed to look right at the camera. He stared for a minute, then closed his eyes again. "Was that some kind of signal?" I asked. Katie's face hardened. She swiped the tears off her face and sniffed. "He doesn't know we can see him, but he knows we're still free. We need to rescue them." "How are we going to do that?" I asked. Zane spun around on his chair. "I have a plan." Chapter 32. I stared at Zane. "Care to let us in on it?" "Well, okay, maybe 'plan' is a bit of an overstatement." He drummed his fingers on his legs. "I guess it's more of an idea." "Whatever it is, spill." Katie glared at him. Her infatuation seemed to be wearing off. A warm little glow kindled in my chest. "Okay, so we need to know where everyone is. We can't be the only ones who've escaped. Kat, pull up a directory and take attendance." He dragged the theater video onto a secondary screen. "Write down everyone you see in there, so we know who might be somewhere else." "Hang on," I called, racing into the outer office. I dug through the papers on the desk, holding my phone in my teeth to shine a light on the surface. Bingo. I ran back to the others. "Here's a paper copy of the directory." I grabbed a pencil from the table beside me. "Just check them off." "Perfect. Pete, we need another computer. Is there one in this paper heap?" Zane looked around the room, throwing up his hands. "I think there's a laptop out there." I made another trip to the outer office and came back with the smaller computer. Pushing a pile of papers off a desk, I set it down, plugged it in, and turned it on. When the computer booted up, Zane logged in again, using MA's password. Then he pulled up the video surveillance feed again. "Keep looking through those videos. We need to know where Bauer is. I've got his goons locked out of the security system." He grinned at me. "And I can lock them out of virtually any room in the facility." In fact, he did something on his keyboard, and I heard a click from the back door. "Now they're locked out of here. I mean, they could still take a battering ram to the wall, but we're a little safer. Once we know where everyone is, we can divide and conquer." "Don't forget those goons in the theater have guns," Katie said, looking up from her directory to pin a look on Zane. "Even if they're locked in, they can still do a lot of damage to people we care about." "Right. That's why we aren't going to start locking other doors until we're ready to attack." Zane grinned again and turned back to his computer. I clicked through the various video feeds. There were a lot of them. Every public area of the dome was under surveillance. It kind of made me twitchy. I didn't know they were watching us. "There are still a lot of people just going about their business," I said, pointing at the screen. "In the park, the commissary, even the gym." "Let me see," Katie said. She dropped the directory on the table. "I don't recognize most of these people. They must be newbies. Or infiltrators." "You can tell the infiltrators," I said. "Most of them look starved." I pointed to a scrawny guy with tattered clothing. "That guy, for example. Too bad Eric isn't here. He might know who the dangerous ones are." "See if you can find him, too," Zane called over his shoulder. "He can provide intel if we can contact him." "I can just text him," I said. "No." Katie clamped a hand on my arm. "Look." She pointed at the screen. It showed a comfortable-looking office with a huge desk. Bauer sat behind the desk. Walter Portnoy, Eric's dad, stood beside it, along with 3 other men, all of them goons we'd seen with Bauer before. Across the room, Eric, his mom, and his sisters sat on a couch with another woman and a small boy. If Eric pulls out his phone, they'll notice. Who are those other people? I asked. I think the woman is married to one of those goons, and the little boy is probably hers. Katie grimaced. The intake process favored families, remember? If we could talk to Eric, he could tell us what they're going to do. I looked down at my phone. He knows we're hiding. He won't give us away. You sure about that? Zane asked. He's a good kid, but doesn't strike me as the brightest, if you know what I mean. We glared at him. I'm just saying, he's not so good at subterfuge. He might give us away by accident. Okay, that's probably true, I admitted. It's getting late. Surely they'll send the kids to bed before too long, right? I asked. That little guy is in his pajamas already. Almost as if they'd heard me, the woman stood up, lifting the child in her arms. Do we have audio? Zane asked. He tapped a few buttons, but nothing happened. Guess not. On the screen, the woman crossed the room and stood behind one of the men. She waited for what felt like forever. Bauer continued to talk, leaning back in his seat, his hands waving as he spoke. The woman moved, shifting from one foot to the other. The man standing in front of her spun around and slapped her across the face. The baby started crying. It doesn't seem real, seeing without the sound, Katie said, rubbing her cheek in sympathy. Bauer sat forward in his chair and said something. Portnoy turned his head and said something over his shoulder. Eric, his mom and both sisters jumped as if startled, or frightened. They all leapt up from the couch and scurried to the door. The woman with the crying baby followed. Where are they going? Katie asked. Home, maybe? I said. Do we have a cam on the 3rd floor, near the Western Apartments? That's where Eric lives. I clicked on the screen, shifting though the feeds as fast as I could. No, I don't want manufacturing, I growled at the machine. Zane leaned over my shoulder and took the mouse. Here, there's a listing. Do you know what that area is called? A list of camera names popped up. I scanned down them, looking for something that might mean the apartments. Maybe this one. I clicked on one labeled, Housing L3 West, that actually made sense. Can you read that apartment number? The closest one? I asked Katie when the picture appeared. She squinted. 309? Perfect. They should walk right along here, if they're going home. We waited. Finally, Eric and his sisters wandered into view. Far behind, his mom trudged along, talking to the other woman. A man with a gun followed. Don't they trust her? I asked. Katie shrugged. Probably they don't trust anyone. The group stopped by apartment 310 and the woman and baby went inside. The man with the gun checked the door after they closed it, rattling the knob. Then he followed Eric's mom to the next door and waited for them to enter. After checking the door, he marched back the way he came. Now you can text Red, Zane said. Ask him if he knows what their plans are. I am going to wait until that goon goes back to the office and then I'm going to lock them all inside. Can you do that? Katie asked. Aren't there emergency exits? Zane's face fell. You're right. I can lock them out of places, but not into anywhere. We need some way to disable these guys. Like sleeping gas. We sat there and stared at each other. I got nothing, Katie said. I don't think your dad's armory has any tear gas canisters, Zane said regretfully. Eric says they're not really doing anything. I read the message on my phone. They've got what they wanted, control over the dome. They're debating what to do with everyone in the theater. That's the first thing we need to do, get those people out of there. If he has hostages, we have to be really careful. Right. We need to get the bad guys out of there before Bauer just tells them to just kill everyone, Zane said. Katie whimpered. I think I did, too. Jacob and my mom were in there, at Bauer's mercy. My brother might be a pain in my neck, and he might make my life a lot harder, but I still loved him. I didn't want anything to happen to him. There are 3 guys with guns in the theater, Zane went on. And 30 of our people? Why don't they just jump them? How would they do that? Someone would get killed. And besides, they have them all lined up in those seats. And the security folks are in the back, tied up. Katie jumped up and stomped across the room. How are we supposed to figure this out? We're just kids. Zane stood, and when Katie stomped back toward him, he put a hand on her shoulder. She collapsed against him, crying. Zane looked alarmed for a second, then put his arm around her, patting her shoulder awkwardly. Over her head, he gave me a panicked look. My mouth twisted into a weird grin. Part of me wished Katie had chosen me to cry on, but most of me was grateful she hadn't. What about this? I said. We need to get at least one of those guys out of the theater. If we could lure one or two of them out, and get a message to our people, maybe they could take out the other one? Katie pulled away from Zane, looking anywhere but his face. She wiped her eyes on her sleeve and sniffed. How would we get a message to them? Zane narrowed his eyes. That game. Is there a way to message Jacob's game? There's an in-game messaging system, but the messages are canned. I couldn't believe the hours I'd wasted playing video games were going to save the day. Maybe we can figure out how to use those messages. We also have to figure out how to get Jacob to show the messages to my mom. He's not very good at social interaction. Do you have that game system? Zane asked, excitement marking his voice. Back in my apartment. Zane and Katie both sighed and exchanged a look. Maybe we can find the game in the archives. Zane dropped into his chair and spun it back to the computer. The Dome has archives of tons of random stuff off the internet. I'm running a search. What's the name of the game? Super Possum 9, I said. I used to play that when I was little. It was awesome, Zane said as he typed. I remember that chat mode. Katie rolled her eyes. I hope there's enough flexibility to let us get a message through the system. Some of those games have a basic filter that eliminates certain words and phrases, Zane said. I'm pretty sure Jacob's device is set to the canned phrases, I said. You know, it lets you say, hi, to other players, and pick out phrases to send, but you can't type in your own stuff. Yeah, but your username will show up, and maybe we can get your mom to change the parental controls to the more flexible dialogue capabilities. The first step is to get the game, though. I don't have any way to hack into that network. It's all proprietary, and it would take me days to figure out. He admitted this without any show of embarrassment. Okay, Katie held up a hand. So, let's say we get down to level 3 and sneak into Peter's apartment and get the game. Then we have to somehow convince Jacob to share the game message with his mom. Aside from the fact that he's not likely to do that, then what? We need to have a plan before we make contact. If only we had a way to take those guys out, Zane said. We're back to square one. If we could lure one of those guys outside, that would improve the odds. Maybe we can tell them, through the game, to attack the two remaining guys. I scratched my head. We need to make sure the guy outside can't get back inside and help out, though. And there'd still be two guys with guns in there, Katie said, grabbing the end of her ponytail. I can lock the doors, Zane said. They can get out, but not back inside, unless someone lets them in. Hey, I say, turning to Katie, what about the animal tranquilizers? The day we met, you showed me the vet facility. Remember? You showed me the tranquilizer guns for the cows. You told me not to touch them, they'd take a grown man down. Can we use those? Zane leapt up. Now we're talking. Do you have a dart gun? Or a rifle? Katie shook her head. No, you're thinking wild animals. For farm animals, you just inject them. They definitely would take a man down, but we'd have to get close enough to stick him with it. Her face hardened. My dad is in there, and they're threatening my friends. I'll do it. We can get the tranq, then we'll make some noise outside the theater so one of them comes out to investigate. I'll slap them with the tranquilizer. We'll grab their gun, and she trailed off. If we warn Pete's mom that we're doing it, they can help us take out the others, Zane said. I don't mind risking my life, but they need to do their part, too. I'm sure your dad is just waiting for his moment to strike. Okay, how about this, I said. I'll go get my game. Katie can get the tranquilizer. We'll meet back here, Send the messages to my mom, and then. Zane shook his head. We should stay together. But we need to move on this. We don't have any idea how long Bauer will wait before he decides to dispose of our friends. He held up a phone. I've connected Katie's phone to the network. Mine was locked out, but yours just had an easy override. Katie smiled. What can I say? I'm special. Zane rolled his eyes but smiled. You're special, and so's your phone. I can see these camera feeds through it. We'll all go down to Pete's place and pick up the game. Then we'll sneak over to the barn and get the tranks. On the way, we'll figure out what messages to send to your mom. Then we'll attack. My phone pinged. It's Eric. I'd basically forgotten he was even here. He says he's in his room, with his sisters. He doesn't know what the plan is, but he wants to help us. What should I tell him? Ask him if there's any way he can get into the theater, Zane said. How would he do that? I asked. Zane shrugged. I dunno. Maybe he can tell his dad he wants Jacob's game. Katie shook her head. I don't think his dad is the kind of guy who does things for his kid. She rubbed her arm, as if in sympathy. Just tell him to stay with his family, and if he hears anything, to feed us the info. Zane swiped through some screens on Katie's phone. It looks like everyone is settling in for the night. Bauer isn't in the office anymore. The security log shows he entered his apartment at 10:23, about 10 minutes ago. Can you see all of that from the phone? Katie peered over his shoulder. He nodded and tilted the phone for her to see better. Yup. They've got patrols roving, it looks like. I see guys with guns on all 3 levels. Lights are off in other parts of the dome. Looks like they shut everything down, so they could keep everyone herded together. Wait, I said. If we go into the barn, won't the auto lights come on? Crap. He's right. Katie tapped her fingers against her lips. Do we need to wait until morning? No, Zane said. We need to do this now. There will be too many people moving around. I think I can disable the automated lights. This is the perfect time. He worked on the phone for a few minutes while Katie and I fidgeted. It's here somewhere, I know it is, he muttered. How about you stay here and finish that, and Katie and I will head down to my bedroom, I mean to get my game. My face flamed red. Zane grinned. You wish. I got it. Let's go. He slid the phone in his pocket, snaked an arm around Katie's waist and headed toward the back door. Chapter 33. We moved the bookcase away from the door, just far enough to slide out. No sense in making it easy for anyone to get in, Katie said. Zane checked all the hallway cams on the 5th floor, then turned the lights out. They must have really locked things down. No one is moving up here except us. He grinned. Their mistake. Can you see the cameras in the emergency exits? Katie asked as we walked down the hall by the light of Zane's mostly useless phone. I know there's at least one. I nodded. Over this door. I pointed to the door, remembering the huge old device. Hang on, Zane said. Yeah, there are cameras everywhere. This is kind of a Big Brother place, isn't it? No one on the catwalks. I reached for the doorknob, but Katie grabbed my hand. Wait, won't those goons up in security be able to see us? Zane laughed. Those idiots are only watching outside. I set up a rotation of the external cams and disabled their access to the internal ones. Stop. A gruff voice said from behind us. Turn around, slowly. We froze. The 3 of us glanced at each other, then slowly pivoted. It was the Swede. He held an evil-looking weapon at the ready. Are you working with Bauer? I demanded. He shrugged. He offered me a lot of money. Money? Zane snorted. Newsflash. Pretty useless stuff. The Swede waved that off. Not old paper money. Gold coin. You sold us out for gold coins? Katie's voice ratcheted up an octave. You sold out your friends? Friends? The Swede scoffed. What friends? I'm a janitor here. A janitor. I used to be a professor of mathematics. When the Magellan bugged out without us, my friend, Dave Morden, invited me to come here. A safe haven, he called it. He didn't tell me I'd be doing scut work. I have a PhD in mathematics, specializing in modern algebra and differential topology, and they've got me sweeping up. He stared at us, as if expecting us to be affronted. But you were safe, Katie said, out of the smog. The Swede glared, his nostrils flaring, and pointed the gun at her. I was mopping the floors. So, when I heard about Bauer's plan, I offered to help. Not that there was much I could do. They wouldn't let me anywhere near the important stuff. But I supported him, and now he'll pay me. What are you doing up here? Zane asked. Everyone else on Bauer's team is downstairs in a meeting. The gun swung toward Zane. What do you mean? Zane shrugged, looking bored. They're all in the conference room, probably talking about how to divide up the loot. What loot? The Swede's face turned red. They're down there without me? The gun swung wildly between the three of us. They're as bad as Cersei and his lot. I know, Zane said, nodding sincerely. They think they can do whatever they want and leave us out. Bauer offered me money, too, if I'd help round up these two. The Swede looked confused. What? Zane crossed the hall, leaving Katie and me near the door. The Swede swung the gun his direction. Don't point that at me, I'm with you. I've got all these computer skills, and Roth won't let me use them. So, I told Bauer I'd help him. What? Katie shouted. You're helping him? She lunged toward Zane. No, I shouted, grabbing Katie's arm. He'll hurt you. The Swede pointed the gun back toward us. Stop it, both of you. Now turn around and put your hands against the wall. Katie and I exchanged a bewildered look. Are you going to pat us down? She asked. We don't have anything dangerous. We're kids. Shut up and put your hands against the wall. You, computer boy. He turned toward Zane. Zane smashed a fist into his temple. Swede went down like a sack of rocks. Grab his gun, I hollered. Are you okay? Katie cried. That was amazing. Guess those boxing lessons paid off, Zane said, shaking his hand. I thought my Taekwondo master was crazy when he made me try it. That really smarts. He sucked on his knuckles. While Katie cooed over Zane's bruised fingers, I pulled the gun strap over the Swede's head and handed it to Zane. Then I pulled a piece of duct tape off the roll still around my wrist and wrapped it around the Swede's arms, from wrist to elbow. Shall I do his feet, too? Zane looked down. Good work, Pete. Yeah, wrap his legs. And grab his phone, too. Is there a closet around here where we can stash him? We put another piece of tape over his mouth and wrapped his ankles. Let's just stick him in here, Katie said, pointing to the observation door. With a grin, she unlocked the door, and Zane and I rolled the Swede into the stairwell. By the time we got him in there, he was starting to rouse, so we smiled and waved before shutting the door in his face. Okay, how does this change the plan? Zane held the gun up. Can you shoot one of those things? I asked. Zane smiled, grimly. I've had some training. You? No, I said. I can, Katie said, her voice cold. But I don't want to kill anyone if I don't have to. Who would want to live with that on their conscience? I say we stick with the original plan. Zane nodded and slung the weapon over his shoulder. He checked the security footage again. All clear. Let's go. We ran down the steps as quietly as we could. The empty accessway looked the same as always, but it felt dark and menacing. Probably because we knew who was on the other side of those emergency windows. Do you know which one of these is the director's office? I whispered. It's back that way, Katie said, pointing over her shoulder. Why? Just wanted to make sure we're being quiet enough. We went down to the third floor to my window. Can you disconnect the emergency alarm? You locked it back up, remember? Zane's hand hesitated by the panel. Maybe we want the alarm to go off? Why would we want that? I asked. Wouldn't that tell them exactly where to find us? No, we don't want it to go off now. As he spoke, he opened the panel and started fiddling with something inside. But after we get the game and the tranquilizer, it might be useful. Here you go. The window clicked and slid slowly inward. I peeked around the edge, but the room was dark. Climbing in, I looked around carefully, but the two goons were long gone. What might be a blood smear marred the wall where Zane had attacked the bad guy. I yanked the drawer under the bunks open and dug through the clothes. Here it is, I whispered, holding it up. Great, let's go. Zane motioned me to move faster. I tossed him the game, took a quick look around for anything else that might be of use, then climbed back out of the room. On tiptoe, we ran down to the first floor and around the circle of apartments to the far side. Fortunately, the concrete of the bottom floor was quieter than the metal mesh above. We stopped to put our shoes back on, then peeked out through the door leading back into the main part of the dome. This is the way to the farms, Katie said. If everyone is under curfew, we should be able to run down that way. She pointed to the left, and that'll get us to the barn. You disabled the motion sensors for the lights, right? Yeah, I think I got them all. Zane reached for the doorknob. You think you did? I asked. He made a face. Unless they have one in a weird location, then we're screwed. He twisted the knob and pulled the door open. The sound of the stream burbling over the rocks in the park nearby was the only noise. The birds and even the bugs seemed to be sleeping. The dim light of the emergency corridor behind us felt bright compared to the darkness. We stood in the tunnel that led from the park to the farms. The stream flowed under the grating beneath our feet. Katie turned left. Come on, she whispered. Staying near the wall, she ghosted away, with Zane right on her heels. I let the door close softly behind me and followed them into the farm beyond the tunnel. It felt so weird to not see or hear another person. This part of the dome was usually pretty busy, and I'd never been here in the dark. Normally, as soon as you stepped through the tunnel, the path lights would brighten. But tonight, they stayed off. We ran down the path between the fields and into the big barn. Turning left inside, we followed Katie through a door and into a hallway that looked remarkably like the 5th floor. About 3 doors down, she stopped and waved her phone at the access plate. A click sounded loud in the darkness, and we froze. Nothing moved. Come on, she whispered again, easing the door open. She stepped inside and closed the door silently behind us. Turn on the lights, the switch is by you, Peter. I flipped the switch and we all squinted in the glare. A stark white room with clean counters, shining glass doors and concrete floors greeted us. Katie ran across the room and used her phone to unlock one of the upper cupboards. Here they are. She pulled out 2 injectors, pistol-shaped devices with a medical insignia on the side and an empty place to load a cylindrical cartridge. She handed one to each of us, then passed out several small vials. These load in the top, like this. She shoved a cylinder into the top of the 3rd gun and pressed the button on the side. It loaded with a quiet ka-chunk. Zane and I struggled to imitate her. I grinned when I got mine loaded before he did. Okay, Pete, let's see that game, Zane said, sitting down on the floor near the door, and reaching a hand up. I slid down next to him, turned on the handheld device and loaded the chat screen. Tipping it so he could see the screen, I pointed. There's my username. And here's Jacob. I clicked on Jacob's name. Now, what do we say? I clicked the drop-down menu and scrolled through the conversational options. Keep it simple, Zane said, clicking on. Hey, what's up? We waited. Does it ping or something when a message comes in? Katie asked, sliding down on Zane's other side. If he has the sound on, but most of the time he plays with headphones. Or mom makes him turn the sound off. Can you see the theater? I asked. Zane pulled Katie's phone out of his pocket and scrolled through screens until he found the video feeds. The lights in the theater had been turned down, and the people in the front had spread out. Some of them lay on the floor in front of the first row, or between the seats. Mom sat on the floor against the wall, with Jacob's head in her lap. Crap, he's asleep, I said. Does it notify you if the game is turned off? Katie asked. I might be able to activate the vibration feature from here, Zane said. I had to quit playing my copy of this game because I hacked into it and wrecked it. It did all kinds of other cool things, but it didn't play Super Possum 9 anymore. You won't wreck Jacob's game, will you? I asked in alarm. That game is the only thing that keeps him calm sometimes. No, I think it will be okay. He took the device from me and plugged a wire from his phone to the game. Actually, I'm not sure. I don't think I broke anyone else's game. I'll be careful. He swiped through a few screens on his phone and typed in some commands. Then he swiped again. And tapped again. It seemed to take forever. Got it. Let's see what Mama does. He unplugged the game and handed it back to me. Send another message. I hit the button. Can't you change the content of the messages? He shook his head. No, the device doesn't actually send a message, it just sends a code that activates the canned message in the other device. I've activated the vibrate, so if the game is nearby, your mom should hear or feel that signal. He pulled up the video on the phone again and nodded to me. One more time. On the tiny screen, Mom startled. We cheered. Katie shushed us. There could be someone out patrolling the halls. On screen, Mom picked up the game laying on the floor by Jacob's hand. She stared at it, then looked furtively around the theater. She put the game in her lap, where it was hidden behind Jacob's head, then tapped a few things. She sent hi, my name is Jacob, I said. What should I send now? Zane shook his head. The options are crazy limited. We need to tell them we're up to something, and that they should be ready. He grabbed the game. How about this? Do you like movies? Why'd you say that? Katie asked. We're establishing locations. Zane laughed. See, she wrote back. Yes. Do you? Oh, I know. I grabbed the game and clicked the next message. We're taking a field trip. I like the zoo. That's the closest they have to farm. Zane took the game back. She says, me too. Look. He pointed at the phone Katie was now holding. She's trying to tell the others without letting the goons know. On Katie's phone, Mom stretched out a leg and nudged Dr. Morton with her toe. When he rolled in her direction, she jerked her head. With a quick glance at the top of the auditorium, she jerked her head again. Morton sat up, rubbed his eyes, then stood up. He wandered away, bending and stretching. After a few moments, he sat down again, a few feet away from Mom. How's she going to show him the game without drawing attention? Katie asked. Morton pulled off his jacket and threw it to the ground between him and Mom, but near their knees. Mom glanced casually around the room. Then she stretched. When she brought her arms back down, she slid the game onto Morton's jacket. From our view, the game was out of sight, so it was probably hidden from the goons in the back as well. Okay, so we're going to have to do most of the talking, Zane said. She's not going to be able to pick it up and reply a lot. What do we say? Try this one. I pressed the chat button and clicked. It's time to have some fun. Can you be more specific? Katie asked. Not really, I said. The game is set up to be safe for kids to talk to each other. We can only use the phrases already inside the game. Yeah, so anything allowing us to mention specific locations is automatically out. He handed her the game. Unless there are locations inside the game. Katie poked at the game. Oh, crap. I think I just sent a message. Zane grabbed the game from her and started laughing. You won't believe this, he choked out. She just sent, here's the magical ingredient we need. He laughed so hard tears rolled down his face. That's not funny, Katie said, slapping Zane's arm. It was a mistake. Hey, guys. I grabbed the phone and waved it at them. We've got some really confused people in there. We need to send another message before they decide we're just goofing off. I yanked the game away from Zane and looked for something else. This will work. Oops. Let's save the island. Maybe we should focus on our message, Katie said. We want them to know we're going to try something, and that they should be ready to help. How do we do that? Right. See if there's something like the party starts in 10 minutes. We'll send that, then get into position. Then we can send this one. He pointed to the screen. Perfect. Katie jumped up. How are we going to get those goons into the hallway without calling for backup? I don't know if we can, Zane said. I don't have any way to stop communications. I can try locking some doors, but that won't last long. Almost every place in this dome has an emergency exit. Hey, what if we set off a fire alarm? I asked. That should cause all kinds of crazy. Zane held up a hand for a high five. I like the way you're thinking, Pete. Let's do it. I ignored Mom's messages. She'd sent several. This seems like a bad idea. No. 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 As we snuck back out of the barn, I sent one more. Stand back, citizens. It's time for a hero. Chapter 34. Creeping around the edge of the park took forever. We thought about just running across, but I spotted goons patrolling the second and third levels. They seemed to be more focused on the apartments than the park, but every few minutes they looked out into the open space. If they're up there, they're likely to be down here, too, Zane whispered when we spotted the first one. Especially since Bauer's apartment is on the bottom floor. We slunk through the trees along the outer edge, dashing from one to the next. About halfway around, Katie held up a hand. We hunkered down behind the bench I'd been sitting on just a few days ago when I heard Bauer and his goons talking. There are 3 of them right over there. She pointed up ahead. We might want to go back to the emergency stairwells and come out by the theater. That will take twice as long, Zane said. And they might have someone back there, too. I say we keep going. Maybe we could create a distraction, I said. Something to get them looking the other way? We don't want to tip them off. If they realize we're out here causing mayhem, they're going to send backup to the hostages, Zane said. What about the birds? I pointed toward the barely visible pond. 2 swans and a flock of ducks lived on the pond, although their wings had been clipped. The last thing we needed were duck dive bombers in our tiny, enclosed park. Don't hurt them, Katie said. We won't hurt them, Zane said with a quiet chuckle. We'll just wake them up. Those goons haven't been here long enough to know if that's normal behavior for them. I need something to throw. I looked in Zane's direction. The darkness made it impossible to see anything beyond the bench and the blobs of each other. I dropped to my knees and patted around on the ground. The perfectly manicured lawn and well-tended flower beds yielded no stones. How about a shoe? I asked. Keep your shoes on, Peter, Katie said. I've got the Swede's pocket knife. This will work. I'll meet you there. Get ready to run. Zane pointed. He ghosted away from us, back toward the pond. We waited in silence under the trees. Occasional sounds from the goons protecting Bauer's front door reached us, but otherwise it was quiet. I couldn't hear Zane at all. A small splash came from behind us. Then more silence. He must have missed, I said. Maybe we should just run. Katie grabbed my arm. Wait, she muttered. Suddenly, a cacophony exploded behind us. The swans trumpeted. The ducks squawked back. Hey, what's going on? Go check it out. Check in with the boss. The 3 goons each issued conflicting instructions. One turned to the door. The other 2 ran across the grass. Katie held my arm until they'd passed. Go, she whispered in my ear, dragging me across the path. We ran. On the far side of the park, we ducked into the hallway by the theater. Katie waved her phone at a door, and it unlocked. She pushed it open and hustled me inside. Then she shut it most of the way, leaving a narrow gap to peek through. Zane, she called softly as he ran up. In here. He slid inside, and Katie shut the door. Where's your shoe? She asked. He shrugged. I missed with the pocket knife. What is this place? His voice was low. Katie's phone lit up, and she shone it around the room, illuminating a stairway. Projection room is up there. The steps took up most of the room, but there was a narrow aisle between the steps and the wall, where brooms hung. I turned on my own phone and walked down that hallway. An unmarked door on the right led to somewhere beneath the steps. It was locked. I hurried back to Katie and Zane. Is this how you get to the basement? She nodded, her eyes grave. Zane didn't appear to notice. Are we ready for this? His eyes were bright, his voice excited. Yeah, I guess so, I said. Where's the nearest fire alarm? Zane grinned and pointed to Katie's phone. I can do it from here. Send your message. I pulled the game out of my pocket and sent the message we'd selected. Cue the special effects. Katie handed the phone to Zane. He held it up, so we could see the video. On screen, my mom jerked, then turned and looked at Morton. They exchanged a glance. Mom carefully moved Jacob's head from her lap to Morton's sweater and slowly moved into a crouch. Morton got to his feet and started up the aisle toward the closest goon. The goon said something, and Morton stopped, his hands held up. Zane swiped and clicked. Then he handed the phone back to Katie. Pulling his tranquilizer out of his pocket, he moved to the door and eased it open. He peeked into the hallway, then turned back, beckoning to me. "Press that button, Cat," he said. The alarm bells pounded our ears. I jumped, even though I was expecting it, and clapped my hands over my ears. Fire doors slammed shut across the hallway, isolating us from the park. An unexpected bonus. "Come on, Pete," Zane hollered, dragging me out of the room. We raced to the theater door and stood on either side. "Get your gun out." I scrabbled in my pocket and pulled out the tranquilizer just as the door on my side swung open, almost catching me in the face. One of the goons stormed out. He spotted Zane and pointed the gun at him. "What the hell's going on?" "Fire alarm," Zane hollered. "There must be an emergency." "What are you doing out here?" The guy ignored Zane's words. "You're supposed to be inside. There's a curfew." Zane's eyes flicked to me, then back to the goon's face. "Fire alarm," he repeated. I stared at Zane, then looked at the man. He stood well over 6 feet tall, with a tattoo of a snake spiraling around his neck and up the back of his shaved head. The forked tongue stuck out, and the eyes seemed to look right at me. My hands were slick with sweat, and my heart pounded in my ears. This guy looked like one of those creeps from the dam. Time seemed to stretch out into infinity as I stood there, frozen. In a second, he was going to turn around and see me, and we'd all be dead. Fear and anger wrestled inside my chest. Zane and Katie were counting on me. I needed to do something. But what if the tranquilizer didn't work? He'd get me. I couldn't move. "Hey," Katie bellowed from behind me. "Hey, you, snakehead." The goon swung around. Zane leapt forward and pressed his tranquilizer against the man's neck. The guy's eyes focused on me then closed, and he collapsed to the ground. Zane yanked the gun out of the man's grip and turned to the doors. The alarm stopped blaring, leaving my ears ringing. "Let's go," Zane cried, pulling the door open. A gunshot rang out. Zane dropped his rifle and clutched his chest. He staggered back, just like they do in those campy, old movies. His eyes went wide, and he slumped to the ground. "No," Katie screamed, throwing herself down beside Zane. Icy horror poured over me, freezing me in place. Another goon appeared in the doorway, pointing his weapon at Katie. "Move away," he yelled, jerking the muzzle at her. Katie surged to her feet, fury on her face. "You've killed him, you monster." The guy jerked the gun at her again. I said move. He stepped sideways around Zane's feet, his eyes locked on Katie. The horror froze into calm. I took a step forward. Time slowed again, but this time, I knew I could do it. That I couldn't miss. I lifted my hand, pressed the tranquilizer against the guy's bare arm and pulled the trigger. In slow motion, I watched the scene play out. The gun fired again, but I barely heard it. The goon swung slowly to his left, his face contorted in surprise. Katie dropped to the ground. Loss sliced through me. Now they were both dead, and I was next. In that second, time snapped back to full speed. I dropped the tranquilizer, my hands flying up to ward him off. The goon's slow-motion swing turned into a spin. He went down, hard. Katie dragged Zane out of the way, just before his body was crushed. "You aren't dead," I cried. She shook her head, mute. Looking down at Zane, she gasped. "He's breathing. Get a doctor." I grabbed her shoulder. "There's still one more bad guy in there," I cried. "And more will be coming any minute." They had to have heard the gunshots. The door behind us slammed open. I swung around, knowing we were toast. "Peter." My mom smothered me in a hug. The hostages had easily taken out the last goon and poured out of the theater. With the fire doors closed, we were safe, at least for the moment. Mr. Thomas, Katie's dad, took control. Origines, Take care of the kid. He looked at Katie and me. Anyone else hurt? I shook my head, but pointed at Katie, still crouched beside Zane. I'm fine, Katie said, but Zane is hurt, and he has diabetes. Thomas gripped her in a fast, tight hug, then turned to me. What's the situation out there? I gulped. Mr. Bauer was in his apartment. Everyone else, too. I mean, there was a curfew. And I closed my eyes for a second, counting, 5 bad guys out in the park. 1 on level 3, 1 on 2, and 3 down by Bauer's place. There might be more. We took out the Swede. Head swiveled my direction. The Swede was with them? Morton blurted out. Wah. Thomas held up a hand. We can find out how and why later. Right now, we need to take our dome back. I want my team with me. Everyone else, down to the basement. He directed people to carry Zane down. I'm staying with him, Katie cried, holding on to Zane's arm. Yes, you are, Thomas said. All of you, unless you have firearms training, downstairs. Now. Mom grabbed my hand, Jacob's wrist gripped in her other hand. Possum. Possum. I want Possum, Jacob screamed. Jacob, hush, she whispered. Dr. Lee, I need Peter. Thomas stood in front of us. What? No. Mom stood there, trembling. You don't need him. You have all these big, burly men. Peter is just a boy. He's coming with me. Please, ma'am, Thomas said. We'll send him down before anything else happens. But I need his help. He's the only one who's been out there. Wait, I need Katie's phone. I pushed through the people waiting in line to descend to the basement. Katie, I hollered down the stairs. Send your phone up. Various people on the steps called out the words. Katie, your phone. A few seconds later, a disturbance rippled up the steps, and the phone appeared, passed from person to person. I snatched it away from Mrs. O'Doul. Thanks. I ran back Mr. Thomas. Zane did something to the computers, and you can see the security stuff on Katie's phone. I held out the device. Thomas shook his head. That kid is a genius. A terrifying genius. He took the phone and scrolled through the screens, muttering and shaking his head. He swiped a few things, and then stabbed. He chuckled. Okay, people, listen up. The groups of security guards huddled around him at the base of the projection room stairs. One of them, a younger guy named James, stood with his back to the group, peering out through the door. He held his rifle loosely but pointed out into the hallway. We have 2 bogies on each floor of the living spaces, 1 on each side of the circle, with an extra 3 in the southeast quadrant of the first floor. That's where Bauer is. We have a team in the access control center, but they appear to be focused on the externals. Thomas stopped and looked at me, his eyebrows raised. Zane locked them out of the internal footage, I said. Thomas grinned. Of course he did. Perfect. It also looks like there might be some unrest outside. Maybe folks Bauer promised to bring in, and then didn't. I think we can keep those guys busy. Blumberg, find a computer somewhere. See if you can get control of our drones. Launch a couple and buzz the dome. I want to keep our friends in the ACC busy. He looked at the group. We have limited weapons, and a lot of civilians who may be hostile to us. Plus, a high-valued target holed up in, is that the director's apartment? He looked at me. I nodded. I think he took it over. Since it's the nicest. Bastard. They all shook their heads, muttering. Enough, Thomas said. Suggestions? Everyone looked at everyone else. Finally, a blond guy raised his hand. Sir? We don't know much about offensive operations. We're mostly trained to keep people out. Yeah, I know, Thomas replied. We might have to upgrade our training after we get out of this. I noticed he said, after we get out of this, not if. The tense knots in my stomach relaxed, and my shoulders dropped from around my ears. Mr. Thomas? What, son? Could we sneak into the director's apartment through the window and just grab Bauer? Like we did with Jacob? They all stared at me, and I ducked my head, staring at the floor. What a stupid idea. I couldn't believe I'd even opened my mouth. Now there's some out-of-the-box thinking. Thomas said, "Tell me about grabbing Jacob." I explained how we'd gone to check on him and found a couple of Bauer's thugs in the bedroom. I got lucky with one. I conked him in the head with the window when I opened it. But Zane charged at the other guy before he got his gun out. He's pretty amazing. Zane, not the thug. I'm sure my eyes were shining with admiration, like a fangirl. How did you get the window alarm? Never mind. Zane. Thomas shook his head again. I grinned. He'd better get used to doing that. Chapter 35. They sent me downstairs before they started their assault, but it went just like I'd planned. Mr. Thomas cut the connection to the alarm system in the window. They climbed right in and took Bauer hostage. He hadn't even thought about someone sneaking in through the fake windows. Once Bauer was in custody, Mr. Thomas was able to take out his minions one by one. Dr. Roth offered amnesty to anyone who turned themselves in, as long as they were willing to testify against the others. 5 of the guys took the deal. They gave testimony against Mr. Bauer, and as a reward they were sent to the basement. "I'm not letting them roam free inside my dome," Dr. Roth said, "but they can have a life on the outside, once the Earth is ready for us again." Bauer and his henchmen, including Eric's dad, were tossed out the airlock. Dr. Roth sent them out one at a time and made sure the people on the outside knew exactly who they were and what they'd done. We don't know what happened to them after that, but I'm guessing it wasn't the kind of welcome they'd have wanted. The infiltrators' families were allowed to stay inside, much to Eric's relief. "I was sure they were going to kick us all out," he said. "Dr. Roth is a hero." "If you say that one more time, I'm going to hurl," I said, after he'd made his declaration for the 50th time. Eric grinned. Since his dad had left, he looked different. Happier, sure, but also more confident. Taller, even. "Hey, listen. There's something I need to tell you guys." Several weeks had passed since the invasion. Katie, Eric, Zane and I were in our usual hangout, up in the observation room. Dr. Roth had declared it our special place, and as long as we kept the light off, we were allowed up there during the day. At night it was officially off limits, although Zane and Katie might have cheated on that one. Zane was recovering from his gunshot. He still had a bandage around his shoulder, and his eyes were dark and shadowed, but he could walk all the way up to observation without much help, and he only had to stop and rest twice. Eric and I were grateful for the slower pace. Katie stayed by his side, hovering nearby at all times. Zane pretended to hate it, but I think he enjoyed the attention. "What's up, Red?" Zane sat on the floor near the window, looking out at the camp. Hundreds, maybe thousands, of people still waited for their turn to get inside. We were still processing at least 50 a day, and most of them were going downstairs. I shivered a little. "I'm going down," Eric said. "Why?" I asked. "Dinner's not for another hour. It won't take us that long to get down." "No, I don't mean right now," he said, his voice unusually soft. We all turned to look at him. My mom has decided we're going to the basement." He rushed through the sentence, as if he needed to get it out of his mouth. "She's afraid my dad will get back inside somehow." I tried to tell her that wasn't going to happen, but after the attack, she's scared. "So, we're going down." He shrugged. "In 500 years, he'll be dead for sure." I stared at him. We'd only been friends for a few weeks, and sometimes he was annoying in the way only a 13-year-old boy can be, but he was my friend. I couldn't imagine living in the dome without him. "Do you have to?" I blurted out. He nodded. "I want to. I don't like it here. I want to go outside. If we go downstairs, then when I wake up, this will all be a bad dream, and we can go anywhere we want." He looked away. "When?" Katie asked. "Tomorrow." We sat there in the cool, dim room, each of us thinking our own thoughts. Finally, Katie stood up. "Right then. Party tonight. Shall we do a movie?" The party was a bust. We were all too melancholy to enjoy it, and Mom called in the middle of the movie because Jacob was acting up, again. I went home and lay on the floor next to him. Sometimes that would calm him down, but it didn't work that night. Maybe because I was too keyed up myself. Sometimes it seemed like Jacob had no emotions, no empathy. But I think he had too much. That the emotions of others would overwhelm him when he was vulnerable. That night, we lay on the floor a long time, with Jacob crying, screaming or moaning, before he finally fell asleep. The next few weeks were a blur. Without Eric, I spent most of my time showing newcomers to their temporary apartments. Knowing they would just stay a night or two, then go down to the basement gave me the creeps. Taking families to Eric's apartment was even weirder. I hadn't spent any time there, but just knowing it was his, and that I'd never see him again, it was too confusing and sad to think about. Jacob spiraled out of control. Each day felt worse than the one before. Maybe all those new people transitioning through to the basement were piling up on him. Sometimes, I felt like it was too much emotion, so I could only imagine what Jacob felt. About 3 weeks after Eric went downstairs, we had an especially bad day. By the time Jacob finally fell asleep, Mom and I were both exhausted. She carried him to our room and laid him on the bottom bunk. Pulling the covers over his, she kissed his forehead. Then she looked at me. "We need to talk." I may have been only 15, and I'd never had a girlfriend, but I knew that phrase meant bad news. I followed her to the living room. Dread pooled in my stomach. I knew what she was going to say before she opened her mouth. "You think we should put Jacob into the basement because the dome is making him worse," I blurted out. Mom raised her hands above the table. "I think we should discuss the option of all of us going into the basement," she said. "I'm not going to break up the family. But I think you're old enough to have some say in the decision." "But I thought you couldn't go down there," I said. "Your job is to work in the lab." Mom sighed. "I know. But I've spoken to Dr. Roth, and he is willing to make an exception for us. And MA is brilliant, she can handle all my work. We've been training some assistants, too. There are other environmental scientists," she rambled on, clearly voicing thoughts she'd been through 100 times before. "Well, what good would it do to go down there, anyway?" I whined. "Jacob will still be autistic in 100 years or 600. "Yes, but if we go in, we'll stay asleep until the atmosphere is safe again. Once the environment is clean, the sleepers will be wakened in small groups. They'll have all kinds of training to learn self-sufficiency. After all, leaving the dome will be like going west with the pioneers back in the 1800s. People will have to learn to farm and hunt and make their own soap. You and I can go through the training, and then we'll wake Jacob and take him out of here. Living in the dome is obviously making him worse. We need to get him out, and this is the only way. Or at least it's the best way." I laid my pounding head on the cool table and closed my eyes. Sleeping for hundreds of years, learning to be a pioneer, it was all just too much. And all because of Jacob. Why is everything about him? I moaned, pounding my fist softly on the table. He ruins everything. Why did he have to be like that? Mom gripped my shoulder. "I know it's hard to be his brother sometimes. I know it's hard to have to change everything just for him. But would you rather have it the other way around? Would you want to be him? I think being Jacob is probably harder than taking care of him. But he's your brother, and that's what family does. We take care of each other." "We don't need to decide right now," she said. "But think about it. We'll need to decide soon." In the end, the decision was easy. It was the only real choice. 2 days later, Jacob snuck away from Mrs. W. search parties canvassed the dome looking for him. One of the guards posted at the entrance caught Jacob just as he tried to dodge into the airlock. We didn't know how he got that far, or if he knew where he was trying to go. When they brought him home kicking and screaming, Dr. Origenes had to sedate him. That night, Mom and I agreed it was time to go downstairs. The hardest part was saying goodbye to Katie and Zane. The morning we went downstairs, they met us in the park. Katie handed me a small, flat package wrapped in a wrinkled lab report. She caught me staring at the wrapping and smiled sadly. I figured I'd reuse that report before I recycle it. She wrinkled her nose. "Gotta be green to get the environment clean as soon as possible." I stared down at the package, so I wouldn't cry. "Go ahead and open it," she said. I ripped off the crumpled paper. I held a worn picture frame. The photo showed Eric, Katie, and me laughing in the barn. Zane pulled it from a security recording, she said, blinking her eyes rapidly and sniffing. I don't know if it will fade over 500 years, but maybe it will still be good when you wake up. She sniffed again, then grabbed me in a bear hug. I hugged her back, wishing she would never let go. After a moment, she pulled free. Zane punched my arm, softly. Be safe, Pete. He stared at me for a minute, then nodded and slid his arm around Katie's shoulders. We'll miss you. I swiped a hand over my burning eyes, but the tears slid down my face. I decided I didn't care. I threw my arms around both of them and squeezed, hard. It's time, Peter, Mom said, softly. We need to go. At the door to the projection room, I looked back. Katie had buried her face in Zane's shoulder. He held her with his good arm, his cheek against her hair. He raised his injured arm slowly, giving me one last wave. I tried to call out, but my voice came out as a croak. I swiped the tears away again, waved one more time, and followed Mom and Jacob down the stairs, into the unknown future, the photo clasped tightly to my chest. The end. For 500 years. To hear the rest of the story, listen to Reduced World, Book 2 of the Recycled World duology. This has been Recycled World, by Julia Huney. Book 2, Reduced World, should be available soon. Subscribe to our channel so you know when new content is uploaded. If you haven't already listened to it, check out Abandoned World, which tells you the story of Zane's trip to the dome. You can get a free copy of the ebook, Abandoned World, on the author's website, juliahuney.com. You'll also find links to the retailers for the entire series, in ebook or paperback, as well as all her other books. Thanks for listening to Recycled World.